Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Another resolution around the sun. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. So where we at? Today is what? Shabbat day. What's today's date? Anybody know today's date?
May 31st.
May the 31st, 2025. May the Most High be praised that He have allowed us to exist for the duration of time that He have allowed us to exist. But we all know there are many people who are no longer with us, enduring and enjoying this life in this realm. They're here with us, but they're not here with us physically. But they still here with us. They ain't going nowhere. Most High saw fit to that. So we giving honor and praise unto the Most High King for all of His blessings, all of His mercy, and all of His goodness that He have shown unto us. We say Shabbat Shalom Lakim.
Shabbat Shalom Lakim.
Peace and blessings to you all. All right, so we're going to start off our day today by acknowledging the Most High and His goodness that He's brought into our lives, all that He's done for us in a special way. He's helped us, healed us, and brought us through. Who would like to be first to give praise, honor, and respect unto the Most High? Who would like to be first?
I'm here. So
Shalom, Prime Minister Moshe, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Latoya, Shabbat Shalom. Iman, were you ready?
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Toda Rabbah, to the Creator first, most importantly, and first and foremost, for the Shabbat day, for allowing us to make it through another week, and actually a whole month. We're at the end of our month here. And just thankful that the Most High saw fit to allow us to make it to the last Shabbat of this month in good health, in peace and harmony with Him and with one another. So Toda Rabbah, to the Creator for that. To the Most High for the peace of having blessings upon that He has placed upon us, despite what the world is desiring for us, that the Most High's peace and His blessings reign forth forever and ever. Giving thanks to the Creator also for my Horim, my parents, for the righteousness in them, for raising us up, my siblings and I, to know the life that we have had and allowing us to be able to be here to carry on the legacy that they left us here on earth, the abundance of their legacy. All praises to Creator for their blessing and their grace. I'm grateful to the Most High for His blessing of my Ish, that He gave me a blessing of having a strong man that follows Him and Him alone and first and foremost. So thankful for that great example of a man to be in this life. Great example of his leadership, his guidance, his protection, and who he is as a father and a husband. So to the Most High for that. Also grateful to the Most High for my family, my sister wife. Also grateful for all of our children combined in our union. It's quite a number there. I'm grateful for the Creator for opening up my womb 5 times and allowing me to bless this earth with 5 vessels of greatness. I'm grateful for this weekend. My daughters are here, all 3 of my daughters. We're spending this time just bonding and loving on one another and just, being here to speak and talk and have a reflection. And I'm grateful for the flowers that they are and just what they represent to me for myself and my family. I am super grateful for my Beulah family. I'm grateful for just the Most High's blessing to live on this land, to be here in peace. It's just something about being here every morning when I wake up, I always open the door and just breathe in all the freshness of the air that I'm surrounded by. And I let it in, I open the windows, because it's nothing like fresh air. So I'm just grateful that I have this opportunity in this part of my life to live here and to be present in the moment, because a lot of times we can be somewhere, but we're not necessarily present in that moment. We're just there. So I'm grateful that the Most High has allowed me to be present in the moment and to just bask in it. You know, I was in my garden this week after my ish cut down the grass and groomed the area, and I was in there, and the amount of weeds that grow in the garden is amazing. Like, because they just grow from anywhere and everywhere. And every time I go in my garden, I don't know, it just, something about it shows me signs and reflections of my life. And one thing I realized when I went in the garden the other day, before it was cut, it's just wild in there. You can't see what's really growing. You can't nurture what's growing. And so I started to think about how it relates to us as a people. If we're out there in the world and we're surrounded by weeds, we're surrounded by people who do not serve the Most High, who do not believe in as what we believe in, then we're going to be suffocated by those weeds. And that's how I looked when I went in that garden. It was at a point I told my Ish, I said, I can't even go in there and plant anything new because the weeds have taken over. The grass is so long and grown up. And once he cut it, the beauty and the vastness of the garden presented itself again. And that's what I feel about our lives. When we can rid ourselves of all the weeds and the wild grass from around us, then the beauty of ourselves elevates. It illuminates the space that, we in. And so I think about that often, that when we surround ourselves by greatness, greatness is what comes out of us. But if we're in the midst of so much chaos and mess and just disorganization, then we're going to consume a lot of that, and our lives will reflect that in so many ways. And it just, I don't know, I just feel so peaceful when everything is in an order of greatness, when the grass is cut out here and the weeds are pulled out. It just feels like a whole different space. And so I think that's what we have to look at within ourselves, what we need to pull out of ourselves that is growing up around us, whether it's internally or externally, that's keeping us from shining and being the light that the Most High has blessed us to be. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that revelation that the Most High gave me. And even my daughters, when they came to the garden, they were just like, this is so beautiful. And just watching me do what I do and asking me like different things and then wanting to help me to do it, seeing them even wanting to be a part of that. And because they live in the city of Atlanta most days. So when they come out here, it's a whole different type of peace that I see on them. So I'm just thankful I'm able to provide that for my children as well. I'm thankful for this entire month that we just went through. We talked about it last week. We've talked about it different times, but everything that we went through this month was something that we all needed. The school, the end of the month for the school, the passing of a great woman, my husband's wife, passing of a great mother and a sister, and all of the things that we were able to do. And just the other day, my sisters and I recorded our podcast. And I brought up how one of the most beautiful things I experienced this week was doing our first burial on our land. And some people may look at that like, oh, that's weird. But to be able to bring somebody's body back to a place where you know that nobody can disturb that person's body, that you own it, that you brought that person home, and you're able to just take care of that space is a beautiful process. And it just really brought me to tears because so many people don't understand the magnificence of having your own, owning land. Land ownership is a wealth that nobody could just hand to you. And then even once you get that land, to be able to cultivate it and maintain it and beautify it and do the things that you know you're supposed to do, that our ancestors, that our foremothers and forefathers did. Like it really just opened my eyes to the blessing, to more of the blessing rather that the Most High has given us, and to have buried our first person. And I told my husband when he was here that, I never even thought in my mind that she would be the first to be here. So many things he and I had talked about things that would take place between, her and I, and decisions and things like that. And so it just really I don't know, like spiritually, I'm like, she's here. And so, we're connected in that way now, and those decisions can still be made. And I'm just thankful that, the Most High put it in my Isha's spirit, in his financial capability, to be able to come and purchase this property and have this for our family, for generations and generations, creator willing, for forever, for our generations to have and to live on and to build on. So yeah, I'm thankful for a lot of things. And I'm just grateful that I'm able to share with you all. Shabbat Shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. A whole lot said there. Whole lot said. All with meaning and purpose. And we fully understand. Is there anyone else who would like to thank the Most High at this time? Anyone else want to thank the Most High at this time? Do you have any? Are you going? Okay. You got the voice.
Okay. Okay, Total Rabbi, Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah, and to the family far and wide, to the ones that are watching right now, and the ones that are watching later on the recording. Shabbat Shalom to you all. Yeah, I just want to jump off of what my sister wife said. Everything that she said was profound just now, every single thing, and the part where my sister wife mentioned our husband having the financial, mental, emotional capacity to buy that land, 110 acres, for our family, for the people of Israel, for generations to come. It is a huge, huge, huge major blessing. And I think it's like one of those blessings that you don't know. I mean, unless you grew up that way, on land and doing things like that. I didn't grow up that way, so I can say it this way. I think it's one of those blessings that you don't realize how much of a blessing it is until, one, you get down there, and two, you realize when you need it, and you realize how important it is. Because if you don't grow up that way, grow up on land, or grow up on a farm or anything, taking care of anything like that, if you grow up in the inner city, you just don't realize. You really don't realize like how much of a blessing it is to have your own land. You really don't, until you experience it, or until something bad happens. So it's a major, major, major blessing that our husband is able to do that. So Toda Rabah to the Most High, and Toda Rabah to our Ish, for just being able to provide those things for us and the people. So that's my thanks. I just also want to thank the Creator for getting me through the week. Me, our son, our family, all of my loved ones. This week has been very busy with me at work, and we had like a musical performance at the school I work at. So it was just really, really busy. I had to stay late, and I only have 2 more weeks of school. Next week we have 3 days with students, and then 2 days is like conferences, and then the week after that, if you're a teacher, that last week you stay to like clean up classrooms and stuff like that. But hopefully that will end early too. So it is on the way. Summer break for me is on the way, and I'm so thankful we got through it. I'm thankful the Most High pulled me through, and I'm thankful that the Creator kept our son. He was sick a little bit a while ago, maybe like a month ago. And of course, as a first-time mom, I'm like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? But thankfully, my husband was just giving me instruction on like what to give him and just keep doing this, give him some of this little homemade medicine that we give him. And it took a little while, but that's okay. But he got better and it didn't develop into anything worse. That's my thing. I'm grateful that it didn't develop into anything worse. He just had a runny nose and a cough. And, you know, that can turn into anything, pneumonia, whatever. So I'm thankful. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thankful the Creator has been keeping us this month for sure, as He does every month. So yeah, total bow to the Most High and Shabbat Shalom.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. All right. Iman, someone on the sideline if you want to read those. You on mute?
I was. 1 second. Sorry. Prime Minister Moshe says, thankful for the 613 laws of peace. And
May the Most High be praised. That's a very important part right there. You know, without that, most of us wouldn't even know who we are, how to live, and how to serve the Most High. So Prime Minister hit around the head. May the Most High be praised.
And Aim Kitar says, I praise the Most High for the body's ability to repair and heal itself despite our neglect. May His mercy continue to cover us as we learn how to tune in and keep this amazing work of creation.
May the Most High be praised. You're absolutely right. The body can pretty much heal itself of anything if it's placed in the right environment with the right ingredients. And the body can just about heal itself from any situation. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised.
All right, who is that? AJS. AJS says, y'all should follow the final messages of God Almighty. If you really worship God Almighty. Well, we don't worship God. We do worship the Almighty, but not God. So AJS, if you got the final message of the Creator, He should have told you that God ain't HIM. He should have told you that. But I guess He didn't. Or maybe you're just speaking in a way that everyone understands. I don't know. But when you speak and you're speaking to people who have understanding, some form of understanding, you should speak wisely and intelligently as possible so that you're not mistaken as somebody just trying to clown the people that's teaching. So AJS, if you want to have conversation, you're welcome to have conversation. You're welcome to post what you like as long as it's not disrespectful. So may the Most High be with you as well, bro, whoever you are. May the Most High be with you. All right. Is there anyone else like to thank the Most High at this time for anything special? All of you on the sideline. All of you on the sideline, if you'd like to thank the Most High for anything special, now is the time. All right, we're going to move forward because people are moving real slow. I don't know if there's a lag in your time, in your space where you are, but we're going to move forward. And if you want to post your post, then you can do that. You're welcome to do that. We'll always get back to it. All right.
Do you have anything, Abba?
Allah. Ho, 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 ho. This is what my brother said. AJS says, Allah, SWT, is the creator, my brother in humanity. You say Allah is the creator. Okay. All right. No problem. No problem. All right. Aim Sakari.
All right, Aim Sukari, Shabbat Shalom, Aim Sukari. May she continue to have travel and mercies as she is headed here to the land. Aim Sukari says, very grateful to be present, to fellowship with none but the righteous. There's so much of life's positive truth and cheerful moments. I give thanks for all that's shared, especially spiritual care.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Thank you, Abi, for your mercy, your kindness, and your truth. Hey, Mr. Prime Minister, you know I ain't trying to start no arguments, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm letting that slide. It's all right. to each his own. And maybe if he hangs around, he'll learn something today that can tie bring him into a different form of understanding. But it's good that he is where he is. At least he's on the path of righteousness. He's on the path of righteousness. We can't hold him on that. We got to acknowledge that. Let the brother do what he understands to do right now, and we're going to do our best to take him the rest of the way. May the Most High be praised. All right.
Yeah, but we don't want that.
Sister Aisha.
She's just saying there's a way to change who can post. Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. We cool. Let that brother do what that brother do. It's okay. Seriously, let that brother do what he do. You know, if this is the conversation that the Most High has for him to be a part of, let him be there. All right? It's okay. This is what I'll say to you, brother AJS. You ask for evidence and show. What do you say? This is what I'll say to you. And I'll give you this assignment for the rest of the day if you can. You say, show your evidence if you are truthful. So this is what I'll say to you, brother AJS. Without using the Hebrew or the Aramaic, in any language, in any writings, in anybody's documents that you can find, you show us where your statement right there is true, that the one you call Allah is the creator. What I'm saying is, don't use the Quran, step outside the Quran and look for some other source of information of relevance that support what you say about A-L-L-A-H, Allah. But you can't use Hebrew and you can't use Aramaic. You could go to any other language, any other nation of people, anything that they have, religious books that talk about Allah, or even the Muslim people being the people of the Creator. Research that information while you're listening to the class today. And once you find it, please just text it, post it, and let us know, and it would be greatly appreciated. And then that will support your argument. Okay? Thank you very much. So you got an assignment, bro. We're asking you to show us, verify. I ain't talking about the Quran. Leave the Quran out the equation for now. We're talking about through history. You shouldn't make mention of those names. I'm a teacher. And if I'm a teacher, in order for me to explain what I'm saying to the individual, I have to make mention of those names. When the Creator says in the law, thou shalt not make mention of any names of any deity, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. It's not, in my opinion, it's not saying you can't say the name of any deity. When he says thou shalt not make the mention of any names, he's talking about in form of worship and reverence, giving honor and praise unto that deity. That's how I understand it to be. Okay? All right. So we're going to move on forward, family. I see all that stuff, but we're going to move on forward. We're going to move on forward, and we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep the energy going. The Arabic Bible. Okay. I just told you, you're not listening very well. I said outside of the Quran. The Quran is the Arabic Bible. Step outside of that and find any other writings from any other nations that verify the existence of who you say is your power. It's cool. That's all. Who you say was the creator of all creation. That's all I'm asking you to do. Because in that, you will learn something that maybe you've never heard before. So do the research and just look it up. And then bring it back to me. But Shabbat Shalom, everyone. All right. So now we're going to get into the portion of day today where I believe everyone said what they're thankful for to the Creator. It seems like we're getting smaller and smaller groups of people thanking and acknowledging the Creator on the Shabbat day. Why would that be? We got 2,100 people in the room. We had like a handful of people acknowledge the Most High and thank the Most High. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom. So is there anyone else who would like to thank the Most High? No, the Bible is not the Quran. No, those are two different books, AJS. The Bible is not the Quran. So are you saying that the Bible verifies the deity that you're speaking of? And you wouldn't be able to use the Bible anyway, because I said no Hebrew and no Aramaic. Arabic, yeah, they're going to. He says the Arabic that only makes sense, don't it? The Arabic translation of the Bible says Allah. It is going to make sense because that's what they want you to believe. That's okay, but you're not paying attention to the instructions that's given to you. My brother, I assume your brother, but let me explain it to you this way. I'm not trying to talk about the deity you serve. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you in no way, shape, or form. I'm only trying to do my job, and that's to educate you. But the only way that I can educate you is if you listen. What I'm asking you to do, what I'm asking you to do is go to all the books around the world, all the other nations who wrote of a deity or their deities or deities, period. See what nations have wrote about A-L-L-A-H, Allah, as their deity. That's all I'm asking you to do. You can't use Arabic and you can't use Aramaic because those two things tie to something that you might not understand. And if it be the Most High's will that you need to learn these things, then I'll share that information with you. But I need you to be honest and do the search and do the research like was requested of you. And please don't do this off of your emotions, because if you use your emotions, you'll never get the point. You'll never get the message. So please do that. All right. All right, there you go, Sister Aisha. Go ahead, Sister Aisha.
All right. Sister Aisha says, I am thankful for growth and maturity. I'm thankful for growth in scripture. I'm thankful for spiritual guidance. I'm thankful for new challenges, goals, and the ability to practice.
She says, I am thankful for spiritual guidance. You said scriptural guidance, but spiritual guidance. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. She says, I am thankful for growth and maturity. That means a lot. It really does. Because a lot of people don't mature. A lot of people don't grow. They don't change. They're always the same, carrying the same baggage with them, same attitudes, and not realizing that these, a lot of times, are things that hold us back from achieving our best and our greatest in heights. All right, let's read on. Let's move on. All right, so if anyone else decides they want to take something, write something that they're thankful for to the Creator, you have all right to do so. Okay? Anyone else? So we're going to move forward. Do everybody have their commandments to thank? Okay, all praises. There you go. Let me give that to you, Ima.
I need it. I'm not sure of their name, but it says, all praises, glory, and all esteem to our Abba, the Creator, our power of kings, power of all powers. Hallelujah.
All right, let me talk for a minute. N33 DIT. Now, I don't know your name, so I'm going to just say N33 DIT. Let me explain something to you. And this is very important that you understand. And if Prince have taught you something today, it's all right. It's okay. Just take and share it with somebody else so that they learn also. I would assume that you already knew these things, but maybe you didn't. So we're going to try to help you anyway if we can. All praises, glory, and all esteem to our Abba. Then you put Yehovah Alua. Now, I'm not going to argue with you about those things. I will accept that as the Creator Almighty. I have no problem with that. But then why did you put Lord of Lords after using Yehovah Alua? That Lord of Lord should never fit because it shows the lack of understanding that you are able to produce. I know that you already have a greater understanding than many. So when you use Lord of Lord, you're backing yourself back down to the level of a regular common man when you speak. And then when you use the word King of God, what God got to do with this? God is a German deity. It has nothing to do with Elohim, if that's what you mean. So when you speak and then you put the end, you put Hallelujah, Bishem, and then you put Yeshua up there. Why would you put Yeshua, Baruch Yehovah, and then you put Yeshua before you put Yehovah? Come on, brother, what we saying right now? Sometimes we got to think about what we do before we do it and why we do what we do. All right? There's no discrepancies about what it is that you believe, because I'm not trying to change your opinion about what you believe. That's okay. I'm only trying to enlighten you. And then when you post, I want you to be able to post professionally and grammatically correct, spiritually correct, with force and power, so that when you post your words, you affect people in their subconscious mind in a way that will help to elevate them to greatness. That's all I'm speaking about. All right. So you should rephrase all of that. Take out that Lord of Lord, take out the word gods, and if it's your opinion that Yeshua comes before the creator, then leave it that way if that's what your opinion is, but it's wrong. Nobody comes before the Most High, no matter how you believe the other person plays a role in that situation. No one comes before the Almighty. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. There you go. And that's what I'm talking about. May the Most High be praised. So where were we? All right. We was at the point of time today. Where we are to give a commandment. Everybody give a commandment to the Creator. And you post your commandment. And then after you post your commandment, you give a little brief explanation about what the commandment means. All right. So this is the time of day when we do that. So let's move forward.
Okay. Before we do that, I would like to just remind everybody to like, share, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. We have, as my husband would say, 2,100 views today and only 8 likes. So let's get our likes up, let's share, let's comment, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you will know when we are going live.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
And they are. And now we're going to do.
So where we at, family? Anybody like to be first to give a commandment?
I can give my commandment.
All right. Toda.
All right. Shabbat Shalom Lekulam. Once again, we are in our commandment portion. And today, when I opened my Tanakh, it landed on Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 18. And I'm going to start with verse 9 through 12. And it says it's concerning the nakedness of our relatives. So verse 9 says, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. Verse 10 says, the nakedness of thy son's daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. Verse 11 says, the nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. And then verse 12 says, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister, she is thy father's near kinswoman. And so this came up. What I do want to point it out in verse 11, it says, the nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. And in the book, of course, it says thy stepsister, which in a lot of families, I know mine, we don't do step and everything or half, but it points out, it says begotten of thy father. So like if you have a blended family, which a lot of us do here, in this way of life, if a man marries a woman and she has daughters already, but they are not of him, but then they are not considered his biological children, nor the biological siblings of his children. But it says, if the nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter begotten of thy father. So if that father marries that woman and they have a daughter, then that daughter technically from this scripture is saying is the stepsister of the children of the father. And thou shalt not uncover her nakedness, speaking to the son. So I think all the other verses were self-explanatory. I just wanted to point that out a little more because I think people do maybe get confused about it, because there are instances in where I've seen where mothers or women and men marry and they have children that they bring together. And sometimes it has happened where the son and the daughter from that combined marriage gets together. But it's explaining that you can't get together with a child that the father makes with the mother, but it does not say you cannot blend a man and a woman who come into that family from two different fathers. So if that's explaining enough. That's it.
May the Most High be praised. You know why I probably don't say that? Because it didn't happen too often. It was rare for a man to take a woman who had children by somebody else.
Mhm.
It was rare. Almost like in the Lion Kingdom. In the Lion Kingdom, lions don't adopt other cubs. That's a rarity. They would either kill them, put them to work somewhere, or offer them off some kind of way. But they wouldn't. Usually, they wouldn't adopt a cub from another lion after he's dead. So, or if the woman got put out, 'cause sometimes women get put out in the Lion Kingdom as well. They get chased off. But in our culture, as a people today, we do a lot of things that our forefathers didn't do, or was rare within the nation of our forefathers. And that's because we lived a different type of life in those days. In the ancient days, people moved with honor and integrity. And in today's days, they move off of their emotions and feelings. There's a big difference. Therefore, it causes a lot of problems in how results are handled or come about, because the results come about or the problems are handled because of people's emotions, which usually end up bringing about the wrong results.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put your emotions aside and you deal with the facts that lie before you and the possibility of how best to solve the situation, usually you come out with the correct answer. Usually. There are a lot of people right now sitting in jail because they use their emotions to respond to a situation. Had they put their emotions aside and dealt with the facts of the matter, things would have been totally different. Shabbat Shalom, Peniel. Shabbat Shalom, Israel B'nai Yah. May the Most High be praised, and thank you for the blessings. All right, this brother AJS says, I am trying to figure out the holy book you follow. I assume the Torah. If yes, why follow the Torah? All right, AJS, what I would like for you to do is listen to the teachings today in the class. For in the teachings, you will learn why we follow the Torah, and if the Torah is the book that we follow. Rock on. Are there any other commandments? Did anybody else post a commandment that they want to speak today? Do anybody else have a commandment that they would like to post or read or speak? Anybody want to contribute a commandment to today's lesson? Anyone else? All right. So if there are no more commandments, we're going to get started with the lesson. Any other commandments? No other.
I have a commandment, but I can't find where it is right now.
Then why don't you do another commandment?
Well, I don't want to hold up the class. I'm trying to look for it.
Oh, you don't have another commandment right off the top of your sleeve? Like you the princess wife. You supposed to know commandments. You like supposed to be great and stuff.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you supposed to
I
know.
like to read it.
You like to read it? Okay.
If you want me to just say it off the top of my head without reading.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. You could say it off the top of your head without reading. That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Any commandment.
I'm not sure where it is, but the one that I was trying to say, because I'll just do that off the top of my head too, is the one where it talks about don't boil a calf in its mother's milk or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a very good one. What's the explanation for that?
I think if I'm saying it right, I think the overall message is to not be cruel to animals when you're killing them to eat them. You need to be fair in what you're doing to them, because essentially the mother's milk, or like making milk from whatever calf's mom, is essentially a nutrients from that mom. Sometimes you might kill the mom, sometimes you may not, but if you're going to also kill the calf, putting it in the milk of the mother is just really, really cruel, to be honest. That's really just what it is. It's a very cruel thing to do. If that was a baby human with the mother, we would see that very easily, how cruel that is. But for some reason, it's a little bit harder to see that with animals for some people. And overall, it's just saying to not be cruel to animals, and to have what do I say, like a level of sympathy and empathy for animals, because killing both the mother and the child is just it's just really evil and cruel. You should keep one alive, and if you're not keeping both alive for whatever reason, because let's say you need to eat and you need to feed a bunch of people, whatever the case is, then don't cook them together, because essentially their spirits will be suffering together. That's what I get. That's what I get from that. You don't want the mother's spirit to be in turmoil from her own child being, you know, killed with her. So yeah.
May the Most High be praised.
It brings a lot of memories. It reminds me of Pesach, because you remember at Pesach this year I cried because of a whole bunch of reasons, but I was like, I don't want the animals his spirit to cry out to the Creator, like if we did him wrong or if we caused him to suffer, right? Because I believe that too. We talked about that before. Like if an animal has been killed unjustly or in any type of wrong way, like the animal like suffered when he died, or killed unjustly, or just for sport or anything like that, I believe that the animal cries out to the Creator. And this year at Pesach, I cried because you assured me that you didn't let him suffer, which I believe that. It was just hard to witness for some reason this year, probably because, I just had our son not so long ago, so it's a lot of emotions going on. But that law brings that memory back to me. Like, you don't want any animal to cry out to the Creator because you are doing and killing them, murdering them, if you're just doing it for sport in any wrong way. And I think that commandment speaks to that. So
Yeah, that's what will be happening. You will be murdering them. And that's never a good thing. Murder is something the Creator says for us not to do. So I can relate to that. Ima, you want to do the commandment that's there? Prime Minister?
Okay, Leviticus 19 and 15, presented by Prime Minister Moshe. And it reads, Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 15. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor favor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor.
Did he put a scripture up for us to read?
No.
Okay.
Explanation? No.
All right. Prime Minister, if you can you, I thought he gave his explanation first and then posted his scripture.
Well, I'll read it. It says, judgment and conduct of Judges 273 or 273. A judge must not pervert justice by rendering his own opinion. He must judge according to Jehovah's laws. Okay. Yes. So he put his opinion, his explanation.
All right. Sister Aisha, please.
All right. So Aisha's law can be found in Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 18, verse 15. And it reads, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Did she give an explanation?
Lo, not yet.
It's funny how a lot of people today are putting up commandments pertaining to uncovering the nakedness of your sister, your brother, your family members. That's what today's lesson is going to be about. It has a lot to do with she was a virgin. She was a virgin is the premise of the lesson being brought forward. It's the foundation to it. Okay.
Aim says, eating a suffering animal would not be good for us to eat either. We absorb the chemicals the animal produce in our bodies. That's so correct, Aim. And that's why it's important on when somebody is slaughtering or unaliving an animal, how they do it. And a lot of times when we do it on the land, we sit with the animal, we talk to them, we make sure that they are in a peaceful mind state, because the animal, I believe, just from doing this for so many years, that the animal knows what's being done. The animal was chosen for that. But I think it's very important that, as a person who's doing it or in the presence of it, to kneel with that animal and just keep them calm and just talk to them about what is happening. Because as we have dominion over them, they understand us. Like if we give them a command to be quiet or be still, they understand the softness and what we're talking about with them as well. So we have to be mindful, because yes, that animal, whatever the chemicals that's produced in the fear and how it died, can really poison our bodies as well.
Absolutely. And we have to be careful. It's like she said. We have to be careful. And a lot of us, we kill animals and think that it's no repercussions or it's not a problem. It's okay to just kill them, murder them. And it's not. It's never okay to just kill an animal. All right.
And then just comment on that. Remember the other day since we've been on our land, and before we came, we had hunters here. So a lot of our wild animals, like the deer, rabbits, a lot of the things that they hunted weren't seen as much. But in the last couple of years, since we've been here consistently, we've seen just bunnies just come all the time now in abundance. And even more lately, within this last 6 months, the deer are even more just roaming free more. You could see them more throughout the day sometimes. And it just shows, the inhabitants of our animals, and this is their land. And we have to truly, at different times, respect, their land as well. And then once they start to flourish and come out more, that shows that they are aware of their surroundings too, and feeling truly just open and comfortable to be able to roam free. So, we have to consider where we are and how they are as well.
This is true. Very much so.
Yeah.
And we always have to consider these things, but we don't, because we're human, we on our way just for us.
Okay. And then Sister Aisha's explanation for her law, which was found in Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 18, verse 15. Her explanation reads, the uncovered nakedness of one's son's wife is disrespectful. It will taint the eye. It could add on to sin. It's a wrongful act and desire.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised.
And Kitar says, let me go to it. Deuteronomy. Oh no, that's Devarim Numbers. So Kitar says, the Queen of Laurel's law can be found in the book of Devarim Numbers, chapter 31, verse 6. Everybody. And her law reads, and Moshe sent them 1,000 of every tribe to the war, them and Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war with the holy vessels and the trumpets for the alarm in his hand. And I believe her explanation is all praises to the Creator. Shabbat Shalom, family. My commandment is taken from Devarim 31:6. If we are confident that the Creator is with us, there's no need to be afraid of them. Remember, let me go back. Remember, the power is within. All praises to the Most High.
Remember, the power is within. All praises be unto the Most High King. Very good. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Gabby.
Shalom.
May the Most High be with you. Shabbat Shalom. All right. Do we have any more email that we need to cover? Was there any other commandments that we need to put up?
No.
Any other acknowledgments to the Creator that we needed to put up?
One second. No, I don't see any.
Okay. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. All right. Let me see. We got to open this up a little bit more so y'all can see these wordings a lot better. Is that better? Everybody should be able to read that now, right?
Pain, much better.
Yes. Today's lesson, we're going to come out of the book of 2 Samuel, chapter 13. 2 Samuel, chapter 13. We're using the ESV version of the Bible. We're going to get it in today. The name of the lesson is She Was a Virgin. She was a virgin, but she no longer is. Her virginity has been taken away from her. In what manner was her virginity taken away from her? Was she beguiled? Did a man fool her? Did a man take advantage of her and violently take it away? Or was she under the impression that she wanted to experience what womanhood was like? Because a lot of females grow up with that understanding. They want to experience what it is to be grown. And they do it oftentimes way before the time that they should have done it righteously and spiritually. So many of our youth lose their virginity just being a part of everyday life with everyone else. A lot of women that we raise up in Israel in teaching and bring forth the understanding of the Most High too, all of their lives lose their virginity at a very young age. Most women don't realize that your virginity brings about value to you. You could be a woman 28 and 29 years old and you're still a virgin. That adds to, it significantly adds to your value. Because although you may have been in relationships with other men, other males, what happens is they have not left their imprint upon you. They have not had when I say their imprint, I'm talking about their physical ejaculation semen. They haven't left that to imprint upon your brain. And they really haven't left too much of an imprint of abuse through relationship-wise because you wasn't really tied to them. So it's a difference. It's extremely important for a young woman, and I would applaud all you young women. If you're still a virgin, remain a virgin until the time that you are married and someone embraces you with the proper understanding of righteousness in the way of the Most High and takes you out of your father's house. That's the one that you allow to take your virginity. If he doesn't meet those qualifications that I just mentioned, he does not get the opportunity to touch you, period. And you have to take the time to get to know people and the people's family before you give yourself to that person in marriage. Don't go off of looks, because looks doesn't mean much. Go off of purpose and ability. Make sure that this young man is able to be a provider for you in your future. Make sure, because if not, you're going to end up back in your father's house or back on your own, depending on another man to take care and provide for you. And that man is usually the government man. And then you're going to feel like you don't need a man when the government man steps in. And that's not how it's supposed to be, not in a righteous order of things. There's a lot of things today that we're going to talk about. The disrespect that was played, the dishonor, the laws of the Most High that was broken. You know, we're going to talk about how the emotions riled inside the spirit to make us do things that we naturally wouldn't do in our right mind, had we not opened the door and allowed extra entities, spiritual energies, negative energies, or demons to possess us. And the thing about demonology, possession, that a lot of people don't understand is it happens to all of us, just on different levels. The different levels is based on how you give in to the desires of those demons, or those spirits, or those energies. Here we're going to read about a brother named Amnon. And Amnon gave in to those negative energies a whole lot. So much more that he would even meditate in his spare time on what this negative demonic energy was feeding him. So many people have not that understanding of how to defeat the enemy when he comes. And when he comes and you recognize that he's there, you have to do what you need to do to put him out. And what you normally, first thing you need to do is make a little short prayer to the Almighty, and then do the opposite of what that demon is trying to tell you to do. You know you shouldn't be looking at little naked girls or little naked boys while they're somebody else got a page up showing pornography. You know that that's not right. You might be at a coworker on a job. You use his computer for a minute. You see he got pornography on his computer, but yet you sitting there entertaining it. That's wicked. Even though you don't do that, you entertain it, you open the doorway for that energy to enter into you. It's just that simple. You got a girlfriend that's a friend of yours, and she's married to a man and yet sleeping with another man. And you know this, and you never check her or put her in her place, and you always with her, you opening up the door for that energy to enter into you. And next thing you know, you will be of a harlot nature, harlot attitude, just as she is. You got a friend that's abusive to his family. He beats his children, repulsively. Beats his children, beats his wife, don't provide like he's supposed to. And yet you still cool with him. That's your homie. Y'all hanging out together, clubbing together. You will become just like him because you open the door to wickedness, and that demon that he got on him, it make lodge within you. And when it comes within you, it comes in a different way because it's not so obvious to let you know that you're being possessed. It will come in a way, it will find your sin or your wickedness within you, and whatever your sin and wickedness is, and it will capitalize upon that and make you go all out in the wickedness that you do. And you're questioning, where did this come from? It came because your friend that you associate with, that you call your homie, that's really cool with you, he was saturated with demons, and you knew it. You might not have known it was demonology or demon possession, but you knew this man was wicked, and you did nothing about it. That's what we're talking about. Most High says in the scriptures in the book of Genesis, sin lieth at the door. It's lying at the door waiting to get in. But he also says you can rule over him. You just have to have the right tools and devices to know how to rule over him. We don't have to do evil. We don't have to do wickedness. We choose to. because we give into it. You know why? Because it feels good. It feels good. You know, and when it feels good, you want more of it, not realizing that that satisfaction is only temporary, because the benefits from that temporary satisfaction is horrendous in many times. The price you pay for that little pleasure, that little moment of sin and pleasure that you brought in your life could be for eternity. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Here we're going to read about Amnon. Amnon paid, he did exactly that. He paid the price with his very life for that moment of pleasure, of satisfaction, of pleasing his soul, bringing him that satisfaction, that gratitude, that, oh man, that emotion he had to please, and he pleased it. Eventually, he paid the price for that. Satisfaction, temporary satisfaction is horrible. Then you have no peace. Guilt, harm, and betrayal, all those things set in. Sister Saadia, Shabbat Shalom. You better check, make sure you can be here with us. I don't want you doing nothing you ain't supposed to be doing. Bye, T. But if it's cool, then you stay. We love to have you. But I don't want you getting in no trouble with your superiors. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. So let's read on. Let's get started, family. 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 1. Let's go. Where's Brother Asa at today? I didn't hear from Brother Asa today. Is he all right? Anybody heard from Brother Asa? Brother Asa, you in a room, make some noise, bro. If you're in a room, make some noise. Let us know you're here. Ima Havared, if you're in a room, Ima, make some noise, please. Haven't seen you, Sister Ornette. Okay, all right. We appreciate it. Toda Rabah. And you know we're going to stay in touch anyway, so we're going to do what we do. Ima Havarit, Sister Ornette, where y'all at? I don't see y'all. All right. Y'all let us know. Let's move on. Here we go. We get ready to get started. Now, Absalom, David's son, had a beautiful sister whose name was Tamar. And after a time, Amnon, David's son, loved her. Now, from my research, Amnon was David's first son. Amnon. He was the oldest. And you know how it is sometimes when you're the oldest and you got younger brothers and sisters, you feel like you can boss them around and make them do what you feel like they should be doing. And I'm pretty sure Amnon felt that way, that he had a little bit of superiority over the others because he was the oldest. He loved her. He loved who? He loved his sister Tamar. And like my wife explained earlier, you would think that the Europeans had it right. If you got the same mother and father, you're full sister and brother. If you got the same mother, you have sister and brother. If you got the same father, but not the same mother, you have sister and brother. But in the Hebrew way of life, that's not how it goes. In the Hebrew way of life, if you got the same father, whether you got the same mother or not, you're full-blooded brothers and sisters. That's the Hebrew way of life. You don't have to have the same mother. If you have the same father who is the shoot and that root, if you have that same shoot and root up in you that's producing you, you are full brothers and sisters. Now, if you got a mother who had a baby by another man, then you and that child are half brothers and sisters, only through the mother, not through your father. That's what we got to understand. And so many people don't understand that. We have it twisted. We got it the reverse way. In my household, I grew up with two sisters and one brother in my mother's side, Ima's side. And every one of us had a different father. We are only half brothers and sisters. We never looked at it that way. We always embraced each other as that's who we are, brothers and sisters. We never had an issue. And even today, we don't have an issue with it. But the reality is, because we had different fathers, we were really half brothers and sisters. But that's not how we acknowledged ourselves. And I'm thankful to the Most High that we didn't, because today we have a great relationship, and it's all because of how we were raised. May the Most High be praised. So I'm sharing with you most of our situation today in the Black culture, in the Black nation, and in the Israelite nation. There are many of us who have brothers and sisters, and our mama have different baby daddies. And we have a relationship with them. And we don't think about who's half, who's full. We just think about that's family. That's my brother. That's my sister. And we move forward. That's the way I've been all my life. And that's the way I'm going to continue to be. But the reality is, according to Torah, your brothers who are biologically born out of your father, your sisters who are biologically born out of your father, is your full brother and sister. That's why the law says, you cannot sleep with a woman that is born of a different mother, but is your father's seed. You can't sleep with her. That's a violation of the law. So let's see what takes place here today. We're in 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 2. 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 2. And Amnon, who was David's oldest son, was so tormented. Now watch this, family. He was tormented. The word for tormenting there, as you see, is yatzar. He was so tormented that he made himself ill because of his sister Tamar. Now, what's taking place here? This, what I explained to you earlier about sin and demons entering you, this is how it happens. When they say he was yatzar, or he was being tormented, he created issues within himself. That's why they use the word yatzer. He created issues within himself. He formulated issues within himself by allowing his mind to meditate on evil. When he allowed his mind to meditate on evil, he opened the doorway for negative energies to possess him. And the more he did it without acting upon it, the more energy he brought into himself that was negative, that shouldn't have been there. So when he was tormenting, when he was creating, when he was forming within himself, it's because of the power of thought. We have to understand how powerful the mind is. And so many of us don't understand. If you desire a thing hard enough, eventually that thing will come into your existence. So if you desire a certain type of cheesecake, I haven't had this cheesecake in a long time. Eventually you'll find yourself at the supermarket, and that thought of that cheesecake is going to come back in your mind. And if you're not strong enough to resist it, you're going to be eating that cheesecake on the way home from the store. So is it with many other things that we have in our lives that we say we can't stop. I can't help it. I'm addicted to it. And you're addicted to it because you meditate, you think on it. Sometimes you have thought on it and meditated on it so hard that you don't need to meditate or think on it no more. It's just a part of your daily routine, like smoking marijuana, like smoking cigarettes, like drinking alcohol, like eating chicken. These things become so much a part of your meditation, your focus, that you don't need to think on it no more. It's habitual, and you just do it, knowing that you shouldn't. Also, like committing fornication, laying with different women, laying with different men. It's a way in which you block out the receptacles of righteousness in your mind, and you gravitate toward the unrighteous, and you dwell there. That's why the Most High tells us to meditate on his law day and night. Because think about it. If you're meditating on the laws of the Most High day and night, what you're doing? You're filling yourself with righteous entities, with righteous spirits, with angels. They come and abide with you. They sit on your shoulders. They sit in your spirit. They sit in your mind. You're putting righteousness back within you. So if you got anything in your life, family, that you want to get out of your life, that you want to do away with, the first thing you should do is pray to the Almighty And the next thing you should do is focus on positive energy all the time. Think about your scriptures. Think about delightful things. Think about law-abiding things that please the Creator. Bring that energy into you, and those negative energies will flee. I promise you, they'll flee. So eventually you'll stop smoking weed. You'll stop smoking marijuana. You'll stop cigarettes. You'll stop drinking alcohol. You will stop eating chicken, because chicken is the devil. Y'all think I'm playing, but I'm for real. Chicken is unclean and we shouldn't be eating chicken. And every opportunity I get, I'm going to teach that to you. A lot of us are addicted to these things. We know we shouldn't be doing them, but we can't seem to get them out of our lives. Just like Amnon, he knew that was wicked. He knew it was evil for him to imagine sleeping with his daughter, his sister. But he meditated on so much. Plus, he had that age thing when he was the older, so he felt like he can just have his way with his younger brothers and sisters. This is how sin enters into our lives. We meditate, we focus, and we allow it to come in. That woman who committed adultery on her husband, it didn't just happen all of a sudden. You know what she did? She meditated and she focused on all the weaknesses of her husband. He don't do this. He don't do that. And I want him to do this way, but he just doesn't. And she focused on those things for a period of time. She meditated on those things for a period of time. And then eventually somebody rose up in her life that did the things, or she thought would do the things that her husband did not do, that she desired for her husband to do. And the moment he rose up, she freely gave herself to him. Why? Because she opened up for demon possession by meditating and focusing on the inadequacies, or the things that her husband did not do, that the things was irrelevant really, but the simple fact that he didn't do them. She meditated on it. She told the demon world, hey, this is how you can get me. If I had somebody to give me these things or to do these things, then I would give myself to that individual. The demon world understood what she was saying. He understands what you're saying. So every time you go out in life and you're meditating on wickedness and evil things to come into your life, demons hear that. Because in the spiritual realm, vibration speaks in the spiritual realm. Vibration is a part of your thought. Your thought has the power of vibrating, and it sends vibrational energies into the universe. And they hear that, they recognize, because that's their language. It ain't got to be in Hebrew, it ain't got to be in English, it ain't got to be in Spanish. It's the vibration. If you notice, every language we speak under the sun, it starts in the mind. The mind sends forth pulses, impulses, vibration. And that vibration is what permeates through your brain into the universe. And that's why no matter what language you speak, the demons, the angels, the spirits, they recognize it, because it's being translated into their language so that they can hear it, so that they can understand it. And in the demon world, I like this part better. In the 10th chapter of the book of Daniel, it speaks that Daniel made a prayer, and the angel came to Daniel in his prayer. And the angel said to Daniel, from the moment that you set your mind toward righteousness, we heard you. That's the point I'm trying to make. You got to set your mind toward a righteousness and dwell there, and let that be your meditation. That's why the Father tells us to meditate on his law, the book of the law, daily, all day, because the mind is the most powerful thing we have. This mind will not cease to exist when this flesh is gone and decayed in the earth. This mind will still be here in the spiritual realm. Moving on. Cultivate your mind right now. Program your mind right now. Teach your mind right now how to be peaceful and blissful in joy and righteousness and truth and justice, and walk in your integrity. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a process. It's a process. Shabbat shalom, sister underneath of the crown. Shabbat shalom. It's a process, but you must learn to master it, because if you don't master it, sin is waiting to master you. And Amnon was so tormented. He meditated on this so much so much that he made himself sick because of his sister Tamar. Wow. That's how much he meditated on it. It says, does the Torah actually ever mention the word demon? Isn't it the ideal of demon like a Christian thing? All right, let me explain to you. And I thought I did many times already. A lot of people don't have this understanding, and that's okay if you don't. Do your research and prove me wrong if that's what you think you can do. But I know you can't. So I'm going to teach it. Angels and demons are the exact same thing. An angel and a demon are the same thing. Yes. What's an angel to you will be a demon to your enemies, because that angel fights for you. The angel Michael was giving Daniel a vision of what took place in the heavenly order. And I believe that's in the 11th chapter of the book of Daniel. The angel Michael told Daniel that him and Gabriel was there fighting a war with the prince of Persia, the king of Persia, or the angel of Persia. They had a spiritual war going on that they were fighting, a spiritual war. The angel on the side of Israel was fighting for the children of Israel against the Persians, demons, or whoever they were, but they were angels for the Persians. But they were fighting a war. And in that war, that angel of Persia would have been a demon to us. And the angel Michael of Israel would have been a demon to the Persians. Let me give you an example, a better example that you probably can relate to. The children of Israel was leaving the Egyptians. We were in the wilderness and we was fleeing. There was a pillar of cloud by day and a fire by night. And the Creator says that an angel was in the cloud. And you'll look at that in the book of Exodus. The Most High says that an angel was in the cloud. This angel in the cloud stuck his face out the cloud and he frightened the Egyptians. Why? Because to our adversaries, our protector is wicked. He frightened them. He scared them. He has showed his appearance to them. But when he shows appearance to us, he's a beautiful being. He's an angel. He's our protector. He's there because the Most High assigned him to be there to protect us. So he doesn't show us his ugly side. He showed them his ugly side. Angels and demons are one and the same. So when you say you don't know where scriptures show you where demons are in the scriptures, it's because angels and demons are exactly the same. That's why. Yeah, I don't think you ever see the word demon in scripture. I don't think you will ever see the word demon in the scriptures. But you see angels all over the scriptures. All right, my brother. We talk about that at another time, but I'm giving a lesson. I explained it. I even put my proof and evidence to show you that they are. An angel to you is a demon to your oppressors or to your enemies. And that's where a lot of us, our mind will have to elevate to be able to see such a thing. But read the story of the Exodus of the children of Israel when the angel was in a pillar of fire, was in a cloud. He was in a cloud. He gave shield to the children of Israel. He protected them from the excruciating sun. But to the Egyptians, he turned around and showed his face, and they fled because they were afraid because he was so gruesome looking. He was a demon to them, but an angel to us. And so is a story of history. Don't believe that story where they tell you Satan got kicked out of heaven. Satan couldn't have got kicked out of heaven because in the book of Job, he's right there with the children of Israel when they presented themselves before the Most High. These things that they have taught us in society today are so far off from the truth because the Most High ain't in them. And if the Most High was in them, most of these things we would already understand, but we don't. So we need a teacher like Prince to present to us these divine revelations that the Most High have left on record that lies right before our faces that we can't see. And that's my purpose and why I'm here today. And this is what I'm doing my best to teach. thus saith the Most High. You can accept it, but there's no way you're going to refute it. You can go look and grab your information, your research. I would love for you to do that, because in that striving to prove me wrong, you will enlighten yourself to a better understanding and your knowledge will increase. There you go, brother, sister. You're right. Ain't no such thing as a demon, basically. She's absolutely correct. It says Satan is not an angel. Angels don't disobey the Most High. What do you, yo, bro, you have so much to learn. You have so much to learn, AJS. You have so much to learn. For in, I believe it's 2 Kings chapter 22. I believe that's where it is, or chapter 20, where King Ahaz was setting out and arguing with the prophets over whether he can go to war. And then the prophet Micaiah came up, and he didn't want to get a prophecy from the prophet Micaiah because Micaiah never prophesied good things about him. In that same chapter, you will find out that angels have a will to do what they choose to do. They have a mind where they can come up with ideals. These things are real. He said angels don't disobey the Most High. They have the freedom of choice just like you. But it's so much to learn. Let's read on. Let's read on. We'll talk about those chapters another day when you bring it up. And Amnon was so tormented that he made himself ill because of his sister Tamar. For she was a Betula. She was a what? She was a Betula, and not just an Alma. Alma means young woman, a young woman of marital age. She could be any age. She doesn't have to necessarily be a virgin where she never experienced sex. But Tamar happened to have been a virgin and never had sexual intercourse. Her brother Amnon was so focused on taking her virginity, so focused and overwhelmed on having intercourse with his own biological sister, that he opened the doorways for demons to enter in. And those demons, once they enter in, they possessed him, and they overshadowed him, and they completely annihilated any righteous thought that could have been in his spirit. And his mind focused on evil and negativity so much that he made himself sick by doing so. Because his sister, his blood sister, had something that he wanted. So while I'm explaining this and while I'm reading this, I need somebody to tell me why this man has so much passion to have intercourse with his biological sister. If you heard last week's lesson or the week before that lessons, then you already know the answer. All right. All right. My brother right here. There's so much here for us to learn. He says, you are quoting the Torah, but we have no original manuscript from that time, which means we can't verify if what the Torah says is the truth. All right, let me examine this for a minute. So you're telling me if I had a book that was 3,000 years old that you can read from, that would mean that that book was speaking the truth? Think about what you're saying, brother. You're saying because we don't have an actual book that says these words, then we don't know if what we're speaking and teaching is the truth. That doesn't make sense, bro. Just because it's written. So that means that 5,000 years from now, when somebody pick up the Quran or the New Testament or the book of the dead, or book of the Golden Dawn, or any of those books, just because those things are written, it's going to mean that those things spoke truth. Let's deal with the reality of it. This is where we lose focus on so much things. If the things inside the book, I better tell you like this. I'll break it to you like this. I watched this documentary this morning or last night where this man was talking about a woman in a relationship with a man. as her man. And the woman walked away from the relationship. She walked away from the relationship. She left the man. He wasn't exciting enough. He didn't bring her enough joy. It wasn't enough romance. She left the relationship. The man who did the documentary said, brother, don't worry about that. Because if you was a man and you were doing your job, it will manifest itself in her life when you're absent. Which means that when you was in this woman's life as a man, she elevated, she increased. Her thinking capability was different. Her whole lifestyle was upgraded to another level. And then when you backed away or she pulled you out of that lifestyle, it went down. She had a decrease in her lifestyle. She no longer had the supply she needed. She no longer was able to think with the capability that she was able to think with before. She could no longer solve problems and have things dissolved in her life that was complicated, because the true source and power that brought her to life, that caused her to live, was that excellent man that she thought was boring. Same thing with the Torah. And I'm trying to bring that to your understanding, brothers. It ain't the simple fact that these things are written in that book. It's the manifestation of what's written in that book as it brings forth increasement in your life, as it elevates you, as it rises you and brings you to life. The Most High causes you to understand that what's written in that Torah is real and genuine and needed for you in the course of your life during this dispensation of time. It's needed. And in doing the Torah and in keeping these laws, it will elevate you to a higher level, to a greater plateau that you cannot get to without it. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So just because it's written in a book doesn't mean everything. You can find things that are written, don't make it truth. The true part manifests itself in your life as you're reading and playing out and living out the instructions that they give you in the book. That's what makes all the difference. We have to watch what the Most High's instructions are. And in the book of Deuteronomy, the 13th chapter, the Most High tells us, if somebody comes to you prophesying, saying, here it is, and that thing come to be true, right? That thing come to be true. And you start to believe that that man is a prophet or somebody worthy of listening to. But that individual begins to tell you to go worship this power or that power or that power, one that your forefathers do not know. Then we are to stone him to death. We are to put him to death, even though he was able to perform miracles and things that we couldn't do. He told us to worship someone that wasn't the Almighty. Im Yotze Yotze. This is what the Most High has to say. Worship the Creator and not the creation. And if anything came from the Creator, you are not to worship it and reverence it as if it is the Most High. And that's where we make our mistake. That's where we make our mistake. Because so many of us are ready to worship the creation and not the Creator, who is truly worthy of all praise. Let's read on, please. So we're going down to verse 3. 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 3. But Amnon had a friend, and you should pray to the Most High that you don't have a friend like Amnon. You should pray to the Father that you don't have a friend like Amnon in your life that will guide you and persuade you to do wickedness. I could just imagine what Amnon's friend's life was like. He was real crafty, real slick, real smooth, but he was wicked. And you watch what he did. He fed the demons that Amnon had. Instead of sitting Amnon down and saying, Amnon, yo, man, this your sister. Smack him upside his head and say, wake up, Amnon. Instead of doing those things, he coerced Amnon into doing wickedness. He told Amnon how he can possibly move forward and take advantage of his younger sister that he was not meant to have. Amnon had a friend whose name was Jehonadab. Now you got to watch the company you got, family, because the spirit that's on your friends will be the same spirit that's upon you. Remember this. The sons of Shemaiah, David's brother. So Joab's friend was also his cousin. They carried the same blood. It was also his cousin. He was David's brother. And Jehonadab was a very crafty man. He was a very crafty man. He was slick. His mind would just flow with ideals. And he said to him, he said, "O son of the king, why are you so haggard morning after this? Morning after morning. Why every day are you boggled down and your mind is so depressed every day that I see you?" So I want y'all to understand. Amnon this thing didn't just cross Amnon's mind. Amnon meditated on these thoughts every day, all day, and these thoughts insaturated his spirit, opened up his essence for negative energy, demons to enter in to possess him. Because he focused on evil all the time. Make sure that you are not focused on evil and wickedness all the time, please. Because if you are, the Most High will not have any use for you, but the adversarial energy will. He says, "Will you not tell me what's going on with you, brother Amnon?" Amnon said to him, "I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." Now, when you hear that, one would right naturally think that Tamar is not his sister. Right now, he moved her aside from family relations so that he can focus on what he was focused on. Because if he stopped and realized that was his sister, then he couldn't naturally focus on laying with her. But that's what he did. He had to separate her from him by saying Absalom's sister. And she was. She was Absalom's biological sister. She was. And nobody actually knew this, but yes, she was Absalom's brother sister, Talmai. Their mother name was Maacah. And Maacah was one of King David's first wives. Maacah was also of the tribe of Gershon. She was a Gershonite. She was the one of David's first wives that he took. She bare 2 children to him, Tamar and Absalom. And that made them biological brothers and sisters, even with Amnon. But Amnon ain't going to see it that way. He said, "I love my brother Absalom's sister." Jehonadab said to him, that instead of Jehonadab putting him on a righteous track, saying, "Hey, bro, this type of thing isn't done. This is your sister. You're not supposed to focus and think about laying with your sister." Instead of him doing that, he fed in to Amnon's wickedness. He says, "Lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill." He gave him a plan and how to perpetuate his evil in his life. Not how to destroy it. With any friend that you have in your life on a righteous nature should be trying to take you away from sin. But here you got Jehonadab actually promoted him toward wickedness by causing him to devise a plan to commit wickedness against the family. If you have a Jehonadab in your family, in your relations as your friend, and you know this to be true, I would advise you to separate yourself from that individual by any means necessary. Just cut them completely. And if you got a second guess whether that person probably is one, you don't have to second guess it. He probably is. You're just trying to find a reason to hold on to him. Let him go. He says, lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill. And when your father comes to see you, say to your father, let my sister Tamar come and give me bread to eat and prepare the food in my sight that I may see it and eat it from her hand. I asked the question of you all earlier, and that question that I asked was, why did Amnon want to lie with his sister? And nobody gave me that answer. And if you did give me that answer, I didn't see it. So again, somebody tell me, why did Amnon want to lie with his biological sister and have intercourse with her? What was the reason for that? Can somebody tell me? He was lustful and wicked. Okay, I like that. He was lustful and wicked. Very good. He was mentally ill. I like that. Very good. Anybody else? Why was it that Amnon wanted to lay sexually with his sister? Control. I like that too. Yeah, that would show his dominance over her. Yes. Anyone else? Come on now. Where my Bible scholars at? Where my spiritually inclined people with the spirit of the Most High on them, and they can decide, they can discern between righteousness and evil and wickedness and positivity. Where are all those people at? I don't hear you saying nothing now. The question is, it wasn't a demon. Okay. All right, sis. Why was it that Amnon wanted to lie with his sister? The answer is real simple. I can't think of a reason. Brother Asa said he can't think of a reason. Okay. Okay. He had a spirit in him. He absolutely had a spirit on him. He absolutely, that's right. He wanted to lie with her because maybe he didn't have women, virgins in his life that didn't want him. So he turned to his head to the woman he could take advantage of. Okay. All right. That's a lot. All right. He was consumed with a bad spirit. Absolutely. We already know he was consumed with a negative, evil, wicked spirit, a demon even. We already know that. But there was a reason why that energy was in him other than the fact that he allowed it to come in. Somebody tell me what that was, please. Nobody know? All right, then I'll give you the answer. Remember when King Dawid slept with Bathsheba? He took her from her husband and slept with her and then had her husband killed. Then she was impregnated. And the Most High, that's right, Imam, because of his father's transgressions. That's right. Absolutely right. The Creator said to Dawid, I'm not going to take your life, but I'm going to bring hell within your family. Dawid, which a lot of us don't know yet, but we're going to come to learn to understand, Dawid loved his family. Family was everything to Dawid. His children was his world. I mean, his son tried to take his life and he refused to have his son killed. You follow me? Because he loved his children so much. Dawid would have gave his own life before he allowed himself to kill one of his children. This is why Amnon, the Creator, carefully, skillfully designed this for Amnon to desire his own sister, because the Most High lifted the cover of protection that Dawid and Dawid's children had on them when Dawid committed the evil act that he did with Bathsheba. The Most High lifted that protection and he allowed the evil demons and wickedness and negative energies to have possession of his family. That was the price that Dawid had to pay. And for the next several chapters, you're going to see where he was paying that price, and that price was heavy. extremely heavy. Jonadab said to him, lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill. And when your father comes to see you, why when his father comes to see him? Why not when your mother comes to see you? Because this is your father's sin. Your father has to give permission for that evil to take place. Either willful permission or pretending permission, which means that he just let it be and don't say anything about it. What a heavy price. That's right. We all must think before we react. That's right. He said, let my sister Tamar come and give me bread to eat. Dawid should have first thought as to why Tamar. Right now, his mind ain't working. Later on, his mind going to be on all cylinders. But right now, his mind ain't working because he expects his family to be innocent. Remember, a lot of time had passed since he committed what he committed with Bathsheba. Time had elapsed. We pick it up maybe 4 or 5 years later, maybe even longer. We're picking up later in history. Time had already elapsed. So Dawid wasn't thinking about the prophecy that the prophet Nathan put upon his life at the word of the Most High, that his family will reap the benefit of his curse. He said, let my sister Tamar come to me and give me bread to eat and prepare the food in my sight that I may see it and eat it from her hands. So Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill. And when the king came to see Amnon, Amnon said to the king, he said, please let my sister Tamar come and make a couple of cakes in my sight. Why in his sight? So that he can be watching and building up that lustful demon up inside of him even stronger, greater, and mightier in my sight, that I might eat from her hand. And then Dawid sent home to Tamar, saying, go to your brother Amnon's house and prepare food for him. Dawid gave permission for all of this to take place. Notice, and I want y'all to notice, that every time one of his children did something evil or wicked to bring about that curse, Dawid always allowed it. When he kicks his son Absalom out, Absalom couldn't come back until Dawid allowed it. And when Dawid allowed it, Absalom's curse took even more vengeance upon the house of Dawid. Here, Amnon wants his sister, but Dawid has to allow the sister to come in. The Most High is fulfilling his word. The Most High is keeping his covenant. The Most High says, you're going to bring it upon yourself. Amnon wanted it to come through Dawid. He didn't know what he was doing, but the Most High's word was being fulfilled through Dawid, giving permission for these negative energies to come into his family. So Tamar went to her brother's Amnon's house where he was lying down. Watch this. Watch this. Where he was lying down. This daughter, this sister, when we speak about righteous and virtuous women as we do in the future, we should always bring up the name Tamar. I don't know if y'all understand where I'm coming from, so let me break it down a little bit for you. She was in another place minding her business, doing whatever Tamar was doing. Her father came to her but once and said, I got an assignment for you. I want you to go over to your brother's house and I want you to cook food for him. Most of you have children. Ask one of your daughters to go somewhere and cook for her brother and see what you get. See the response they give you. Mom, why? Ima, why? No, Ima, he wouldn't do this for me. Think. Tamar was a beautiful vessel. She didn't argue with her father. She didn't dispute her father. She didn't tell him no. She hurried to her brother's house at the command of her father to do what her father said. She was a beautiful vessel. We have to give her more credit than what we give her. And she was a virgin. We have to give her more credit than we give her. Watch how Tamar does what she does. When he was lying, she took the dough and kneaded it. So this wasn't something like she popped in the microwave oven and ding, it was ready, and she took it up and gave it to him. She had to take the dough, make the dough, beat the dough, show the dough, make the dough grow and form it and fashion it, and then butter it up and then put it in the oven. She had work to do. And she made cakes in his sight and baked cakes. She was in there getting it in. She was working hard, all because her father said it was a task or assignment that he needed for her to do. Think about it for a second. What did your father go through to get you to do something? He got to go through hell to get you to do one little simple thing, because it impedes on your time and your pleasure. It doesn't bring you joy. It stops you from doing what you want to do. So you argue with your father, you tell your father you don't want to, and then even if you do it, you do it with the wrong spirit. You don't do it with the spirit like, I just got to please my father because my father acts. But yet that's what Tamar did. She did it with the righteous spirit. My father asked this of me and I'm going to do it. Nothing and nobody can stop her from giving her father his desire over her life. And she probably was a grown woman. Y'all understand what I'm saying to you? Beautiful soul, this Tamar is. Beautiful soul. What brings a man pleasure is having daughters who obey his voice. It brings a man pleasure. Watch what she did. Verse 9. And she took the pan and emptied it out before him. But he refused to eat. She made all that food and he didn't eat it. You know why he didn't eat it, right? You know why he didn't eat it? I'm going to tell you why he didn't eat it. He didn't eat it because his hormones was all riled up. He was so excited with the emotions that he finally got her alone in his own place. He going to put everybody out and he going to have his way with her. He didn't want that food. That wasn't his reason. That wasn't his reason. His reason for doing all that was so that the demons inside of him would be satisfied. He had to devise a plan, just like Dawid devised a plan to destroy Uriah. Dawid had to cover up and fulfill the demons that was in him at that time. So he set up a plan for a man to die. Amnon set up a plan to take the virginity of his sister and bring shame on his family. Do y'all understand that? He had to bring shame upon the house of King Dawid. And that's exactly what he did. He devised a plan, just like his father devised a plan. And she took the pan and emptied it out before him, but he refused to eat. And Amnon said, send out everyone from me. He kicked everybody out the room. So everybody went out from him. And then Amnon said to Tamar, now this humble princess, beautiful in splendor and delight and attitude and conduct, and in so many ways, great even. She humbled herself before her older brother, recognizing the chain of authority because he was her older brother. Tamar took the cake she had made and brought them into the chamber of Amnon to her brother. But when she brought them near to eat, for him to eat, he took hold of her and said to her, come lie with me, my sister. He said, come lie with me, my sister. And he took full advantage of her. But I want you to watch. She never stepped outside of her femininity the entire time. She was still delicate as a flower, passionate as a rose. She was soft as the wind. Think about it. This woman was beautiful in every way. And even under threat of losing her virginity, of being taken from her, she remained in her femininity. Watch. Oh, he's acting like a real son of Dawid. He's acting like a real son of David because he was cursed. He was cursed. This had to be fulfilled because he was cursed. She answered him after he tried to take her and have his way with her. Watch what she says. She tried to reason with this man. She didn't attack. She didn't fight. She tried to reason with him, her strongest weapon at this time. She says, no, my brother, do not violate me. Y'all see that word right there? Violate. Y'all see what it means, right? The word that they use for violate, it means to anah. Anah. Anybody remember what anah means? Anybody in the audience remember what the word anah means? Anah means to afflict. It's the Hebrew word for affliction. So he caused her to suffer as to what he did to her. She was suffering, and yet she raised not her voice. She did not fight. She could have bit, she could have scratched. Scripture doesn't say any of those things. But watch what it does say. She said, no, my brother, do not violate me. Please do not violate me. Then she says, for such a thing is not done in Israel. She says, such a thing is not done in Israel. Our people don't live like the heathen people. We don't practice sorcery, witchcraft, dark magic, incest. We don't practice these wicked things. And this was incest indeed. For the law of the Most High says that no man shall lie with his father's daughter. Even his mother's daughter, no man shall lie with her, with his own sister. My wife read it today. So this thing wasn't done in Israel. She said, do not do this outrageous thing and bring shame and embarrassment on our family. As for me, where could I carry my shame? You see what she said? She said, where could I carry my shame? Where would I go after this, knowing that my brother raped me? You know, in ancient Israel, when his daughters was virgins, they wore certain garments to let everybody know that they were virgins. They had long sleeves and they did different things, and it was decorated in a certain way. But that's how the virgins presented themselves. They also, some of them wore veils. This is how the virgins presented themselves. So if she was walking around with long sleeves one day, and then the next day she doesn't have long sleeves, therefore denoting that she's not a virgin anymore, but yet she's not a man's wife. Do you understand? If she wore the long sleeves pretending to be a virgin, and then a man says, well, King David, I want to take your daughter for wife. He goes into her and find out she's not a virgin. After she portrayed to be a virgin, she's supposed to lose her life. That's scripture, that's law, because she pretended to be a virgin in her father's house, and she wasn't. So if she wore those long sleeves pretending to be a virgin and wasn't a virgin, she could have lost her life. So therefore, she's wearing long sleeves one day. She could no longer wear those long sleeves now because her brother manipulated her and had his way on her. So she could not no longer be offered as a virgin to her future husband because she wasn't. There's a lot of women today that had intercourse with I don't know how many guys. They don't call themselves virgins, but when you ask them how many guys they've been with, they always exaggerate the amount of guys and say, oh, it was only 3. Oh, it was only 5. Today's females today, not all. So I'm not talking about all females. I'm talking about a lot of them. If they tell you they've been with 5 guys, they've been with 30. They don't tell you, honestly, how many they've been with. But in the scriptures, in the ancient days, for a woman to be with at least one man, she had to make it known. But she no longer wore the clothes of her virginity because she was no longer a virgin. You understand? The women of ancient days walked with a different spirit of honor and truth and integrity. They did that. The women of today, there are few and far that walk with that same energy today. So, sisters, if you ever find a woman that walks in her integrity in this world today, you should take hold of her and you shall learn all of her ways, because that is a virtuous woman. That is a virtuous woman. Take hold of her and learn her ways. So Sister Tamar is saying, she's pleading, she's asking, she's begging, please don't do this. As for me, where could I carry my shame? Remember, she could no longer walk around with the long sleeves like the virgins anymore, because she was no longer a virgin. But yet she had no husband. Where's my husband at? Where's your husband, Tamar? She has to explain the situation. And eventually the whole city, the whole town would know that her brother molested her, raped her, took her stuff. That is a shameful thing for a woman to walk around in the midst of her people and everybody know what happened to her. That's why a lot of women today that happened to, they don't open their mouths. Because a lot of males today, and I said males, not men, but males take advantage of women in that way. They are them. They take it from them. They annoy them. They afflict them. They violate them. And the woman, because she don't want to be scarred and mooned or looked at a certain way, she keep it hush-hush and she don't say anything. Because if she spoke on it, especially in the Israelite nation, things get out quick. If she spoke on it, everyone would know, and that would be an embarrassment to her. She would be shameful walking in the midst of the people and having such a thing that has taken place in their lives, in her life. As for me, where could I carry my shame? And as for you, you will be as one of the outrageous fools in Israel. You will be an outrageous fool because you allowed your emotions to consume you. And you moved in your emotions by desiring to be with your sister, knowing that the law shuns against that. She says, now therefore, now watch what she does. Now, in my opinion, this is her striving to get out of this situation, because she know what she's asking right now ain't going to take place, but she knew it. And I think that this was her plea, like try this, and just to try to convince him to do that, to give her time to escape. Watch what it says. Now, therefore, please speak to the king, speak to our father, for he will not withhold me from you. She's not speaking the truth right there. And in my opinion, she was speaking that to try to get the king, or to try to get some time to get away from this man, because this man is dangerous right now. But he would not listen to her. And being stronger than she, he violated her and he laid with her. Because he was stronger than her. The worst part is, it's been witnesses that some of the men and leadership in Israel will shame the woman and praise and protect the man. May the Most High be praised. And that's sad. That's sad. But he would not listen to her. And being stronger than she, he violated her and lay with her. No, I don't think she put up any fight. She couldn't. I don't think she put up any fight because she could not. He was stronger than her. All he had to do was lay hold on her, and there was nothing she could do. She couldn't move. And even if she did put up a fight, she didn't win, because he's stronger than her. I think she tried to talk her way out that situation by suggesting that he went to her father and asked the father for her hand. Sis says, why would it say him being stronger than her? As I stated before, so that first thing is so that you can't throw any blame on Tamar, because he was stronger than her. He grabbed her, whether she tried to struggle or not. There was nothing that she could do. There was nothing that she could do. Yeah, she objected to it, but there was nothing that she could physically do to overpower her older, and he was a male, her brother. So even if she tried to fight, he was stronger than her, and it didn't matter. All that would have done was made her weak and tired. Violation of the worst degree. But again, why is he doing this? Does anybody understand why he's doing this? Now that you know, you can see why he's doing this. While he's doing this evil thing to his sister. Then Amnon, after he got the Jews, after he took her virginity, after he fed those demons that was inside of him, after he had his own pleasure and lustful desires over his sister, after he finished, he got up. And then Amnon hated her very greatly with a very great hatred, so that the hatred to which he hated her was greater than the love which he had loved her. Wow. After that demon was satisfied, after he gave that demon what that demon inside of him wanted, that demon turned his energy into hatred now. And he hated his sister. She did nothing to him but submit to his force and power over her. His mighty hands over her. She submitted to his will. And in her submission, he hated her. There was nothing righteous about what that guy did. Nothing. But again, why is he doing what he's doing? And Amnon said to her, "Get up and go. Lake, get out. Get out." He put her out. He put her out. This is so real. The after effects are just as bad as the act. Now he gets to hate her. Who? Absolutely. Creator put the sword in King David's house. That's why all the above happened, because of the sentence of the Most High. The sentence of who? The sentence of the Most High. May the Most High be praised. The crazy thing is, until people find out who violated her, the woman Tamar carries a shame, first because of the different garments she had to wear and to show she wasn't a virgin. So questions were asked. That's right. And that's why King David shielded himself. He knew it was all happening. May the Most High be praised. This is sad, family. But let me hit home for a minute. This is called, when a family member sleeps with a family member, this is called incest. Incest. And little do you know, but there's a lot of incest going on right now with people that you see every day. Some men and some women. There's some men or males. There's some males who are sleeping with their daughters. Some males have married a woman who has a daughter, and he's sleeping with her, and she's a child. And I'm talking 8, 9 years old, 10, 12 even. And he's sleeping with her, let alone the ones who are of adult age, like 21, 22, let alone him sleeping with them. He's also sleeping with the little ones. These males ought to be decapitated. These are violations on the highest degree, and they ought to be decapitated. I'm not talking about anything that's questionable. Well, I think. I'm talking about things that are definitely proven that this is what's happening today, as we speak today, and they think nobody knows. There are so many people who have opened their spirit to demons. There are even women who sleeping with these young boys who are their husbands' sons. And they think it's okay. They think it's all right. The husband don't know. And in the case with the wife don't know. And then the sad part is when the wife does know and does nothing about it. That's really sad. These things are happening so prevalently in Israel today. And these same people who are doing this are in the houses of worship. They're wearing fringes. And you see them all the time say Shabbat Shalom to them. And you would never imagine that this brother or this sister was that foul and that wicked. But it's a fact. It's a fact. How do you know? How do you know? Unless the people who are involved speak up, you won't know. You won't know. I had a situation in my own life where I was introduced to a young lady, Israelite sister, and her father was molesting her. Her father offered her to me. He said, "You can't get with my daughter. I bet you can't. Go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try it. See if you can. I bet you can't get with my daughter." I got to talking to the sister and we got real cool. And we, went on some dates, did a little kissing. You know how you do when you're young. And she was a good candidate to be a wife. She was a hell of a young woman. We never got together. We never did anything. We never became husband and wife or anything. We never even got into a courtship. She later got married to a man of the world, a man on the streets. She later got married to that guy. And that guy, she confessed what her father was doing to her. She confessed it to him. They got the authorities involved at that point, and the father got arrested. That's the last I heard of him. He got arrested. He went to jail. And I don't know if he's still alive. I don't know if he went to how long he was. I don't know. I didn't follow up on the case. But I seen this sister a little while ago, maybe 2 months ago, at the gym. I saw her at the gym. Still beautiful young lady, getting money. She got a career. She works her business. Very, very wise young lady. And the whole time we were talking, we talking about what we used to do back in the day and how that didn't work out. But you know what's in the Most High's plans. We never mentioned her father. And that's who introduced us. But I couldn't and I wouldn't mention her father because of the evil that he did. In the back of our minds, in the back of both of our minds, we both thinking, I don't know what she was thinking, but I'm assuming she was thinking the same thing I was thinking about that situation and how it abruptly arose and how it was exposed and the outcome. I don't know what the final outcome was, but I know he got arrested and got put in jail. But that type of wickedness goes on throughout Israel and nobody's talking about it. Because of the same reason Tamar didn't want to talk about it, because of the shame and the embarrassment. So therefore, they never put these guys on blast as they should. And a lot of the females don't want to break up their household because the guy might be the breadwinner, and that means they're going to have to seek poverty for a little while. So she allows this type of behavior, try to pretend as if she doesn't see it, and closes her eye to it because she don't want to be without. And this is sad. I meant to look up some numbers, some hotline numbers for anyone who is experiencing this type of behavior from a grown man. There are places out there where you can get help. Prince can help you if you need. Reach out to my wife, Princess, my wife, Autumn. However you can contact us, reach out to us, and we'll do what we can to help. We're here for that purpose. The Europeans people have things set up where you can reach out as well. And if you reached out to us and this is your situation, it shall remain confidential unless you want it to be known that you will receive this type of treatment from whoever it was. Because we're not here for that purpose, to embarrass people, to hurt people. We're here to serve the people of the Most High. So if there's anything we can do to help you in your situation, let us know. Don't play. Don't try to be abused and try to take advantage of the situation and our kindness and all that we're offering. Don't do that. Be sincere and truly be in need, and we'll help. It's like we got a radar, a detector for BS. And if we sense that BS is coming, you won't get what you need, what you would like to get from us. You will get what you need, but you won't get what you like to get from us. And then you'll be weary and frustrated and wondering why it's not happening. It's not happening because you're not ingenuous. You're disingenuous. Mr. Otter says, it's sad when you cry out and your own don't even acknowledge. Dang shame. And you're absolutely right. Here's a number for the hotline for anyone who is sexually assaulted. If you don't want Israel to know, reach out to that number there and create a will, and you'll be able to get the help that you need. All right? May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Say it a little bit longer. There you go, a little bit longer. So get your pens and your paper and write those numbers down. And if you know of someone, I remember one time I was years ago, I was in a Home Depot parking lot. And this guy, this heavy fat guy, had pulled up in a car next to my car and didn't know I was sitting in my car. And I seen a little girl who was sitting next to him on the passenger seat get down on the floor. She didn't come back up. I went inside the mall and told the police. That dude got arrested too. He was committing all type of nasty things with the little girl. And he was a preacher. This guy came to find out he was a preacher. Supposed to be leading the Creator's people to him, to the Most High. But instead, he had a young girl in his car, a little girl, like 8 or 9 years old, on the floor in his car, performing all types of acts on him. This was sick. This is sick. We really dealing with a really tricked up world. And then the bad thing about it is you think about, and I'm going to fix this and turn it back to where it needs to be in the conversation. But I got to get these things out because these things are known. And what I've noticed is that a lot of these people who talk about these types of wickedness on a daily, who give these big sermons and talk about these things, be the same ones who's doing it. Like with the homosexuals, I seen a video where the homosexuals is exposing other homosexuals in the church. You guys probably seen it. The pastor that used to come on all the time, be doing all the cussing and screaming and cussing out people, call them all kind of bees, you dumb mother. They took him down. He's dead now. He died. But that's the pastor I'm talking about. He did a video where he was talking about homosexuality in the church and how prolific it was and how so disrespectful to the Creator and all that evil and wickedness. And right before he died, they found out he was a homosexual. He was one of the main perpetrators, and he was teaching against it, but yet he was one of the main perpetrators doing the evil. These demons that exist in these people are strong. How can you tell? How do you know? You know, you walk believing that people is one way, and in their homes behind closed doors, when they offer work, they're a completely different person. Completely different. Wicked. So now when I see the preacher man talking, I don't believe nothing he say. Especially when he start talking about the actions of others. I think most of the time that he's talking about himself. And it's a shame. But these are the results that we're seeing that's growing more and more in the world today. These people are wicked. They're wicked because they allow these demons to get into them, to absorb them, to saturate them, to proliferate their essence with other wicked spirits. And it doesn't always attack you sexually. Sometimes it comes in different ways. Sister Anit says, sometimes you think it's too late to speak up. The truth to the matter is it's never too late to speak up. Never. It's never too late. Never. If these things have happened or if they are currently happening, it's never too late to speak up. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the mind needs healing from those things. So even if those things happened 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, you still carrying that baggage inside your mind through memories, through actions, through thoughts. And sometimes things you do will trigger those thoughts in your mind until you get it out and relieve yourself of it, of those demons. They're going to always be there. And sometimes if you don't get it out and yet you focusing on it, it will cause you to become one just like it. And you will find yourself doing things that are not good. So yes, it's best that you do get it out. And no, it's never too late. She said, what? She says, like maybe you held that and now you're grown and the man is an elder. So what? He needs to be dealt with. He needs to be dealt with. Some will say, yes, it's too late, but it's never too late. To bottle it can cause disease. It messes up your insides and the outward expression is not understood. That's right. That's right. Men think it's okay to beat on their women. No, it's not okay. Speak on it, elder or not. That's right. Don't matter who it is. Bring it out into the community or just confess to someone in private. Absolutely. He's an old man that doeth. But let me tell you another secret, family. And I don't even know if this is a secret. But over 85% of the women in the world today have been molested and abused in their youth. And no one says anything about it. So although I hear all this encouragement about bring it out, a lot of people got stuff in their own closets that they're not talking about, that they received that was done to them. Not saying there's anyone here, but a lot of women, majority women in the world today has received some type of spiritual, physical, sexual abuse in their youth that they don't talk about. But they're quick to tell somebody else to do something, but they won't do it themselves. And that's sad. It's really sad. That's right. These type of things should never take place. But because they do, we need to expose them and we need to deal with them from the door. A lot of females today lost their virginity. She was a virgin. She lost her virginity to incest. Her brother, her uncle, her cousin, even her father even. A lot of these people are perverted in their minds because they allow demons to rest within them in their inner part. Those demons consume them and make them do things that are unrighteous. They make them do things that are unrighteous. Now, he says women need safe places in order to share their tragic experiences. Well, this is a safe place, and I'm not talking about right here on this page before the world. Call one of us, talk to one of us, and your information, whatever it is that you're talking about, will be confidential. Nobody needs to know. All right? That's the first thing. But you need a professional. And you should, all depending on how serious and how bad it is, you will be given to a professional. More than likely, if it's too much for us, you will seek out professional help, and we'll walk with you the whole time to make sure that you get the help that you need.
Even if you're a male and you've been abused sexually and now you're homosexual and you can't find your way from it, and nobody knows you're homosexual, but you can't find your way out of it, but yet you want to be out of it, we will help you get counseling to combat those demons that you have in your life. People look harder on men who are abused than they do on women who was abused. They'll extend their hand out to a woman in a minute, but when a man says it happened to him and this is why he do what he do, they'll shun him and say, no, you're supposed to be stronger. And I agree that you are supposed to be stronger than that. But the simple fact that it happened and you're now trying to reverse it shows that you're trying to find your strength. So that's a blessing. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High be with you. And these things can go many ways because there are a lot of males who violate other males, young male children, and they turn them into homosexuals. These things are sad. This world that we are captivated in today is an illusion of wickedness. Wickedness is everywhere. Everywhere you look, you see the illusion of wickedness. Everywhere. It's dominating the earth. And these places like this, these houses of refuge, these small sanctuaries that the Most High is putting out, like Beulah Land and Temple Kepharim, these are supposed to be places where you don't find any of that. We was a part of a community. Yeah, we do. But righteous public judgment. Righteous public judgment is what it needs to be. We were a part of a community that our community went and visited another community. We packed up and we took our children to another place of worship. In that place of worship, one of our children was sexually assaulted by another child. This is sad. This was many years ago, but it was a fact. This really happened. We was on the Shabbat day worshiping the Almighty. We only stayed there for that one day. And by the time we got back, it was exposed to us that one of our children was sexually assaulted by another child around his age, maybe a year or two older, in that community. And nobody did anything about it, even when we brought it to their attention. This is sad. Sad. And a lot of it is because the leadership is out of order. The leadership be wicked. Later on, we found out that the young man, listen to this. Later on, we found out, now sis, you correct me if I'm wrong, because you know better than me. Later on, we found out that the young man was sexually assaulted by his mother's estranged boyfriend, whoever it was. Come to find out, the leader of the community was the one who was the father, the one that was with the mother secretly, who abused a young boy, the leader of the community, from what we were told by the inside sources. And that's sad. But it trindles down the line. The wickedness comes right down the line. Those spirits or entities are there. Those demons are real. And they will get you. They will get you. I don't think it was his biological son. I think it was the woman he was sleeping with son that he did it to. It might have came out that it was a biological son. I don't know if it was a biological son. That part I don't know. But I know that it was supposed to have been him that did what they did. And then I got my source from the people in the community who told me. Now, if they're wrong, I don't know. All I'm telling you is what was told to me. I ain't say no name, so I ain't tell Baron. I'm just telling you the story as I understand it to be. But it's sad because these things happen. And these things are an abomination before the Most High. It's an abomination before the Creator. She said to him, no, my brother, for this is wronging. Sending me away is greater than the other that you did to me. Whoa. She said, don't do this to me. Why was it the wrong greater? Because now she would have to live her life as a defiled woman and possibly not getting a husband. Because in those days, men look for virgins to marry and only virgins. And if you couldn't get a virgin or you had multiple wives and then you decide to take another wife and she already had she didn't necessarily need to be a virgin. But usually The virgins was the women that was getting married. She no longer was a virgin. She couldn't put herself out as a virgin. Therefore, she may have never had a husband. So that was a greater shame. She would have to go through life never being able to procreate, make children, and be married, doing what women are meant to do. She would have felt something was missing in her life. She said, that will be greater upon me than you just taking my jewels. But he would not listen to her. He called the young man who served him and said, put this woman out of my presence, and bolt the door after her. He meant what he said. Sometimes, family, you can go so far in evil that the simple glance of righteousness is not there. You can't imagine that what you're doing is wrong. You got to defend yourself, and that's how you see things. And you don't think about how it affects somebody else. But she explained to him how that would affect her, and he didn't care. He didn't care. He called his servants and said, put her out after he raped her and took her jewels. Put her out. Now she was wearing Now she was wearing 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 18. Now she was wearing a long robe with sleeves, for thus were the virgin daughters of the children of the king dressed. She wore a long robe with sleeves, and that's how the virgin daughters dress. So his servant put her out and bolted the door after her. And Tamar, being the righteous, virtuous young woman she is, watch what she does. She could have lived in deception. She didn't have to really tell nobody what had happened. But watch what she did, because she lived in her integrity. She couldn't make a man think she was a virgin. She wasn't a virgin any longer. And Tamar put ashes on her forehead. Why did she put ashes on her forehead? Because she was mourning. She was making herself ugly. Shamefulness struck her life. So she put herself in a state of shame by rubbing ashes all over her forehead. And she tore the long robe that she wore. She ripped off her sleeves. And she laid her hand on her head and went away, crying aloud as she went. She gave a sign to the world. Whoever saw her and witnessed her, they realized what had happened to her in her brother's house. That's exactly what it is. She was shamed, embarrassed, and wanted to mourn. And this is how righteous women take it when something evil takes place in their lives. I don't think we give Sister Tamar enough credit. I don't think we give her enough credit. This Sister Tamar, Amnon's sister, but yes, Absalom's sister, King David's daughter. We don't speak about her when we speak about righteous, virtuous women, but we should. And her brother Absalom said to her, after he seen her like that, he says to her, because she's walking from Amnon's house and he knew that she was at Amnon's house, he said, has Amnon, your brother, been with you? This is sad. It's really sad. Now hold your peace, my sister. He is your brother. Now, what do you mean by hold your peace? He's telling her, hold up. Don't speak ill about your brother, because he's still your brother. Don't disrespect your brother, because he's still your brother. She probably was going off. He said, well, hold up. He's still your brother. He's telling her to not speak wickedness about her brother. That's not her place to become like that. I'll deal with him if he's deserved to be dealt with. But you, this is a true protector. These are the words of a true protector. You, my sister, stay in your humility at all times. I'll handle this situation. You don't step outside of your beautiful and your tenderness, who you are. He said, he is your brother. Do not take this to heart. So Tamar lived a desolate woman in her brother's Absalom house. So what is this saying to us? This is showing us that time went on. This happened a while ago. Now, time went on. She lived as a desolate woman, never to be married. Why? Because in those days, men primarily married virgins. She knew this would be her fate when she talked to her brother Amnon, who took it from her. He said, no, don't do this. She said, no, don't do this. And he said, no, I'm putting you out. She said, well, if you put me out, I'm doomed. No one would ever marry me, and I will live in desolation forever. He didn't care because the demon inside of him was satisfied. And sometimes when them demons are trying to have their way in your life, all they're desiring to do is for them to be fulfilled and pleased. Not you. They don't care about you. They don't even care if you lose your life after what they do. The end results, they don't care about. All they care about is the here and now and them fulfilling their pleasure and causing you to do evil to satisfy the energies inside of them. So Tamar lived, and I got to read that again just so you'll know. She didn't die. She lived a life of a desolate woman. Nobody married her. But watch this part here that so many people don't recognize. She lived in her brother Absalom's house. She didn't have a husband. She wasn't on her own, fending for her own. She lived in her brother's house. No woman in Israel today should be living on their own without a covering, without a proper covering. Every woman in Israel should have a covering to guide, to protect, to strengthen, to help share knowledge with them. A lot of people think that a covering is only about giving me money, giving me money, giving me money. Covering ain't got to give you a dime to be your covering. Now, your covering should teach you how to make money or direct you in the proper steps if you have money, but your covering is not there solely to provide kesef for you. And a lot of people think that. I've had people walk away from me for that purpose, because I wouldn't give my own money when I saw that they was living a foul life and utilizing their own money to do whatever they wanted to do with, but then come to me in time of need and then want me. No, it don't go that way. If I ever see that you're doing the very best you can with what you got, you just don't have enough, then you don't have to worry about that. Prince got your back. But until that time comes, it ain't too much I'm going to do that I don't have to do. And you got to understand that. That comes from years of experience. That comes from years of experience, because what I've learned in both men and women who you cover as a spiritual leader, they will both take advantage of your wealth as if it's their wealth. And the moment that you deny them of your wealth, all bridges and all ties are cut. And that's a shame. It's a shame. It really is. But that's the way it is with a lot of people. I admire the ones that hang around because they ain't getting no money. They like the wisdom. They like the knowledge. They like the increase. They like the help that you give. And not just your monetarily provisions, but your spiritual help, your mental help, your physical help in every way possible. But I always feel like if you here only for the money, that relationship ain't going to last anyway, because I'm stingy. You hear what I say? How he's stingy. But I ain't got no problem giving when it's needed for a true noble cause. I would get out there and help a whole family for a whole year if I had to, if it was a true noble cause. And if it was due in righteousness, I would sleep on the park bench so they can have my house for a whole year if I had to, if it was a true noble cause. And that's just the truth. But I refuse to allow people to come in and wiggle their way in and try to take advantage of the opportunity that they've been given. And when you sit with a prince, you've been given a special opportunity. You have to understand that, and the prince himself has to understand that. And if he doesn't understand it, there's nothing that he can do with you. Nothing. I understand who I am. I understand my purpose and my calling and my need in the lives of my people. But the people has to understand that, and it has to be real. And as long as it's real and the Most High say be, then it's going to be. You ain't even got to ask. You're going to already receive it. Matter of fact, I'll probably come to you and say, hey, what you think about joining my household? Or I'll probably come to you and say, hey, what you think about allowing me to be your covering? Because the Most High has already put it in my spirit. And if the Most High didn't put it in my spirit, then you come to me and let me tell you what thus saith the Most High in that instance, whether we can move forward or not. That's how we do this. That's how we do it. Let's read on. So Tamar lived a desolate woman in her brother Absalom's house. When King Dawid heard of all these things, he was very angry, wroth even. He had gotten corrupt. But Absalom spoke to Amnon neither good nor bad, for Absalom hated Amnon because he had violated his sister Tamar. Let me point out a couple points to you because maybe you missed it. Years ago, Amnon violated Tamar. Dawid heard about it. It made Dawid angry. But Absalom, Tamar's biological brother, both mother and father, held it in his heart. Spoke to his brother, chilled with his brother. Nobody knew he had a problem with his brother. Absalom is crafty. Absalom is super crafty. And you're talking about having a pagan mother or a Gentile mother. Absalom had a Gentile mother. Well, let's just say her mind, because Absalom's mother was from Gerar, I believe it is, Gerar. Talmai was the king of Gerar, and Absalom's mother, Maacah, was from there. She was a daughter of Talmai. And Talmai is around Syria somewhere. It has something to do with Syria. King Talmai ruled in Syria. Yeah, he knew the art of war. He absolutely knew the art of war. Matter of fact, he might have been one of the authors. Absalom spoke to Amnon neither good nor bad. He kept it in. He held on that for years. He held to that for years. Because he had violated his sister Tamar. After 2 full years, how long did it take? 2 full years. He walked around with that in his heart for 2 full years. And you know, after 2 years, a lot of that stuff is forgotten. At least the bulk of it is. It's forgotten. I bet you Tamar didn't forget, though. I promise you Tamar didn't forget. And also Absalom didn't forget. But this is how Absalom moved. You'll find it out later on. After 2 full years, Absalom had sheep shearers at Baal Hazor, which is near Ephraim. And Absalom invited all the king's sons. He's going to try to get all the king's sons to come up. Absalom got a plan. After 2 years, it's time for him to initiate his attack on Amnon for what he did 2 years ago to his sister Tamar. And a lot of that is because 2 years later, Absalom's still providing for his sister, who can't find a husband, who lives in her brother's house. Israel, do y'all hear me? She lives in her brother's house, who's also the son of the king. And Absalom came to the king and said, behold, your servants have sheep shearers. Please let the king and his servants go with your servants. But the king said unto Absalom, No, my son, let us not all go, lest we be burdensome unto you. He pressed him, but he would not go, but gave his blessings. David wouldn't go, but he allowed his sons to go. He said, go ahead. First, he said no. He was questioning, why is this? Why did you want this? Why is this necessary? Why are you trying to get your brother to go? David was thinking. But then, because David got that loving heart, he figured 2 years was enough time, and Absalom wasn't showing any grief toward Amnon for what he did. So y'all go ahead and go. Verse 26. Then Absalom said, if not, you don't want to go, Abba. Please let my brother Amnon go with us. And when he asked, when he asked for Amnon, David said, huh? What? And the king said unto him, why should he go with you? But Absalom pressed him until he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. It was David's first mind to not allow them all to go. He should have stuck with that. But because David, he's like a father that spoils his children. A father that spoils his children, give his children anything that they want. But he didn't realize by him giving his children so much that he destroyed them. David, his characteristics and how he taught his children or disciplined his children, a lot of that is the reason why a lot of these curses fell upon him in the manner that they did. Then Absalom commanded his servants, mark when Amnon's heart is merry with wine. Now I want y'all to pay attention to this. This is one of the reasons why I tell you not to drink. Because when you start drinking, it alters the way you think. And what I recently learned is that you could take a little bit of alcohol. Once it gets into your system, it immediately starts destroying your blood cells, your brain cells, immediately. No matter how much alcohol you drink, it starts destroying your brain cells. Look it up and see if it's true. Then Absalom, Absalom, father of peace, Absalom, commanded his servants, mark when Amnon's heart is merry, mark when Amnon's mind is full with wine. And when I say to you, strike Amnon, then kill him. Did y'all hear what took place? Did y'all hear what just took place? He says, I want you all to sit back and watch my brother. These are his servants he's talking to, people that walk with him. He says, I want you to watch my brother. When my brother get drunk, I'm going to tell you when I want you to kill him. Where those servants at today? Where can we find those type of servants who has that type of loyalty and discipline, but in righteousness, not in wickedness, but in righteousness, that they would obey the command given to them? Those types of servants are far and few in between. You got to pick up some heavy rocks to find that type of servant. It's almost as if they don't exist. And I'm talking about male and female. I don't know what's wrong with our people today. I don't know what's wrong with it. We today, everybody got to be in charge. Everybody got to be running something. And he can't even run his own household, but yet he want to run the nation. He want a big position in the community. He wants to be the man, or she wants to be the woman, and she can't even handle her own children. Why are we proliferated with sicknesses such as this? This is part of the reason why the nation of Israel don't grow, because everybody got to be in charge. Everybody got to be the boss. And nobody has proven that they are worthy of a leadership position. That's sad. But yet they want it. I know this one community where Moray, he got his position usurpously. And then he been Moreh for several years, so he put his son and let his son be a Moreh up underneath of him. His son ends up turning against him. And now I see videos with his son on YouTube teaching. And nobody don't know nothing. And who put these people in position? His father claims that a Moreh who was the Moreh gave him a title that nobody else witnessed. How you say this man gave you a position and title and you have no documentation or no proof to prove, no witnesses or anybody to verify that this man anointed you as a Moreh? But yet you're standing up in his position as a Moreh today. That's not appropriate. That's not proper. That's why when Dawid was anointed, it always was before the people. That's why he had to get anointed twice as king. The first one was in private at his home. The second one was before the masses of the people. Because the people has to witness what took place. When I was given the title of prince, we had a whole ceremony when the leaderships came down to my home in Philadelphia and presented me with a certification, a title of nobility that would be known throughout the world as Prince Kizaridar Yisrael. Not because I made it up in my own mind, not because my heart got healthy and I felt like I was somebody that the Most High hadn't told me I was. The Most High gave me the dream before the people even thought it in their minds to give me the title of a prince. The Most High gave it to me the night before they mentioned it. He gave it to me and said, they're going to give you a prince position. The title of prince. And exactly what he said was what they did. May the Most High be praised. From everlasting to everlasting, because he is worthy. But be careful of those people who put themselves at the top and want to make themselves remain at the top by any means necessary. Be careful. She thinks I'm a vampire. I don't know what that means, but okay. Let's move on. I'm sure you're going to explain it to us. But be careful about those people. Verse 28, then Absalom commanded his servants, mark when he gets drunk with wine. And when I tell you strike him, you strike him. Because I'm still 39 3/4. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbi, to the Rabbi. Yes. Still 39 3/4. And it's been like 6-7 years since. Yes, you're right. Because I don't age. Thank the Most High for that as well. But that's enough with them kind words. Come on now. Get back on the other side. All them kind words are going to make me start tearing up here. And you know I don't do that. So let's move on. But where are them servants at today that Absalom had? We need some servants like that in this movement today. We can get a lot more done. Because when people are told to come together, they'll come together. When people are given an assignment to get something done, they'll get it done. We need to stay focused, family. He said, do not fear if you are to kill him. Do not fear. Have I not commanded you to do this? So if anything was to befall you, don't worry about it because I said it. He says, be courageous and be violent. So the servants of Absalom, they did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded. Where are those servants today? And I'm not just talking about in killing somebody. I'm talking about in righteousness. You know, we could get so much more accomplished if everybody knew their position and did their best in their position to bring about the one body in completeness. But we can't do that. Everybody wants to be the head. Nobody don't want nobody telling them what to do. You can't tell who are you to make me. No, I ain't got to make you. I'm just asking you, bro. This is your assignment. You the letter bearer. Now go bear the letters. Go take the letters. I ain't got to take the letters because you tell me to go take the letters. What's your title? Letter bearer. So what you supposed to do? Take letters. So why are you not taking the letters? Oh, because you told me to do it. I don't want to do it because you told me. People are just that sick. And that's why the nation don't grow to the direction where the nation should be growing. You ever seen any of those militia groups, them European militia groups? You ever seen any of those Islamic groups, those serious Islamic groups? they don't argue with leadership. For if they begin to argue with leadership, one of the other members of the community will cut their head off or gun them down. They let leadership lead. You know why? Because they trusted the leadership. They safely, securely trusted their leadership is doing the will of the Most High. And they don't argue with that. But you know what they do that we don't do? They become prosperous. And we don't do nothing. We still arguing and bickering over leadership and who's going to be in charge of making the hot dogs. No, I want to make the hot dogs today. That should be my job. No, that's her job. No, but Prince, look, Prince, I can make a hot dog better. Man, we arguing about hot dogs. She can do that. Let her do it. Leadership must earn the position of leadership. Just because they say, I am, don't mean they are. It doesn't. I like a brother who knows his place and just say, yo, Prince, I'm here to help. What do you need me to do? And I ain't talking about just say it. I'm talking about one who means it. I'm here to help. What do I need to do? Wherever you need me, or sister, wherever you need me at, let's get it done. And Prince, what I do is I use people who is the most talented at this particular thing. And that person is in charge of that. What do you mean, Prince? I'm saying if we got a sister who make clothes or a brother who make clothes and they are the heads of that community that make clothes, when they go out and start teaching people how to make clothes, Prince is going to be sitting down as a student trying to learn how to make clothes. Y'all understand what I'm talking about? So if Prince is in your classroom and now he's the spiritual leader of the community. He in your classroom, you are now his supervisor because you're teaching him how to make clothes. Only if Prince can humble himself can he come and learn at your feet so you can teach him something that you mastered that he doesn't know. Only a fool is going to act like he's the king and the king always. It don't always work like that. And I'm not a fool. I understand. The person that is best qualified to do the job is the person who should be doing the job. And just because I'm the spiritual leader of the community don't mean a thing when you're in your expertise. I got to come to you and ask you. So that's the difference with leadership. It's not a lot of people like that. May the Most High be praised. You better stop that, bro. How you top big Chief Prince with a Caesar haircut? Yeah, well, yeah, he ain't talking about me. He talking about a lot of other people that do that. That's what they do. They don't have no beards. They ain't keeping the law, but yet they in charge of stuff. But anyway, let's move on because we're gonna miss the mark. But all I'm asking is, where them people at? Where they at? That's all I'm asking. Where are those kind of people at? Because that's what it's going to take to get this nation out of the slump that we're in. People who are willing to follow. And when I say follow instructions, but yet test the leadership to make sure that they're worthy of leading. People who are willing to give 110% of their natural creative given talents to the purpose and to the cause and to the vision. If we get those kind of people, there is nothing, absolutely nothing on earth that we cannot accomplish. Nothing. Nothing. We talking about building a community? Oh man, we'll build the whole city with them kind of people. And after that, build that whole city, we'll build a whole state with that kind of people. And then after we build that state, we'll build a whole country with that kind of people. I'm not playing. I'm not here just to play church. So if that's what you're here for, you got the wrong one. I'm not here for that. I invest my time, my money, my family, my spirit, my energy. All that is about me is invested in you to see you rise to be a great people. And that's real. I can't put it no simpler than that. I'm not playing games. I could have took all mine and just lived in a mansion on a hill by myself for a long time if that was my purpose, but that's not my purpose. The Creator would have knocked me down if I did that. My purpose is to serve the people. And whatever the Most High blessed me with, it's not mine, it's the people's. So I got to find a way to give it to people where the people need it most. And that's what I do. Even if I don't want to, I have to. Therefore, I love it. It's my passion now. It's my desire. Call me a fool if you want, but I got to give it to you. And if you don't accept it, then that's cool. Somebody else will. It is what it is. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go. All right. Verse 20. So the servants of Absalom did as Absalom did to Amnon, as Absalom had commanded. Then all the king's sons rose, and each mounted his mule and fled. When they seen Amnon dead, they ran. They ran. They ran. When his brothers seen that he was dead, they left. While they were on the way, news came to Dawid. Absalom has struck down all the king's sons, and not one of them is left. Watch Dawid. What's running through his mind at this time? What's running through his mind? I promise you that what was running through Dawid's mind was, I have sinned. I have sinned. Creator, forgive me for my sins and my iniquities. For you are just, Most High. You are just in all of your correction, and I accept. It might have made him sad, but I promise you, that's where Dawid's mind was. I promise you. Because that's the kind of man Dawid was. Dawid wasn't a man who walked around in ego and pride and arrogance. Dawid was a very humble man. That when the Most High executed his proper judgment upon Dawid, Dawid opened up and received it. Dawid doesn't say, I don't deserve this. I never deserved this. Why are you being so harsh on me? Dawid never did that. And the Most High brought down his wrath upon Dawid, like right now. And you know what Dawid did? He embraced what the Most High put upon him. It made him sad. It hurt his heart. It made him cry even. But he embraced that's what men do. Men embrace when the Most High correct them. But at the same time, men only needed to be corrected one time for one thing. You ain't going to correct me 5 times for the same thing over and over and over. That first time that you correct me, I'm changing my ways. You won't never get me with that sin again, with that abomination again. It will never happen again. Thus is the way of Dawid. He was a very special man, and that's why the Most High named him Dawid in this book, which means my beloved. The Creator loved him so much because when Dawid was exposed to his sin, whatever it was, he humbled himself. He took it on the chin, and he never did it again. Never. You can't find one sin that Dawid did that he repeated over and over and over again after it was revealed to him that it was a sin. You'll never find it. Then the king arose and tore his garments and lay on the earth. That's his favorite position when he humbled himself before the Creator. He'll lay on the ground, fast, pray, meditate for days even. Amaria, Shabbat Shalom, bro. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Then the king arose and tore his garments and lay on the earth. And all his servants who were standing by tore their garments, and they followed after their leadership. What does it mean when it says he struck down all the king's sons? Wasn't King Solomon alive at this time? No, I think Solomon may have been alive. I don't know exactly if Solomon is alive, but if he is, he's still young. Solomon is still a young boy. And what's happening right here is the Creator is actually weeding out everybody so Solomon can take his rightful position on the throne. I didn't even do the research to find out the time frame to see if Solomon is still alive or had been born yet. So I don't know the answer to that. But I believe he's just young with his mom somewhere. While they were on the way, news came to Dawid. Okay, we down at the bottom, 32. But Jehonadab, the son of Shemaiah, Dawid's brother, said, let not my lord suppose that they have killed all the young men, the king's son. See, he already knew what was taking place. He already knew that all the sons wasn't dead because he's the orchestrator behind it. He was the one who set it all up. So he's trying to comfort Dawid's heart. The king's sons from Amnon alone is dead. For by the command of Absalom, this has been determined from the day he violated his sister Tamar. Now therefore let not my lord the king so take it to heart as to suppose that all the king's sons are dead. For Amnon alone is dead. Now watch this. After Absalom killed his brother, he didn't even bother to go back. Now, I want y'all to think about this for a minute because a lot of things about to be exposed you may not know of. After Absalom killed his brother, he didn't even go back to Jerusalem. He didn't even go back to his father's house. What he did was he went to his mother's house. A lot of people don't see that. A lot of people don't understand that. Absalom went to his mother's side of the family and sought refuge for all those years that he was running. Absalom fled, and the young men who kept the watch lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, many people were coming from the road behind him by the side of the mountains. And Jehonadab said to the king, behold, the king's son has come. As your servant said, so it has come about. And as soon as he had finished speaking, behold, the king's sons came and lifted up their voice and wept. And the king also and all their servants wept bitterly. Why were they crying? Why were they weeping? They were weeping because their brother killed their other brother. Not only that, they was weeping because the shame that was hitting their family was hard. It seemed like every time they turned around, disgrace was taking place every other year. But it was big, shameful things. His brother raped his sister. And now 2 years later, his brother is going to kill his brother. And now a few years later than after that, his brother who killed his brother, whose sister was raped, is now going to steal the kingdom from his father. And then a little while later after that, the brother who killed his brother, who killed his sister, who killed his brother, who raped his sister, and who stole the kingdom of his father is now going to die. These shameful things, these are big, shameful things that are not supposed to be happening in the house of a king. It's not supposed to go that way. Yes, it is. Dawid accepted his punishment from the Creator. And that's the only way he made it through. Which the sword will never depart out of the house of the king, so the king knew his son would do that. That's the way that he made it through. Because he understood. And as soon as he had finished speaking, behold, the king's sons came, lifted up their voice, and they all wept bitterly. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, the son of Ammihud, his grandfather, who was the king of Gershon. His grandfather was a king of Gershon. Absalom murdered his half-brother Amnon. He fled to Gershon to seek refuge with his maternal grandfather, Talmai. Absalom stayed in Gershon for 3 years before eventually returning to Israel. Wow. He ain't playing. He ain't playing. And those 3 years while he was away, he was still plotting and scheming how he would take down the kingdom of his father and take it over for himself. Well, let's read on. Let's see what's happening. But Absalom fled to Talmai, the son of Ammihud, king of Gershon, and David mourned for his son days after day. Who is David mourning for? Some would think that he's mourning for the life of Amnon. I don't think so. I think he's mourning for the life of Absalom, because now he knows what has to happen to Absalom if he finds Absalom again, because he wrongfully took down his brother in cold blood. I think he's mourning the absence of Absalom, his son. So Absalom fled and went to Gershon, and there for 3 years the spirit of the king longed to go out to Absalom. See that? He's desiring, he done forgot all about Amnon, his firstborn. He's looking for Absalom. His heart is poured out to Absalom. David is probably reasoning in his mind that I could see why Absalom would kill Amnon, because he raped Tamar, basically killing Tamar. He defiled Tamar. Tamar could never be with a man, because no man in that day wanted a woman that had sex with other men. They didn't want that. They wanted virgins, and virgins was plentiful, and that's what they chose. Therefore, the women that had been with other men, they just didn't really get married. They just lived that life that nobody didn't want to live. They just existed. But today, in this world, we call it experience. She good because she got a lot of practice. No, in the world of the Most High, it's still an abomination. And any woman under the sound of my voice that has had children out of wedlock, first thing you should do when coming into this knowledge is ask the Creator to forgive you. And I mean that. Any woman who has a child out of wedlock, the moment you come into this way of knowledge, you should ask the Most High for forgiveness before you proceed in this life. Because it just may be that the Most High, no matter how gorgeous you are, just may be that he may cause you to be without a husband for that reason and that reason alone. Because when you lived in the world, you gave your most prized possession to a fool. And you allowed him to take it and run with it. What amazes me is how a lot of women claim, and I do a lot of counseling to a lot of women. So I've spoken to a lot of women. And what I've found within a lot of these women is a common denominator. A lot of them say that they are celibate. Some for 2 years, some for 3 years, some for 4 years. But they feel in their spirit that that's compensatory for all the men and all the years that they have been having sexual intercourse without being married. And it's not. The only way that you can properly compensate for something like that is to go to the Most High with sacrifice and praise and ask of him to forgive you and change your ways. Never do it again. Never do it again. A lot of them, they use the excuse because they're so hot in the pants. As soon as a man comes into their life and tell them they're going to marry them, they give them the jewels. And say, oh, see, he said we getting married. Did he marry you? Did he become your husband? Did he take you as a wife? Did he have a ceremony? When I say ceremony, did he stand before leadership, get a ketubah with your name and his name to pronounce you all as married husband and wife? Did he do those things? Because if not, he never married you. Sure, you don't need all those things to be married. You don't need a piece of paper to be married. All you need to do is make a covenant before the Most High, you and your partner, exchange vows before the Creator, and proceed, and then you're married. But if this man is going to show the world that you are his and he is yours, then what he needs to do is give it to you in writing. And he needs to acknowledge this before people, so that people will know that you are spoken for. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Because there will be a lot of dudes who will be pretending to be your husband just so that they can sleep up and creep up on you and have their way with you. But when husbandly responsibilities kick in, they ain't nowhere around. A few days later, they pop back up on the scene again. When husbandly responsibilities kick in, they ain't nowhere around. And they will get away with that for years because you are desiring to have a man in your life that you're willing to make these sacrifices for. You can put that back up, Emma. I seen it. Listen, family, if we're going to do this thing, let's do it righteously. Let's do it right. That means that you strive to be the very best version of yourself, and I strive to be the very best version of myself. We put our very best together, and there's no way we can get anything less than greatness. No way. Sister Aisha, we're going to take this conversation in the direction she just brought up, because those questions are very important. I get those questions often. Let's talk about that, then we get back to the scriptures, all right? First question is, why was it wrong for him to take down his brother? She's quoted Deuteronomy 22 and 25. Do anybody got that Deuteronomy 22 and 25 offhand? Deuteronomy 22 and 25. And it reads, Deuteronomy 22 and 25. Y'all ready?
Okay, you got it?
Okay, you can go ahead. You can do it. I got it, but you can do it.
Okay. Deuteronomy 22 and 25 reads, but if the man find the damsel that is betrothed in the field, and the man take hold of her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. Let me continue.
Yeah.
But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
All right. Now, right offhand, you will read that and you will say, yes, this applies. But Prince going to tell you that it doesn't apply. And I'm going to tell you why it doesn't apply. It says, if a man finds a betrothed damsel in the field, betrothed means that she's engaged to another man. So if the woman is not betrothed, then this law wouldn't apply to her. But the simple fact of the law of a man raping a woman, up for earlier in the chapter, you'll read it, taking a woman. No, let's go down a little bit. Verse 28. If a man finds a damsel that is a virgin, which we know Tamar was a virgin, which is not betrothed, and we know Tamar wasn't betrothed because it didn't say she was, and he lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found. This is the law that applies to Tamar, except that she was her brother. He was her brother. So let's say if he wasn't her brother, it was just a straight man, and he took this woman and hold her and took her jewels. Then the man that lie with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver. It doesn't say he shall die. And she shall be his wife, because he have humbled her. He might not put her away all his days. That's it. That's the law. But there's another law where it says if he has humbled her and taken her jewels, and she cried out, which meant that she was not a willing participant in this, that man shall die and that woman shall live. And that's if they're in the city. If she's in the field, she don't need to cry out. If there's nobody around, she don't need to cry out. You follow me? If he takes her, if she's in the city and there's all opportunity for her to get help, and she don't cry out, then automatically is assumed that this is what she allowed to take place. Whether it was or it wasn't, she's supposed to cry out. Cry out means seek for a way out of that situation. That's what crying out means. Whether she talking to him, trying to convince him not to do it, whether she's screaming, making her voice known, or however she crying out, she might be fighting back, but he's overpowers her. That's crying out. But the woman out in the field that's being taken advantage of, that don't cry out, there's no need for her to cry out because nobody would have heard her. She couldn't receive the help she needed. So the Most High doesn't require her to cry out. But that man who took it from her, the Most High still requires his life, that he's executed upon exposure. You follow me? So sisters, you brought about your great examples. I haven't gotten to that yet. I brought that up, but I haven't gotten to that part yet. You brought out some great examples, and we appreciate that. There's another example that my wife is so itchy to get to, and that example is the law that I spoke about earlier today, the laws of incest. And in the laws of incest, a man should not lie with his sister, the daughter of his father. The Most High commands for that not to take place. And in that instance, too, you could lose your life. So Amnon was wrong all the way around the board. There was no reason to justify what Amnon did. Nobody's angry with Absalom for what he did. Dawid wasn't even angry for what he did. He just didn't do it the right way. And what I mean by do it the right way, he should have brought him up on judgment and have the judges determine right or wrong, guilt or innocence, and his hands should have been clean of taking the life of his brother. That would have been the right way. But he didn't do that. He mischievously, connivingly orchestrated a plan to have the life of his brother removed. And that's what he did. So that's what made it wrong. Okay? So Absalom, 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 37. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, the son of Aminadab, Amihud, king of Gershon, and Dawid mourned for his son day after day. So Absalom fled and went to Gershon and was there 3 years. And the spirit of the king longed to go out to Absalom because he was comforted. But he was comforted about Amnon since he was dead. Now Joab, the son of Zeruiah. Now you watch this. Joab is also one of the cousins of Dawid. Joab, the son of Zeruiah, knew that the king's heart went out to Absalom. He knew that the king loved his children. Joab knew that. And Joab, who's been plotting from day one, but Joab showed a lot of loyalty in the beginning and for a long time of Dawid's life up until the end. But Joab is a deceiver as well. But let's read on. Now Joab, the son of Zeruiah, knew that the king's heart went out to Absalom. And Joab sent to Tekoa and brought forth there a wise woman and said to her, pretend to be a mourner and put on mourning garment. Do not anoint yourself with oil, but behave like a woman who has been mourning many days for the dead. Go to the king and speak thus to him. So Joab put the words in her mouth. Joab told the woman everything to say to the king because Joab had an agenda. There was something that Joab wanted to see to take place. He liked Absalom. He wanted Absalom to return. So therefore, he instigated and initiated the return process for Absalom. When the woman of Tekoa came to the king, but watch King Dawid. All right, we're going to talk about this. Hold on, y'all. We're going to talk about this. This sister, boy, I tell you, this sister be bringing up some stuff. She must be in her bag of tricks to bring about some great conversation, because that's what she be actually doing. Watch this, family. Unfortunately, in this day and time, a woman can cry out over and over again to the man to prevent it from happening, and the leadership to get resolution, to other leadership to seek advice. Is there something else you want to say, sis, or are you still typing? I don't see a period, so I assume she's still typing. So let me open up with this. I had a sister call me one time. It's been about a year or two ago, maybe 2 years ago. This sister called me up about a spiritual leader in Israel who had actually did that to her. Leadership is typically men, and it seems men have an issue with accepting rape as well as always wanting to protect their own. I agree with you to a degree, but let me tell you what happened. I'm going to just tell you the story that was told to me, and then you can take it any way you want. I got this sister on recording, on video tape recording. Audio tape recording. So if anybody ever want to hear it, I can't let you hear it because the brother was facing charges and the brother was vindicated from what took place. But I might can let you hear a little part of it, at least the part that she said happened. But I don't want you to know who it was because it could destroy this man's reputation. And I wouldn't want to do that as if his reputation isn't already destroyed, but I'm going to let it ride and I'm going to leave it where it is. She spoke it. So what she said was that this brother gave her a job, and that this brother had a habit of hiring women and then sexing the women on the job just because he gave them a job. So he gave her a job. And after he gave her a job, his thing was that she would have to do sexual favors for him to keep her job. These are Israelite people in this day and time. This supposed to happen about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago. But it happened. So the sister said that after work, the guy will come to her house, the Israelite guy will come to her house, he would do things to her. And then when she would act up on the job or be late, or, he fired her. He had just cause for firing her. So what she did was she went before the leadership at their house of worship, and she brought the brother up on charges. And the leadership asked her all types of questions about the situation. And some of the questions, from what I was told, she couldn't answer. Like, what did his private part look like? Because this brother's supposed to have some type of deformity on his private part, that if she actually saw it, then that will know that he's guilty, because she could describe that thing that was taking place on his private part. But here's the thing. When you have those hit and miss relationships like that, you don't really take too much time to look at a person's private part. You just hitting and missing and keep it moving. You're not really focused on that, but that wasn't a part of the equation. Who knows why the judgments ruled, but the judgment ruled that the lady was lying. She could not prove her case, so they dismissed it. The leadership, they dismissed it. The guy was found not guilty, but then it went on and it happened to other individuals. It wasn't just that one. There were several others before and after that the brother did it to, that claimed he did it to them. They claimed that he did it. So years later, the sister calls me up and she's crying and pleading to me, but I could tell that something was wrong with the sister mentally. I don't know if that situation that took place between her and him, caused her to be the way she is. All I know is I can tell that something is wrong with this young lady in her mind. She's not all there. Sometimes a devastating tragedy can happen in your life, and it will cause you to lose some of your faculties in your mind. She took that to the physical court in the country, in the nation, and she took it to the spiritual court, and she saw no resolution. Nothing happened in her favor. And it's sad. She swore on her life that these things happened. So I go to the brother after I found out, and I told him, I said, this sister's calling me up and she's telling me that you took advantage of her sexually. Did you do that? He says, no, man, I ain't that kind of dude. I ain't did nothing like that. No, this girl crazy. And I can hear that something was wrong with her mentally. So I was like, oh, yeah, really? I said, come on, man. You ain't even did nothing to this girl. You ain't had no sex with this girl at all. Because a lot of them do. He smiled and chuckled and said, no, I ain't do it. I ain't never had sex with her. And I don't believe him. To the day, I don't believe this brother is telling me the truth. I don't think he was being honest with me. I don't. Sorry to say that, but I don't. And if I had the opportunity to sit in judgment over that, I would carefully investigate, some serious investigation. And it would probably take me years to do all of my investigation before I could conclude that this brother is innocent or guilty. Because I would have to interview, I would have to know details, I would have to look for specifics, because this is a serious situation. And if he's found to be guilty, he should not be sitting in the seat of leadership. If he's guilty, a serious inquiry needs to be made of his innocence or his guilt. And if his innocence is proven, then that sister needs to stop saying the things that she's saying, because the Most High will hold her accountable for that. But if what she's saying is true, then that brother, he needs to make amends and correct his evil and wicked ways. But these things are real in Israel today. And these people sit in powerful positions in the nation, and they're wicked to their core. And I know a lot of you say, I know who it is, I know who it is, I know who it is. But I'm asking you, don't mention the people by name, because it may do more harm than it would good. Just know that these situations are real, that they happen in our nation. A lot of males take advantage of women, of females. They take advantage of them because they have the upper hand over them. That's not how the Most High has for us to take care of his most prized possession, his women. Yeah, I understand that it's more than likely to be true, but until that case is proven, I haven't seen any other women bringing them up before leadership yet. I just hear them saying that this is what happened to me. So one of them, he married. He even married a girl that he did the same thing with. But let's move on. I'm going to leave it alone. If y'all know who it is, you know who it is. If you don't, then you don't and you won't, because I ain't going to tell you. But let's move on. When the woman of Tekoa came to the king, she fell on her face to the ground and paid homage and said, "Save me, O king." And the king said to her, "What is your trouble?" She answered, "Alas, I am a widow. My husband is dead, and your servant had 2 sons, and they quarreled with one another in the field. There was no one to separate them, and one struck the other and killed him." And now the whole clan has risen against your servant, and they say, "Give up the boy who struck his brother, that we may put him to death for the life of his brother." And so they would destroy their heir also. Thus they would be quenched by cold that is left, and leave to my husband neither name nor remnant on the face of this earth. Then the king said to the woman, "Go to your house, and I will give orders concerning you." And the woman of Tekoa said to the king, "On me be the guilt, my lord the king, and on my father's house let the king and his throne be guiltless." The king said, "If anyone says anything to you, bring him to me, and he shall never touch you again. David was about protecting his people, especially when a woman came to him, crying to him and pleading to him. Older woman, he was about protecting his people. But David didn't investigate the matter. He moved off of what he heard. And what he heard was one thing coming from a woman that made something sound convincing. Just like that sister who brought her accusations to me. She made it sound convincing. But I went and inquired. David said, whoever get on your nerves, bring him over here and I'll deal with him. He did not inquire. He says, as the Most High liveth. No, let's back up again. Then she said, please let the king invoke the Most High, your Elohim. Go to the Most High, your Elohim, that the avenger of blood kill no more, and my son be not destroyed. He said, as the Most High liveth, no hair, not one hair of your son shall fall to the ground. Now he's a king. He has the power and authority to do that. Now, this is something very important. You can have a public apology. However, the apology don't travel as far and as fast as a gossip. Unrighteous judgment, tale-bearing, and lying do. They travel swiftly. And I know because I had it happen to me. Those things travel quicker than the speed of light. Quicker than the speed of light. But every one of those people who sat down and said, well, Prince, no, I didn't see that. Oh, Prince, no, I didn't see that. And I don't believe you did that. I don't think you're guilty of that. But when they sat together, they did. But when they say it separately, it's almost as if they haven't said anything at all. But you'll see. Let's let the Most High have his way. The Most High is going to have his way, and all things are going to come to the light. They whisper it. Then when the woman said, please, let your servant speak a word to my lord the king, he said, speak. And the woman said, why then have you planned such a thing against the people of the Most High? For in giving this decision, the king conflicts himself, inasmuch as the king does not bring his banishment one home again. We must all die. We are like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be gathered up again. But Elohim will not take away life. And he devises means so that the banished one will not remain an outcast. Now I have come to say this to my lord the king, because the people have made me afraid. Your servant thought, I will speak to the king. It may be that the king will perform the request of his servant. For the king will hear and deliver his servant from the hand of the man who will destroy me and my son together from the heritage of Elohim. And your servant, though the word of my lord the king will set me at rest, for my lord the king is like an angel of Elohim to discern good and evil. The Most High, your Elohim, be with you. Sister Laurel says, teach, Prince, keep that fire burning. Sad yet powerful message from the beginning to the end. May the Most High be praised. My heart of the wicked hears. My heart of the wicked hears and turns from wickedness. Selah. The Savior delivereth has come with healing for the souls of men and women. Toda Rabbah, the Most High is pleased. Hail Yisrael, a Savior / deliverer. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. How would one make amends regarding violating a woman? If he means it in sincerity, first thing he should do is go to the Most High. Ask the Most High to allow him to contact that woman. Then he should contact that woman and explain to her verbatim everything that he did that he's apologizing for, and apologize for it. Then go back to the Most High, ask the Most High to forgive him for his sins, and then never walk in that direction again. Yeah, he can make amends, and it's up to the woman to forgive him or not. But if she's a righteous, virtuous woman, if he makes amends, she will forgive him. And then she removes all that guilt off of her and allows it to be on his head. And if he doesn't stand righteously before the Creator, then the Most High will deal with him. That's how you do that. But that's how a male is, because a man ain't going to have that problem. A male is the one who has that type of problem and those types of issues. A man moves in his integrity. There is no way you could be in your integrity and you're raping and molesting women, children, and family. Doesn't happen that way. Not if you're moving in your integrity. Therefore, only males do that type of thing, not men. So that's how he can amend for his ways. And a lot of times, if the woman has suffered with some type of mental depravity or mental illness, he can take care of her for the rest of her days. I'm not saying she has to come live with him, but he can make sure that all her needs are met from a distance. He can make sure that all her needs are met, that she's all right, because he's the one who calls her not to be able to do what she would naturally be doing. She probably will have a husband. She'll probably be living a decent life. She probably got a whole bunch of children from the trauma of being taken advantage of in her youth. Usually that's what happened. A lot of women in their youth is when this happens to them, they grow up being promiscuous all over the place, sexing anything and everything, having a whole bunch of children, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 children, some of them, but no stable foundation. So maybe, not that those are his children, but maybe he can provide for her and help her life be a little bit better mentally. And that could be his offering to the Creator for the destruction that he caused in that young woman's life. All right. I did not fully understand the whole parable, the king with the woman and the king. Could you explain it one more time, please? The woman is saying, in a nutshell, she's saying, King, if this thing happened to me, and you were willing to forgive my son who killed his brother and then avenge him by killing or hurting anybody who tried to take his life for hurting his brother, then why then won't you let your son who you banished, why won't you let your son come back who killed his brother? Let him come back to you because he killed his brother and that time has changed and you were so busy to defend somebody that in a nutshell. Okay. All right. Then the king answered the woman, do not hide from me anything I ask you. And the woman said, let my lord the king speak. Then the king said, is the hand of Joab with you in all of this? Excuse me. David could detect that Joab has something to do with this. So he asked her, he said, don't lie to me. That's how we say it now. We say, don't lie to me. Let me ask you something, but don't lie to me. Well, he said, and they said, do not hide from me anything I ask of you. That means don't lie to me. The king said, is this the hand of Joab with you in all this? The woman answered and said, as surely as you live, my lord the king, one cannot turn to the right hand, to the left hand from anything that my king, my lord the king has said. It was your servant Joab who commanded me. It was he who put all these words in the mouth of your servant in order to change the course of things. Your servant Joab did this, but my Lord has wisdom like the wisdom of the angel of Elohim to know all things that are on the earth. Then the king said to Joab, behold, now I grant this. Now, what did I say to y'all earlier in the lesson? all the sins that entered into David's life, all the destruction through his family, that we could have prohibited all these things from happening if he not given leadway to those spirits to come in. He actually gave permission for these spirits to come in. Watch the story with Amnon and his daughter. Amnon said, can you go get her and bring her to me? And David said, yes. He opened the doorway for that spirit of wickedness to enter in to Amnon through the household to be executed. Y'all follow me? Now he's being asked, can Absalom come back home? David is going to say, yes, bring my son back home again. That energy wasn't able to enter in except it was invited in. That's the vampire for you, Sister Tyra. That's the vampire. It couldn't come in unless it was allowed to come in. Same thing with evil and wicked energies that try to come in. The Most High says in the scriptures, they knock at your door waiting to come in. But you can rule over them, which means you don't have to let them in. You don't have to be as wicked as you are. You don't have to steal. You don't have to shoplift. You don't have to lie. You don't have to smoke cigarettes. You don't have to drink alcohol. You don't have to eat chicken. You don't have to do none of the sins that you commit. You can live a life totally obliviated from committing intentional sin. What you have to do is when that energy or that spirit visits you, you tell them no. Cut his head off from the door. I like to see myself with a sword in my hand and that spirit stand up as an entity and I slice his head off. That's how I like to do it. And usually it leaves. Usually it's over. But the adversarial energy, when it comes to you, it's not going to come in the form of something that you despise, something that you don't like, something that you don't think about. It's going to come into you with a desire or a passion that you have. It might be that guy that was sitting next to you with all the muscles. It might be that girl with the nice breasts or the pretty face. It might be every day when your boss leaves the work, he trusts you so much that he leaves that X amount of dollars on the table. It might come to you that way. It's going to come into you in a way that you desire. If you're a straight man, it ain't going to come to you like a homosexual because you're going to easily cut his head off. It's going to come into you with something that you like, something that it knows or it believes that it can approach you and attack you with. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes and you recognize that it is that spirit, so if you're smoking cigarettes and you can't stop smoking cigarettes, but yet you want to smoke cigarettes, the next time you reach for a cigarette, you have now programmed your mind to do what you know is not good for you. That's demonology. You are possessed. You smoking that cigarette, knowing it's killing you. You put it up to your mouth and puffing. In your mind, you should be, this is wickedness. I got to get it out of me. And automatically do the opposite of what that spirit is telling you to do. Put that cigarette down and don't pick it back up. Put that alcohol down and don't pick it back up. Put that weed down and don't pick it back up. I know a brother that's so high off of weed, he high when he ain't been smoking. He smoke all day, but he's still high. You know why? Because smoking marijuana, drinking alcohol, it destroys your brain cells. Therefore, you're never fully the person that you are meant to be. You're never operating off of the cylinders that you're required and supposed to operate that the Most High had given you had you not smoking that weed or drinking that liquor, smoked them cigarettes. I don't know if cigarettes kill brain cells. I would have to check that. I know it messes up your lungs and your breathing and your bronchial tube. I know that. But I know that marijuana and I know that alcohol destroys your brain cells. And the more you use them, you will become like that guy that I know. He ain't been smoking all day or all morning, but he already high from 2 days ago because his brain cells have not regenerated themselves in his brain. Therefore, he gives the illusion of being high even when he ain't. Even when he ain't. And sometimes you got to ask him, no, brother, you high? No, man, I ain't smoked no weed in 2 days. But he is high. He just don't know it because he's used to that condition. But yet at the same time, while he's used to that condition, he's still fiending to give himself more, because he won't face the reality of the demons that's in his essence. Those demons are strong and they take hold of you, but they only take hold of you in pleasuristic things, things that brings you pleasure, things that you like. Some people, their demons come by way of food. She already fat. He already fat. He know he shouldn't be eating the way that he eats, but them demons got control of him. He hasn't been able to say no. You know, they say parasites enter into your brain, and parasites, they're in your brain. They cause you to desire things that you know are not good for you, like sugar. People desire sugar. They got sweet tooth. They can't eat food unless it's sweet. They compare and correlate worms or parasites with demons because their jobs are the same. They cause you to desire things that are not good for you, thereby alternately defecting you and causing death upon your flesh. And a lot of people don't understand this. Herpes, the herpes virus, the herpes simplex virus, is parasites that exist in your body, in your bloodstream, so good they go and hide themselves in different parts of your body and come out when they want to, because they feed off of certain juices, let's say, that the body manufactures within itself. Like when you get stressed out, when you get excited and you're stressed out, you create a certain type of juice when you get stressed out. And the parasites like that, then you break out because they feed off of those things. When you catch a cold, the parasites like that, then you break out. So they say these things are like demons, and I can relate to that. Parasites are like demons. They sit and they hide, but yet they're the cause of you desiring most things that you desire in life. And most of the things that you desire are the things that's bad for you. I haven't heard one parasite that causes you to desire fruit and vegetables. But there's thousands and thousands and thousands, maybe millions of parasites that cause you to desire red meat, chicken, turkey, and fish. You don't believe me? Try to stop eating it for a month and see what happens to you. Them little parasites inside of you, it ain't your brain telling you that. It's the parasites telling your brain to tell you to go get some chicken, go get some fish, go get some red meat. Try to stop it and see if it happens. See how easy it is to walk away from doing those things. Put them cigarettes down for a month and see what them parasites be talking to you. Put the sugar out your diet for a month and watch what happens. I'm telling you, this is a fact. I'm not making this up. Prince is not making this up. This is real. It's scientifically proven. Go and dispute it. Anything that I've said to you today, go and dispute it and bring back your evidence. Like the Most High says, bring forth your judges and prove your case. Spirits, demons are like parasites. They lodge up in your brain and make you desire unrighteous behaviors. You can destroy them, though. You don't have to live a life suffering at the hand of demons. Once you realize that you got a vice, and if you got something that you do that you know is not good for you, but you can't let it go, being a man or a woman, because a lot of them demons tell you to stay with that man, and that man is no good, but you know that man is no good, but you can't seem to shake him because he done did something to you. That's demonology, demon possession. That's what it is. That's why you're staying. He beats on you like a rag doll. You get black eyes, busted lips, headaches, heartaches, all types of pains, but you won't let him go. Why? Because them demons up in your head got you addicted, and you're not strong enough to cut that demon head off and do the opposite of what those demons are telling you to do. One of the worst things in the world is to see a man abused by a woman, and he's perfectly fine with it. One of the worst things in the world to see. And there are a lot of weak males in this world who don't think they're weak. She runs the house. She tells him what to do. And no matter what his objection is, he do and gives in to her whatever she desires, her free will. She runs the house. He's not a man. That's not a man. That's not what men do. She wears the pants around the house. He doesn't. He wears a skirt. He does what she tells him to do. And every time you see him at an Israelite event, he smiles. He looking sad and she's smiling. She's smiling and he looking sad, and you wondering what's wrong with this brother. This brother must don't like me. This brother got an attitude with me. No, the brother don't like himself because he's not a man. He feels less of a man in your presence because you're a man. So he creates a problem with you because you're living a life that he's supposed to be living as a man. He's bowing down to a feminine aspect, and that's not what men are intended to do. What woman wants to be with a weak man anyway? How long is that marriage going to last? Some of them last a long time, as long as he remain in his place and give her what she say. Some of them last a long time, and he will be weak for a very, very long time. May the Most High be praised, Brother Benjamin. Thank you very much. May the Most High be praised. So let's get back to the story. Sisters, if you get your hands on a weak man, I ain't got to tell you what to do. Your nature is going to tell you what to do, and you're going to flee. But sometimes you don't flee until after you done took advantage of, and then he lash out in a last desperate moment trying to take your life or something. Y'all got to get away from this foolishness because this stuff is real. You've seen it all over the internet. Strong men, when a woman act a fool that would make him want to hurt her, he walks away. He leaves her alone. We done, babe. You got to go. Why I got to go? Because you're not meant to be here. I'm on a mission. I'm doing this and you're doing that. You're not meant to be my wife. You got to go. It's just that simple. But a weak man will find a horrible wife, a horrible woman, and try to beat her into submission. Try to force her to submit to his language. And that's not how it goes. You can't, first you got to understand, you can't force a woman to do anything. But a lot of people don't understand that. The woman is only submissive to a man because she chooses to be. Y'all hear me? And you see one of my Nashim and they being so submissive, it's because they choose to be. Not because Prince made her. Because I can't make them do anything. They submit because they choose to submit. They're so passive and so willing to support because they choose to be that way. But the moment that they choose not to be, there's nothing that Prince can do to bring them back in control. Nothing. And if you don't have a woman that's voluntarily given to you of herself, you don't have a wife. You got a problem. That's what you got. Not a wife. Because a wife will voluntarily give unto you freely of her own. What's this, Ima? You got something for us? All right, let's see what she got. Brahmsity is a disease caused by, what you doing?
I'm sorry. No, because I was giving you because Brother Benjamin was saying he had a parasite and then he named it.
Okay, okay, Ima. Okay, Ima, you want to read it then? Go ahead, you read it at your leisure. Go ahead. Told you can't make them do anything that you want them to do. They got to do it on their own. Go ahead, baby. You take it. I'm going to be quiet.
Okay. Brother Benjamin had posted that a parasite he almost died from a parasite. And so when he posted the parasite, it was called Babesia. And so I looked it up because I never heard of that parasite. And so when I looked it up, the definition is Babesia is a disease caused by microscopic parasites that infect red blood cells and are transmitted through tick bites. Romanian bacteriologist Victor Babes discovered the parasite in 1888, and over 100 species have been identified. Babesia primarily infects animals, with humans as opportunistic hosts. In the United States, the most common species that infects humans is Babesia microti, spread by the bite of the black-legged tick. It says Ixodes scapularis. Yeah, so when I looked it up, it just made me think about, it made me think about that I'm here on the land and ticks are out here, and I know that many people have been bitten by ticks, or even this summer they come out in the heat, and we found them on our animals out here at times. So it just made me think about it, and definitely want to look at the ticks that are out here. But it said in the United States, so I can imagine that we probably have those ticks here. So yeah, thanks for the information, Brother Benjamin.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you so very much. That parasite, and I want to bring this to people's attention, you don't have to get bit either, and you can be caught. That parasite can get you. There's another way that parasite affects you. And that parasite can come by way of animals like cats. When you always have a cat around you in your bed, all over your body, those parasites are in the cats, and it comes from the cat into you. And it gets into your body and finds its way to your brain. And it causes all type of paralytic, different disorders and infections in your body. And you can get it just by having a pet. Being that close to your pet. If you got a cat that sleeps in the bed with you, you got to be careful, because that parasite is very vulnerable to you. A lot of times people get sick with all kinds of cancers. Cancers are parasites as well. You get sick with all types of diseases and infections. A lot of time it'd be your pet. You got a cat, you got a dog that you play with. Some people kiss these animals. On the tongue is the parasites. If they lick you, those parasites get on you. And they find their way through your skin. That's why you should never kiss a dog. Of course, I don't need to tell you that, right? You should never kiss a pet, an animal at all, because they be having all types of parasites. Yep. It's transmuted. It can be transmuted through the blood transfusions, tissues, and organ donors from Malka Hagadol. Malka Hagadol. Shabbat shalom, sis. Shabbat shalom to your husband as well. May the Most High be praised. All right. No matter how clean or how well kept. That's right. If you kiss your animals, you let your animals lick you, you are running a high risk of those parasites coming in you. Even if you're sleeping in the bed with your cat, laying around your sofa, your cat is all up on you, or your neighbor's cat or somebody else's cat or dog, you can catch these parasites. They'll go into your body, through your skin, up to your brain, and cause all types of different infections, diseases, paralytics, all types of things will take place in your body. Crohn's disease, stuff that you didn't know you had because you didn't have it, is being introduced to you. And sometimes these illnesses will clone themselves, things like lupus. Things like lupus and different other types of diseases. And they be coming from parasites. And stop playing with them animals in the way that you play with them. All right. Back to the story. 2 Samuel chapter 14, verse 21. And then King Dawid said to Joab, behold, now I grant this. Go bring back the young man Absalom. He opened the door. Go bring back the young man Absalom. And Joab fell on his face to the ground and paid homage and blessed the king. And Joab fell on his face to the ground and paid homage and blessed the king. And Joab said, today your servant knows that I have found favor in your sight. my lord the king, in that the king has granted the request of his servant. So Joab arose and went to Gershon and brought back Absalom to Jerusalem from his mother's side of the family. All the people in Gershon was his mother's side of the family. Talmai and all them was the mother's father. He was a king of Gershon. So Dawid actually married a princess. A lot of times our forefathers used to marry these women to bring in peace and harmony so that the king wouldn't have to go to war against those nations. Yes, alliances. And the people said, let him dwell apart in his own house. He is not to come into my presence. And the king said, so Absalom lived apart in his own house and did not come into the king's presence. But the problem is, Absalom had a plan. Absalom he went around for, I think it was 7 years, and he caused all the people to like him by giving them their desires and judgments and rulings, and he became their friend. He caused them to like him so that when his plan of execution was to be executed, he would already have the favor of the people. Absalom was sharp, I'm telling you. His sharpness was used toward wickedness, but he was sharp. Don't sleep on Absalom. Now in all Israel, there was no one such to be praised for his handsome appearance as Absalom. From the soul, he looked kind of like Prince. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, there was no blemish in him. And when he cut his hair of his head, for at the end of the year he used to cut it, when it was heavy on him, he cut it. He weighed the hair of his head 200 shekels. Well, that ain't happening over here, so he can't be talking about me, right? That ain't happening over here with my little braids. There were born to Absalom 3 sons and 1 daughter, whose name was Tamar. And she was a beautiful woman. So Absalom had a daughter, and he named her Tamar after his sister. He was fine. What she said? He was fine. Then Absalom So Absalom lived 2 full years in Jerusalem without coming into the king's presence. 2 whole years. Then Absalom sent for Joab to send him to the king, but Joab would not come to him. And he sent a second time, but Joab would not come. Then he said to his servant, now watch how Absalom's mind work. Then he said to his servant, see, Joab's field is next to mine. So he has barley there, and go set it on fire. So Absalom's servant set the field on fire. Absalom's men was loyal to the T. They did anything that Absalom said. Go set that innocent man's field on fire, because he wouldn't come to me when I called him. Then Joab arose and went to Absalom at his house and said to him, why have your servants set my field on fire? Absalom answered Joab, behold, I sent word to you, come here, that I may send you to the king to ask why I come from Gershon. It would be better for me to be there still. Now, therefore, let me go into the presence of the king, and if there is guilt in me, let him put me to death. Then Joab went to the king and told him, and he summoned Absalom. He was being ignored by Joab. So what he did was he decided he's going to make Joab listen. He's going to get Joab's attention. So he set Joab's field on fire. Now, his field being on fire, that was his food. That's how he ate. That was his livelihood. It was like somebody taking your job from you. That's what it was like. Because you can't provide for yourself if you ain't got your job. Well, they can't eat if they ain't got their field. It was different. Joab sent to the king and told him, and he summoned Absalom. So he came to the king and bowed himself on his face to the ground before the king, and the king kissed Absalom. He missed his son, but yet he had to stand on his principles. Yes, he missed his child, but he had to stand on his principles because his son was wicked. After this, Absalom got himself a chariot and a horse and 50 men to run before him. Absalom was now seeking the king's position. Most of you probably didn't even see that. When a man sits in your midst and try to make himself and imitate after you, it's not because he's looking after your great qualities. It's because he wants to be you. And he wants to be you to the price where he would actually destroy you in order for him to become you. Not that he want to rule with you. He wants you to be removed and him take that over, period. That's how they do. And Absalom used to rise early and stand beside the way of the gate. And when any man had a dispute to come before the king for judgment, Absalom will call him and say, "From what city are you?" And when he said, "Your servant is of such and such, a tribe in Israel," Absalom would say to him, "See, your claims are good and right, but there is no man designated by the king to hear you." Then Absalom would say, "Oh, that I might were a judge in the land. If I was a judge, only if I was a judge, then every man with a dispute or cause might come to me, and I will give him justice. And whenever a man came near to pay homage to him, he would put out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him." That kiss was a kiss of deception. Thus Absalom did to all of Israel who came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. And we're going to stop right there. That's where we're going to stop. And we'll pick up, Creator willing, we'll pick up next week in 2 Samuel chapter 15, verse 7. May the Most High be praised. All right, family. So let's talk. So we stopped the lesson. How was the lesson today? What were some of the messages that you may have learned from the lesson today? And Shabbat Shalom to our visitors and our guests and those in our family, extended family who have come back again. Good to see you all. May the Most High be with you all and bless you all. Hey, Iman, give me a hug. Iman, give me a hug. Mwah. May the Most High be with you all and bless you all and protect you all. Shalom, shalom. All right, family, let's talk. Let's get on the floor. Let's talk. How was the lesson today, family? What did you get out of the lesson today? How was the lesson useful? How did the lesson offer an opportunity for you to change your life and the way you think or thought? How was the lesson beneficial to you in your walk to the Creator? Let's talk, family, because this is the most important part of it. Let's talk.
Well, I believe that there's always something in the teachings or in the way we should go, how we need to deal with things that are toxic, how we need to remove them, how we need to care for ourselves. The best thing a woman can do is to avoid someone that's just over possessive and meaning them no harm, meaning them harm. But this is a lesson that sometimes becomes so evil that you have to depend on more and you need the community.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But you have to learn to trust in the community.
Sure.
And that's where a lot of people fall short. But once we do, we got it going on. Ima, you want to take that?
Okay. Anise says this lesson was so deep, Prince, especially because in my household, we're dealing with the same type of things that's taking place with the spirit of one of my nieces. This whole week, we have been.
That's sad. We pray that the Most High has victory over all the illnesses and ailments in your family.
Sharing.
You want to share?
Oh, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
It's his cousin.
Hey, cousin.
I can speak better than I can hear, so I'm
Yes.
listening intently to you, and I've learned a lot and been listening a lot to you today. And one of the parts of the sermon that most registered with me was about leadership, about how everyone wants to be the leader, and they don't want to be told what to do. So if that be the case, we all be up front of life, leading, and no one doing the work.
There you go.
Reminds me of a part of the conversation between, I guess it was the sons of Zebedee, the James and John, who wanted to be on either side of Jesus at the point of his kingdom coming. You know, I want to be on the right side or the left side. And I can remember even further Martin Luther King's sermon about the something instinct. Anyway, the whole point is that being the leader or being appointed or given a point of leadership that's not deserved is no leadership at all. And it must be deserved. It must be
That's
something you provide leadership
It must be earned.
before anyone will follow that.
That's right. That's right.
That you're the one in the front of the room necessarily. The leader is the one that's doing the work, that's calling the shots, that's taking the risk.
You're absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. And, you know, people have to earn that right to be considered the leader of anything. How am I going to have that person as the leader of sowing if she don't know how to sow? If she ain't ever sowed, why is she leading the people or the procession of people to learn how to sow if she don't know how to sow?
Right.
That don't make sense. But you got a lot of spiritual leaders who their lives are so disarrayed, so out of course, so out of focus, but yet they're standing before the people trying to teach the people how to draw close to the Creator. That's doing the people a dishonor. And it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, it's so present in our world today. People claiming leadership and providing none.
Yeah.
All right, Ima, you want to thank you for your comment, cousin. You want to address those, Sister Ornita again? You want to start from the beginning?
Okay. Sister Ornate post, this lesson was so deep, Prince, especially because in my household, we are dealing with the same type of things that's taking place with the spirit of one of my nieces. This whole week, we have been discussing why she's been acting out in this particular manner and where exactly it's stemming from. So I told my sisters that even though we're dealing with a spirit on her, it's deeper than that. This is stemming from the actions of her mother and father, and that spirit was passed down. So we need to understand that and pray to the Creator so we can properly cleanse my niece of this entity that has attached itself so we can properly help her.
You're on the right path, sis. May the Most High be praised that she got somebody so knowledgeable in her life like you that can help her. What she say? So class today was
confirmation. She says, so class today was confirmation of what I said and the way forward.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Most High is always the way. He can fix anything and everyone if it be his will. So yes, deal with those issues. Anyone else? Did we get anything else out of class, family?
Yeah, for me, today's lesson, I mean, of course, I felt it was very triggering in so many ways for different reasons. And it made me think about the actions of some people that I've known for years. It made me start thinking about, is this something, a punishment that's just in their family's line from, their ancestors? So it started to really make me really just dig a little deeper in my thoughts concerning them. It also made me think about why, too, that some of these people are able to kind of like, I don't know, I want to say get away with it, because truthfully, some of them have gotten away with it physically in the presence of us who are seeking some type of, I guess, retribution. But then it also made me think about, too, some of the retribution that we're seeking, we won't see. It's in the Most High's hands. And then it also, the question of amending. When people want to say, I want to fix what I broke with you, a lot of times people don't understand that amending, yeah, the person can forgive you, but you truly, in my earnest beliefs, certain transgressions, honestly, and I would say most transgressions, truthfully, you can't amend. You can, apologize those words, and, you may, but once it's out there, like certain things, and it's just for me, like a woman that was a virgin and violated, sexually violated. How do you amend that? There's no type of money, there's no type of words, because her virginity can never be given back. That's something that she has for the rest of her life. That's an experience that was never supposed to be, wasn't supposed to be taken in that way. And she can never give that to a man who truly loves her. So she won't even feel how it feels to give her husband something that nobody else, had. She'll never be able to have that. And like you said, in some places, people don't even want a woman that's been violated to that. So how do you, so it's just like when I hear amending, there's so many things you can't amend for. I mean, I won't say you can't amend for, because you can. The Most High allows us to atone for our sins and afflict our souls once a year. So you can come before and do your best. However, though, I think what I'm trying to say is you can do that, but the person that you afflicted, that you violated, their souls may never truly amend, and you can't fix certain things. Just like with gossip and spreading talebearing and spreading lies and false accusations, person can go from here to there with that news, and they may have gone from here to there, but the person they told went from there to here, and so on and so on. But when they come apologize, how does that news spread the same way? It doesn't. And so when I think about a woman being violated, and in this day and time, I think a couple of sisters brought it up, how she's treated afterwards, especially in our nation, and I'm only saying our nation, I'm sure, because we are all people of kind of like the same nature in other ways of life, people probably, it's done, I've seen it, but being present in this and seeing it firsthand, the men, people who are in charge, the violation that woman went through, they don't even give it a second thought. They shame her so bad that they make women feel like, even when they know that it was not their fault, they make them feel like it's their fault just for being a woman. They treat you so bad, they drag you, and then they isolate you. So it's like, those are the things I think the solutions have to come from that. Because I feel like some things we cannot stop somebody from doing. There are sick mental people in this world. We can do our best to protect ourselves, our women, our children, our sons. But what happens after that? How do we heal that? And then how do we find a solution so that these women who are being accosted or have been don't feel like they are the problem? Because that's, I think, the biggest thing for women in this walk is that if I say something, am I going to now be dragged and treated like I am the, what do you call it?
Instigator.
Instigator, right? You know, and then if so, how does that make that person feel? Or if my family stands up for me, then they're being now isolated and treated badly because they stood up for righteousness. And now the majority of the people are looking at them like, oh, how dare you go against our way of life and do this and that. But that person basically violated that person. And the most that I see Israel wants to do is give somebody lashes. And then they get to go off and there's no retribution of shame for that man, because those 40 lashes go away. People will forget about that. Nobody's plastering in the community, this man is a rapist, this man's a pedophile, this person did this. Nobody has their picture up or spreading that news so that other congregations aren't affected or other families. They're just like, oh, well, they did it, so they got 40 lashes, they got their punishment. But that woman has to carry that for the rest of her life. And I'm not saying a woman because I'm a woman, but there's young men who have been, molested and done wrong sexually. So, but all those people, and I don't like to even call anybody I don't like to say victims because that just puts a whole nother connotation on a person. However, all those who have been accosted like that, they like have to walk they have to walk that line of shame. And then the person who did it, especially if they're from an affluent family in Israel, they get to just keep walking, keep going on with their life, keep building and going off and doing whatever to other people, knowingly or unknowingly. And Israelites just give them a clap, just praise them for whatever it is. And then we're still having these conversations because there's no solutions. There's only, we could do this or we could do that. There's no therapy. It's just over and over repeated. And I know for some of us who, we know of or it's happened to, we've taken different actions and we have made certain standards, in the midst of us. But for the most part, yeah, like Ernie said, passing the tainted seed. It's just passed on over and over. She said with her niece, it came from her parents. And that's one thing I said earlier. It's so important to discuss with your children your own transgressions so that they don't repeat it. Because even though we look at life, the Most High, he gave his punishment. However, he told us to choose life, right? And so when we choose life, that means I'm going to teach my children to be better, make better choices than I am. I'm not going to leave them in the dark. And then when they go make these choices, I'm sitting there astonished because I have no idea how it happened, but I know how it happened because I did it or someone I know did it in our family. We didn't share that information to help them make a better decision. So, the whole lesson today just had me in a whole lot of different feelings and just thinking and even, saying like, okay, because you brought out a lot of these transgressions cause for death. And it's like, and sometimes that is the only answer because some of these people won't go back and fix themselves or mend the situation. They just won't. So that's it.
That's sad. But may the Most High be praised. Can you do the comments?
Okay. My sister's wife says, I'm sorry your family's going through that, a quote or need. And Anit said, Toda says, these are the realities that we have to come to grips with and deal with head on by the will of the Creator. Repairing generational curses is a consistent work in progress. Something that has to be worked on every day. So true. Brother Asa says, it's a big challenge for a man to be a husband to a woman who has been violated by another man. Ooh, I can imagine. And so Sir Nate says, yep, another reason why the Central Park 5 young men's reputation was destroyed amongst the community just from the allegations alone, even after they were proven innocent and let out of prison. Yep.
Years later.
Years later. So Thaisha said, today was my first time hearing the story of Tamar. I learned different ways that people can cry out. The lesson was great, very informative, and right on time.
May Most High be praised.
She said, we have to do our best to protect our girls' virginity. His wife Autumn says, hearing the stories concerning King David's house always helps me see that the Most High is merciful, but he will allow righteous judgment to be done to anyone, servant, prince, king, doesn't matter.
Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
And she said, the fact that a woman has to even consider these thoughts before exposing and telling the truth with something that happened to her is insane. Exactly, or turning a blind eye to situations and allowing it to take place. And Sister Aisha says, I also believe men's thoughts with sexual abuse and protecting our own in the U.S. may come from our history and what happened during slavery, how different races would falsely accuse our men. It starts with their upbringing.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah, everyone. Toda Rabbah. Are there any announcements, Ima?
Announcements.
Is there anything that we need to announce to the family before we close out?
I mean, Shavuot is coming up June 8th for us. I know for some it's, I think, tomorrow. And I think for some it's Monday, for some it's past. I know for us though, it's June 8th, Shavuot, Feast of Weeks. Some of us will be here on the land. However, if we're doing a service, Maisha will place that and we'll let everybody know. Other than that, I don't have any other announcements that deal with the Shabbat or Holy Kadosh days, set apart days.
If there anybody with a prayer request, please put it in the room.
Kane, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I have made a banner that throughout our week, we would like, if you do have a prayer request for throughout the week or coming Shabbat, to email us at beulahland@templekeepharim.gmail.com. And like Maisha said, or put it in the chat, text one of us so that, we can be in prayer. Also remember that we're making sure that we ask whoever we are praying for permission for us to be able to pray for them or on behalf of our family members, just asking their permission so that we're not out here praying for people who may not want to be prayed for or may not want their business to be exposed. We have to be very mindful of those things. So yes, if you have a prayer request, that's it.
Brother Asa, can you come on and close us out in prayer? Brother Asa, would you be able to close us out in prayer today? If you tell me, let us know. I'm glad you enjoyed the lesson, bro.
Okay, you say he's coming.
Thank you all for coming out, for spending your Shabbat day with us, and entrusting us to impart upon you wisdom, knowledge, and understanding from the Most High above. We greatly appreciate it. We are slaves of the Most High, willing slaves and servants of His, also His children. We praise him to the highest that we are able to praise him in his physical flesh and beyond. May the Most High be pleased with all of our actions, our thoughts, and our deeds. May we be true to the covenant that we enter into with this great King. May we live out and fulfill all that we promise unto him. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom Aleichem.
Great Eternal, we thank you for today. We come to you. We pray for your permission to approach your holy throne. You're high, but you look low, and we are but lowly people in need of your direction, your mercy, and your grace. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for your people that have communed to hear from your servant. We thank you for our dear brother Prince that you have used so effectively to impart your truths to us. Father, we are struggling. We are challenged in so many different ways, and we see the family has been deranged so much and affected so much, and it expands to the wider community. We pray that you will see to the different challenges and unique challenges that each family has been going through, Father. And we pray that these lessons that we learn may not fall on deaf ears, but we may recognize the effects of doing evil and how it can further spread throughout our family and make matters worse for our generations to come. So, great King, we ask you to continue to do your thing in our lives and help us to listen and let us humble ourselves and follow you every step of the way. We pray that those that are hurting, that you will send your servants to provide assistance and that they may trust you as you come through for them, just as you have come through for us. We give you glory and honor, and we pray that we will continue to abide in your truth and that we may continue to be a family that sharpeneth each other with your word. We pray that you will bless us and guide us, and that we may strengthen each other. We may be positive, may do positive things throughout the week, and we may recognize that all glory and honor goes to your name. Be with us and continue to let us do your will and be obedient to you. Bring us back safely another time that we may continue to learn from you. Be glorified in everything, and we give you praise and honor. Hallelujah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Thank you for that prayer, Brother Asa. And my brother, IN33DIT. And where's the other brother at? AJ, what was his name? AJ something?
AJS.
Yeah. Talk to us, brother. What do you feel about the lesson today? What did you feel about the class? Were your questions answered, or do you still have further questions? IN33DIT and brother AJS, are y'all still there?
Abba,
Yes.
Cousin Althea.
Cousin Althea has a question.
Cousin Althea. Okay, cousin. Go ahead, cousin. You got it.
Well, as an ordinary human being with a great concern for community in the lesson, and particularly what Medea, help me, Medea brought up in the last part of her sharing about the punishment, the kind of despair that someone lives with, a woman lives with, if she has been shamed. Well, if she has been raped, is she then sentenced to a lifetime of shame? And if that be the case, what's the role, what's the responsibility of her community to her? To see that that is not all that's left for her. She was an innocent person in what happened. And yet, like you said earlier, like she was saying, the rapist lives and, goes on and maybe even is celebrated in some circles. But that the woman who is violated is kind of destined to a life of shame. Must that be the case? And if so, given my question comes from my own concern about community, what's the role of community in holding up and lifting up our women or children or whoever needs to be lifted up, rather than sentencing them and enforcing that they must only have a life of shame, that's all that's left for them, instead of what a community could be, providing. This is my question clear?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was a great question.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for that question. Probably nobody else was thinking about that but you. So thank you for bringing it forward. The Most High put in your spirit just for you to bring it out. And if somebody else was thinking about it, they didn't mention it. So thank you. Now, the thing that you have to understand is that the shame comes in because she was violated. The life of disparity comes in because in the ancient days, most men wanted a woman in her virginity. They didn't want a woman that had already been tainted by another man. There are instances where a man would take a woman that was already contaminated or penetrated by another man, like David. He took one of the most beautiful women in the scriptures, Abigail. She was another man's wife, but he took her after that man's life, after he passed, and he made her his wife. And so that's an example of a woman who was already violated by another man sexually, not in a disrespectful way, but by intercourse, by marriage, becoming another man's wife.
Thank you.
But in most instances today, that woman wouldn't have a problem because most of the men who marry women today are not marrying virgins. So more than likely, that wouldn't be an issue today. But in the ancient days, yes, it would have been an issue. So she would have been to a life of shame. In the world that we live in today, where community fits in, is community with strong leadership is supposed to be the support and backbone for all the children of Israel that are in need. And if a woman is in need of a family, this is supposed to be a place where she can find a family,
Mhm.
a secure family, a safe family, and one will have her best interest in mind, because those things are important. A lot of people don't have your best interest in mind, and you walk with them. You tune into their classes every Shabbat. You give them and send them your money. You do all types of things that you should not do.
Mm.
That you should not do because they really don't have your best interest in mind. As a matter of fact, now you test them, tell them you need a place to live for a couple of months. See what they tell you. Do they say, come live with us? Or do you say, all right, I got you. You can't work. You're bedridden or you're in trouble. You're hurting. You're in pain. I'll take over your bills and your responsibilities. I'll just get another job. Do the leadership go out on that level to make sure that the people that walk with that leadership is provided for? Because if he doesn't, then he's poor leadership. If the people can't do for themselves, it's the leadership's position to make it so that they can. Most people who call themselves leader today is only in position to feed themselves.
True.
The moment that you stop feeding them, they stop feeding you. And that's not how it's supposed to be. If you truly care about the people, even in the time of a people's sickness, you're supposed to be bringing healing to those people. So she will become the responsibility of the community. If we have a community and it's to the degree in which it's supposed to be, is strengthened and is self-flourishing and self-nourishing, she absolutely will get absorbed into the community and we will find things for her to do that she can pass her day by and be useful and possibly one day be married again, or be married if she's never been married. There's so many uses for good women today in this world, but the people have to desire to be that and to do that.
Abba, may I add on?
Yes.
Just another way that our community, because it just being transparent, it has happened in our space, and what we've done, and especially I would say, is uplift that woman. Get her counseling. We talk about it, that she's open to talking about it. We don't force the conversation. And then we uplift that woman. We uplift her spirit for her to know that, you're not, this does not make you who you will become later. You can still become a great woman, a great mother, a queen, all these things. And then we do things, we provide that support by being there physically, emotionally, financially, spiritually for them, giving them the affirmations and the encouragement to hold their head held high, no matter what's going on. Because that's the part of what I feel like in a lot of our families and history, that's the part that you don't see. You don't see the uplifting, the words of encouragement, because a lot of times that's what the spirit truly needs. It's not even looking for an apology from that person. It's really looking for the people that truly love you to hold you up during that most vulnerable time of your life. And so I know what we've done is do that, and we've given that person the ability to still walk through this earth, whether they're walking physically with them or alone, knowing that they have a full powerhouse behind them. Because that's so important, for people who've been victimized to know, hey, I don't have to live under this shame for the rest of my life. It's already going to be with me, but I don't have to wear it as a hat and walk like that's who I am now. So, you give them you repurpose their life in so many ways. And a lot of times it takes strong people to be able to do that as well. And within our community, that's what we do. We embrace that person or those people, or anyone who is in need of that type of upliftment, because that's truly what a community is. A nation, building a nation takes. It takes, repurposing somebody's life and them not having to walk with that label. Like I said, it's always going to be internally in them, but that does not have to be the face that they carry for the rest of their life. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Yes.
You had a question, sis? Cousin, did you have a question?
And she was saying, thank you very much.
Oh, she raised her hand. I thought she had another question. My apologies. Thank you, cousin. All right. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Prince. I'm just thinking about the name Tamar. I think we have seen the name mentioned at least 3 times in scripture. That with and Judah, that with I just discovered that Absalom had a daughter, and he called her Tamar as well. So somewhere in the chapter 14, I think it's 27, mentioned that he had 3 sons and a daughter by the name of Tamar. So while they didn't mention the names of his 3 sons, it mentioned the name of his daughter. And I'm just wondering if there's any link at all between the first story with the name Tamar and this one, right? Because I don't think it's, if I get a daughter, I'd name her Tamar, because every time it's mentioned, it's always some sad story about that name. So I know name and meaning is powerful, but I'm just wondering if there's any link between those stories.
Yeah, I don't know about the link.
The singer's sister, the youngest one, is
And
Tamar.
as you stated, each one of the ones named Tamar had a little situation going on in their lives. The first
Yeah.
Tamar was in Genesis, and she had a little situation going on. She had to play the role of a harlot in order to conceive a child by the tribe of Judah. This story with Tamar, she got sexually assaulted by her brother.
So it's shameful.
Yes, shameful thing.
All is shameful.
Tamar is something like the name of a plant or a tree, a palm tree, or some type of
It says palm tree or date fruit.
a date tree. Okay, yeah, palm tree or date tree, meaning for Tamar. So it's not like it has any spiritual meaning that I can think of. But what trees do, trees produce. They are very productive. But in this situation, we don't know what has happened with either of those women.
Okay. Thanks. What are we doing now to ensure that our daughters are protected and their virginity is protected? Considering the economic circumstances where a family might just have one room, well, two rooms, one for the mother and the father, and another room with all the children. What measures can be put in place to ensure that, other than the fact that the father must have that conversation with his son about family and how to relate to family, and what else can be really done to, or do we assume that brothers don't think like that anymore and that is not a possibility in this day and age?
All right. May the Most High be praised. That's a good question. The answer to that question is even better. We built a community. We built a community for people to come to, and as a safe haven, so that we can assure to the best of our ability that our children, our Yeladim, our women, our Nashim, and our men will dwell in safety. Those of you who are able, you should seek refuge in that community, because only in strength, only in common strength, only in equalized strength will we agree and work together to be as one can we achieve this. You can do it in your own home, but you can't be around to protect your family all the time, or even the majority of the time, because you got to go out and make that bread. And while you out making that bread, somebody else could be home up in your home. But if we have a community, there are men who are just assigned for physical protection in the communities. There are men and women designed for spiritual protection within the community. These are what we're here to do. These are the things we're meant to do. I was talking with a brother the other day, and he told me about a community that he knows in Tennessee. Was it in Tennessee? Maybe it wasn't in Tennessee, but it was another community that he was aware of. And he told me that this community don't go to the store to buy anything. And that just made me hurt inside my soul, because we go to the store to buy almost everything. We don't come together as a people. We don't build together as a people. We don't share with each other. You ain't got keys to my house. I ain't got keys to your house. You can't drive my car. I can't drive your car. We almost don't do anything for each other. And then for most of us, we live so far apart. And it's a shameful thing. But that's not the way it's intended to be. We have 110 acres of land where we're building a community. Just because you want to come don't mean you'll be elected to come. So we're not desperate looking for people. That's not what we do. We check everybody out as best we're able to. We ask the Creator in prayer before we move forward. And we try to go with the guidance of the Most High to make that decision, because only a certain spirit is going to be able to dwell with a certain spirit. We recognize that. And we're not trying to force anything. And if your spirit is not one that the Most High has and see fit to be a part of this community, go find yourself another community. You might fit in well with them. There are some communities out there that will let you do anything you want to do and be anybody you want to be. As long as you pay your community fees, they cool with you. There are some communities that are like that. We just not that kind of community. That's not who we are. We desire to walk with people that really want to walk with the Most High, and that are willing to make the sacrifices to serve this King. Don't bring no idols up in here. And if you do, we're going to try to destroy those idols, but we do it respectfully. But we're going to be on it all the time. So don't ever think you're going to rest when you bring idolatry with you. It's not going to happen. Most people that practice idolatry, if you're practicing it the wrong way, we really ain't going to let you in the house. No, we don't do that. Idolatry can come in many different ways. We put the Most High first in all things. And that's the way it's supposed to be. The Most High, the King of creation, is first in all matters. And that's how we do. So we don't close the door to everybody just because we don't agree or you do things differently. That's not how we do. But we do know that commonality will help us to make it through the hard times. That we do know. And nobody's going to have it all right. Nobody's going to agree on everything. So we understand that. So let's talk. Let's communicate. Let's see where we can find that common goal, and let's reach those grounds and cut those barriers and build this house, because the Most High's house has to stand, especially in the end times like this. The Most High house has to stand, but it has to be built off of a principle of righteousness. And that's where we at.
Dodo.
Al-Dabar.
Yes. There's thank you. There's another thing. Regarding what Tamar said to Amnon. She said to him, "There's greater evil in sending her away than keeping her." Did she expect him to keep her, considering that it is incestuous? And the reason I bring up this is because in Exodus chapter 22 verse 16, it actually says that if there that if there is a virgin and the man meets with a virgin, then she should be his wife. So I'm just wondering, what was she really thinking in saying that, don't send her away?
It would have been easier for her to bear that guilt being a married woman than for her to bear that guilt and no man can marry her or want to marry her because of what the violation was that took place for her. So yeah, she could have stayed with her brother. It would have been probably an outcast type of relationship, but at least she would have been married. And at least she could have, see, life was different back in those days than it is today. You notice she had to come from someplace to get to her brother, which shows that they didn't physically live right next to each other or with each other. They lived some distance, so it's probably can tell how often they knew each other, or how they grew up. The whole point is that was her brother, and she knew him and he knew her, and he violated her. And she's saying, well, the very least you can do is keep me around because nobody else is going to want me now.
Okay.
Wasn't something that she wishes. She said this type of thing is not done in Israel. She knew that. But after he did it, the best thing he can do is keep her. But he chose not to do that.
Okay.
I'm asking to put this question up that she asked.
Is the sword still upon King Dawi's house even until today? That's a possibility. But I'm sure that it's probably in a whole lot lesser degree than it was back then. I'm sure. Whole lot lesser degree than it was back then, because back then it was extremely prevalent.
Mhm.
Now there's probably two children might be beefing, but not like it was back in the day. All right. Any other questions, family? Any other comments? Mr. Otter, you don't have any comments, Mr. Otter? All right. My brother, what's your name? IN33DIT. We thank you for joining us. I seen you was here once before that I know of, but you always welcome to return. Any of the visitors that are here for the first time, you're always welcome to return. Let this be a place that you tune into every Shabbat at 11 o'clock in the morning on Shabbat. That's when we have our services. And we over when it's over. We don't rush it. When it's over, it's over. We ain't no rush to go nowhere. The sun is still up. It's still a Shabbat day. So we ain't no rush. We'll stay here all night if we have to. As long as the conversations are being fed and fruitful, we'll be here and we'll respond. So anyone wishing to join us, you have to go in, you have to subscribe, and you have to ring the bell to get the alerts when we go live. You subscribe just so we'll know your membership and you'll be a part of the team. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right. If there's no further questions or comments. Yes, every Shabbat. Brother Ian, man, what is your name? Why don't you give yourself a name so I ain't got to keep saying these initials? N33DIT. I don't know what that's supposed to be. N33DIT. I don't know. Give yourself a name. Aya, Malachi, Torah even. Give yourself a name so we can call you by name rather than sound like I'm talking to a robot. I33DIT. Sound like a computer program or something on microchip.
He's,
So listen, bro, just tell us your name.
We seem to have calmed down.
Huh?
no, that's a different one.
Oh, that's it.
He cracking up. You ain't even got to tell us your name. You ain't got to change it on the screen, but tell us something we can call you by so we won't be disrespectful and not saying how you want to be called. IN33DIT. I got some questions I want to ask you. I want to ask you a few things. Let me know if you're open for some questions. And actually, I need it. Oh, is that what that's supposed to be? I need it. T.A. Taj. All right, brother Taj. You are a brother, right? Taj. The date for Shavuot. Ima. The brother asking for the date for Shavuot. It's May the 8th, 2025. Brother Taj. Yeah, you're a brother. You said you got wives. So you're a brother.
Hey,
All right, let's talk, Brother Taj. Now, Brother Taj. Oh, is she right? I need it? Okay. All right. I'll try to remember Taj, or unless you want me to call you, I need it. You want me to keep hearing me say I need it, then, I mean, it's a whole lot we need. But Brother Taj, I would like to know a little bit about you. If you like, you can take that link and you can come in and speak. Come in and speak and tell us a little bit about you. If you want to be personal and you don't want to share your information, you don't have to. But I would like to know your history of how you found your way into this way of life, how long you've been into this way of life, you know, the communities that you participate with, and what's your desires in this way of life? How do you want to see yourself like in the next 10, 15 years in this walk? Where do you see yourself? That type of thing. Like, where are you working toward to do, to become, to build, to help? Where are you working at to help the nation of Israel? So if you don't mind, bro, you can come in and hit that link, come in and give us a little bit of those answers. If you want to type all that stuff, you can type all that stuff. It's not a problem. And if you decide to come on the screen, you don't have to be seen. You can turn your camera off and all we'll see is a black screen, but we'll hear your voice because you might be one of those bashful brothers that don't want to be seen, don't want nobody to see what you look like. So it's cool, whatever you decide. Underneath the crown. Underneath the crown. All right, bro. Maybe he lost his internet, or maybe he's trying to find a connection. What you smiling about, bro? You coming on or what? And I heard you mention that you got your women, your wives. How many wives you got, bro? What kind of stuff is this, man? You got all these wives. What's going on? You're trying to work on now. Okay. All right. Come on. Wonderful Shabbat day today. Oh, no wives, just a woman. Okay. All right. She is my wife. Okay. Very good. Glad to hear that. Are you coming on the screen, or are you going to do everything from back there? Or you going to type all that? Okay. All right. We're going to give a few more minutes. I don't know what the brother's trying to do, but we're going to make ourselves available for him if he is coming on the screen. Cousin, can I talk to you, cousin? Hey, cousin.
Hey,
How are you, cousin?
I'm okay. Is it okay that my head's not covered?
Your head is not covered. I didn't even tell. I couldn't even tell. You look so beautiful. I couldn't tell. I didn't even know. Please forgive me.
Everything, but I forgot the wrap.
I followed my cousin's instructions to the letter. Except I needed to get up an hour earlier, so we would have been here on time.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, maybe creator willing next time you'll be on time next time. So, we look forward to the future.
Sure.
Mr.
Yeah.
Taj is still logging in. So, cousin, how did you come into an understanding of who you are as an Israelite? Or
Well,
are you an Israelite?
No, I am here with my cousin.
Uh-huh.
I traveled where she traveled, and she's traveled a lot of places.
Yes, yes. Very powerful young lady you sit next to.
Yes,
Yes.
we
So
are
you-
neighbors.
You haven't embraced the power of Israel yet, the creator of all creation. You still a regular person right now?
I'm a regular person, I think. Is that what you
studies.
offered?
She studies. She
Huh?
studies.
Studying?
She studies.
'Cause I'm wondering how you could walk with such a powerful woman and just be a regular person. I don't know how that could be unless you're studying.
She's got me by a few months, and she always takes command over it. But I always show her things.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Do you have anything that you would like to say, cousin, before we move to Brother Taj? Is there anything you'd like for us to know?
Well, one of the strengths of the study here is the Old Testament.
Yes,
Do I understand correctly?
that's correct.
And that's something I'm just in love with. I
Good.
have spent time studying the Old Testament with the group of people that I worship with.
Uh-huh.
I love it. Love the stories. Read them. I was trying to hear where you were making references, and you can bet when I leave here, I'm going to get the references to the lesson today, where it came from, so that I can refresh myself on those stories, because it's just lessons for living, lessons for lives, in that the people were chosen to be examples for the rest of us.
That's right. That's right. Well, if you have your phone with you, my wife can give you the links that you need so that later you can do it all by yourself. Go back, watch some of the older videos, and be brought up to date with what's going on. My wife can give you the links that you need so that later you can do it all by yourself. Brother Taj, you got to turn down whatever device that is that you got in the background is bleeding through. All right, cousin?
All right, unless you got a lot more time to answer more questions.
Oh, that's all we're here for, is to answer questions.
Well, this one, it has to do with the birth, the structure and the history of what do I call it respectfully? The principles and the practices here. What do I call it? Hebrew. Israel, because I want to know how it is. What's the relationship or non-relationship between here and say not what's going on in Jerusalem, but how Israelite, I guess, they call themselves Israeli if you're born there, right? How it all interrelates. I don't have to ask what came first, because I know what on earth came first. So I'm just learning day to day to deepen my understanding and my role in such a world as this, and what we were called to do and to be. But how do we relate? How do you relate right here, right now, with that ideology? Do you know what I mean? The ideology of the Jewish, Israeli, and then the stuff that's going on there as well. Is there a statement? Is there a point of view that you have about what's going on there?
Okay. A lot of our people are mingled in the midst of that. Judaism has nothing to do with who we are as a people. Judaism is a religion.
I'm listening. You can't fix it.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Now saying, speak up a little more.
Oh, y'all can't hear me?
I
Okay.
can't know me. I have a hearing problem.
All right, is that better? Is that louder? All right.
Yes.
Judaism is a religion.
Okay.
The Jewish people, that's the European Jewish people that's living in Israel, have stolen our identity. The Creator has allowed them to preserve it, to keep it on record, so that when we return, we can reclaim our heritage. Had they not been the people, the Most High probably most likely would have chose a different people to preserve our heritage, but it belongs to us. They have supplanted us and moved us out and moved into our position, and we allow it to be because we want to practice idolatry and don't want to serve the Creator like we're supposed to. Therefore, if we're practicing idolatry, what we're doing is we're allowing them to rule even longer on the earth. Because once we return back to the oneness of the Most High and He's pleased with us, then He'll restore us back and we go back and take our land over and we rule again. Well, we can't do that when we can't even come together in a little community in East Georgia.
Yes,
That's right.
I recognize that personally. I mean, my own experiences of my communities and families.
So the Jewish man has received a lot of benefit. He has received a lot of benefit from what he's been doing by preserving our law for us. You know, they add their little things to it, but we don't do that. We don't follow that way. We strictly deal with the law, like the Mishnah and the Talmud. You know, some of those things was by our people in the ancient days, but a lot of it today has become distorted from the original versions that was passed out in the ancient days. Like the Sanhedrin, those people were our people. The Pharisees, the Sadducees, those people were our people. But the versions that we have today of those who still exist, the rabbis and the things that they're doing in the Jewish persuasion, is a distortion from the original. And no longer are they the original people. They're a sub version of people who have now taken over and usurped position and authority and ran with our doctrines and teachings. But all along, they preserved it for us to come back to it. So that's a good thing. All right.
All right. So, if I look back over the Old Testament, as you know, it is taught to me, at the point of Abraham and his son Isaac and all of that, well, when you tell those stories or you recall those stories, are we talking about that was us?
Oh, absolutely. All the way back from Genesis to the book of Malachi, some of the Apocrypha, though that history was all about us. And only us. The majority of it was for us, to us, and with us.
And heavily edited.
Heavily edited. But the Most High left enough on record for us that we can find our way back, and here we are.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, okay.
Are there any other questions? If
I'll
you come
you rest.
with another one, just raise your hand and let us know, okay?
Yeah, I got
Brother-
a question for you.
Yes, Brother
Like-
Ty.
Like I was watching your stuff the other day, right? It says don't be proud, right?
Mhm.
But I kind of am proud to be. So how do we go about that?
Is you're proud in righteousness? You're proud to be a servant of the
Yeah,
Most High?
of course. Not proud
know-
about it as in like, pardon? What's that?
Ain't nothing wrong with that proudness. It's
Okay.
okay to be proud in the Creator.
All right. You know that's
Chosen, you know? Have that love and joy within your heart that the Most High chose you. What is all that crackling in your background, man?
I don't know. I don't know.
You doing
I'll figure it
something?
out.
You moving?
Probably just the moving around.
Yeah, you probably got to stand still. Sound like you got potato chips or something. And listen, you don't have to be ashamed to ask any question. Any question you might have in your heart is okay to ask. Don't think that you got to hold back and you don't want to say something or Prince going to embarrass you. That's not what I do. I treat you like you're a little child and just don't know no better. And I say, don't do that again, please. No, I'm not. It's nothing too embarrassing that would come from me or from you. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm here to protect you. All right. So whatever question might be in your heart, ask that question. It's okay. That's what we're here for. Go ahead, brother.
Understood. Understood.
Yo, bro, you got to sit still or something, man, because you got a lot of movement going on.
Look,
There you go. That's better. That's better.
but you still hear it? Or
Yeah. No,
it's
no.
better
It's
now?
better. I hear it a little bit.
Right. I don't know. It's something
Are you typing?
because I'm on my phone. See, I'll probably have to get on your laptop. 1 second.
Are you typing something?
No, it's just I don't know why it's doing that.
All right. Yeah, go get on your other joint. Maybe that can help. All right. I'm listening. What's the question? Cousin? Did you have a question, cousin? Shabbat shalom, virtuous woman.
He said, do you have another question?
God, you know, that's like somebody saying, pick out Christmas presents.
What you want first? Yeah, I got some books based on.
Go ahead, answer your question.
No. I'm good. I just listen. And then if I have a question.
Do you speak Old Hebrew, ancient Hebrew?
Yes.
And the names given to your children and your families are the names, the Old Hebrew names?
All my children have Hebrew names, except the one I don't have no control over.
Would
But
they
all my children,
change it up?
Talia. Well, Teray is a version of my slave name. She has a version of that, Teray. Keziah, Kezaridar, Zar Shalom. I have 17 children.
Wow.
Yeah. And
And
they all,
age ranges
every age you want.
from the
Oh, but
start.
you're only 39,
I'm
right?
39 and 3/4.
That's right. They can't go as high as you.
Yeah. And I would say the majority of my children as adults all went to college, all graduated college. You know, they got degrees, they got pretty good jobs, they take care of themselves. You know, they're doing good. They're doing good, pretty good. I can't complain, especially with the way the world is today.
Exactly.
Nothing you're going to get from me.
The proof is in the pudding. If the proof is in the pudding, your pudding's pretty good.
Yeah, well, I ain't always been pretty good. I used to be a piece of work.
Where'd you come from?
I was born here in Philadelphia.
No kidding.
Yeah, born in Philadelphia.
This community where I'm visiting right now, this is you.
This where you at right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I live there too. That's my wife you're sitting next to.
Yes. I know. I'm just so, I don't want to say impressed because impressed sounds kind of sedity.
No.
It's not impressed. I am just amazed and just excited really about what you're building here. And I just have this as kind of a wish for Black people.
Yeah.
But as you say, it's a matter of first coming together within yourself,
Yes.
and then your neighbor, your family.
Yeah.
I live on a land similarly, I'm sure Sakari has told you, where we are on the same land. 30, I hate to say 40 because it wasn't 40, and people think when you say 40 that the government gave you something, and they did not that. And so my great-grandfather held on to 37 acres, more or less. That's how it was written in the contract, the deed, from 1904. Now, what could a Black man do in 1904 to deserve to work and earn enough money to buy 37 acres? Well, I got ideas. One of the things I know he did, because I had our ancestry looked into, is that he was a bootlegger. He was a real, he's someone who worked with his hands and all of that. But the smart part of him was that he was a bootlegger. And there are a couple of news articles from local papers right in the areas where we live of him being chased by the locals, yokels, because there's his steel. He's got that 300-gallon steel. Now that's a pretty big steel, right? Anyway, I figured that may have contributed. It doesn't matter. I just love an interesting story. And I know most times when we tell stories, people want to hear the stuff you don't want to tell them. That's what makes a story good, right? It's like, don't tell me that once upon a time story. So my family is full of those other kind of stories. The fact that his son was raised on that very land, and from that day to now, what's that, 120 years? We all live there, and we're all related by blood. And all have our separate homes, and some of the things we haven't achieved is.
All right, is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on a second. Clean your camera off, bro. Go ahead, sis. We listening. I mean, cousin, we listening, cousin. Clean
I was ready for my brother over here.
it on your camera and wipe it off. It's dirty.
One of the things, see, when I haven't been there always. I was born in Alabama, but I spent most of my adult, as did my cousin, in California. So 45 years of my life, most of my everything was LA, Oakland, mostly LA.
Listen, we ain't going on a date.
No, I'm telling you.
What I want to know from you is your walk with the Creator. Tell me about that.
Well, I was getting to the part. Where was
Yeah.
I getting to?
See, you even got
Yeah,
it.
I was concerned
It's
about
about the
the
land.
community,
Yeah.
about the land.
Yes.
While we're all living in our separate dwellings, etc., there are certain things we don't share. Like I'm looking and seeing the sharing here. I mean, when I got there, it was the idea that everybody had their own riding mower.
Yes.
You know how much a riding mower costs?
Too much.
Depending
And my
on
mother has one, and my brother has one, and they live in the same house. And there's a 2 acreages of lawn that between them would be cut.
yes.
And then my aunt and different ones, and who needs one are the two of us. But the goodness is my brother will always come and cut my lawn, but he and my cousin here, they have kind of a transactional breakdown right now, but I think it can be fixed.
Yeah, it can be fixed.
Him not overcharging her for
It
doing
can
it.
be fixed.
But that's what I'm looking at. Why don't we have one big trash bin that gets picked up every week instead of all these individual little trash cans in
Because
our yards that the ladies who pick up are put upon to drive back and forth up hills to pick it up.
$25 a
And
piece.
those are just things that just a few of the things. And we could bring our monies together and qualify to have a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
If there was a fire in our community, Jefferson only has about 5,000 people. So if there was a fire, there's a volunteer fire department, and you pray to who you pray to, that they get there in time to save any part of the property if it happened. So why can't we bring it all together and communally, get a fire hydrant and those sort of things?
yeah, y'all got a problem over there.
Part like, I didn't know you growing up. I don't know your daddy well. I don't know that you're his daughter, so maybe we're not related. As if that's important at any cost. You're not all blood related and provide in this community.
That's
You're
right.
related by ideology and love of life and love of wanting a better future for your families.
That's right.
So that's my query. And you're providing a lot of answers to that just by my being here and hearing you. You're very clear, and you're very centered, and I can hear the stand you are.
Well, may the Most High be praised. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Believe me, it comes to a lot of disappointment and heartache and pain and suffering that I've arrived to where I am, and I'm going to receive a whole lot more to get where I got to go. I just try to endure the best I can, remain faithful to this King, and I'll be all right. I trust in him. I trust in the Creator. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Brother Taj.
Yeah, what's going on? So what you want to know, my man? Talk to me.
Shalom, Brother Taj. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, Brother Taj. Where you from?
All right, Bermuda.
Bermuda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bermuda.
Yeah. My
You got
woman's downstairs. She don't want to come on the camera. I don't know. She's being shy.
your
She's
wife
watching
don't
me.
want to come on.
Yeah, she's being shy.
I don't blame her. Somebody might try to do something to her later on. Get
No
married.
way, no way. Protected and highly favored. You know this once. You know how it goes.
There you go. There you go. How
You
long
know?
have you been in the walk as an Israelite? In the
I'm
knowledge.
all right. I mean, how long have I known?
Yeah.
Maybe like a year or two.
You only been in the walk for a year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You seem to be pretty knowledgeable for a year's worth of experience.
We study every day. We're serious about it, you know?
Yeah. What do you study? I mean, where are you studying and getting your information from?
We read a lot as well.
You know, we got a lot of videos on YouTube, man. You can always go back and watch some of the previous videos.
Yeah, definitely. We do that. Also, it's another guy we watch on her a lot. Truth Unedited, we watch him a lot.
Who?
Truth Unedited.
I don't know about him. Never
Yeah,
heard.
look, he talks.
Me either.
That's why he kind of reminding me of you. I'm not really into the proper guys. You know how they act. I'm not really into that kind of.
Yeah, I don't know him, man. You might have to introduce me to him one day. Do you know him?
No,
Or
I don't
just-
know him. We just
Yeah.
we just
Shoot
follow
it.
his stuff sometimes.
Yeah, you might try to get to know him, man. I don't know what he teaches. I like to learn him. Maybe you could put the link in the room and I can go there later and watch him.
Yeah, definitely. You would enjoy it. You would enjoy it. Very
Edited. Okay.
good stuff. Truth Unedited. Yeah.
He about 39 3/4 too.
So I don't know.
So how did you come into the understanding of who you are as a Hebrew?
I mean, you feel it, you know it, right? You can't really explain how. It's just what it is. It's just what I know. It's just I don't know. Whoa. Can't really explain. I just know, I don't know what you really say.
What about your wife? She just came along with you, or she was already there first?
Oh, we was raised Christian, obviously. You know how that black people, and then obviously Christians, and then we find out, see, we answer to our Christians,
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah,
It's a lot to learn.
definitely.
It's a lot to be learned. Belief in deity died for the sins. Yeah, I'm sure, sis. I'm sure. But we're going to try to help the brother to help him to understand and learn and to grow. With only a years of experience under his belt, there's so much information for you to get. And we're here to give it to you. We're here to share with you, to help you to grow as much as you want to grow and learn as much as you want to learn.
Deity. No, miss, you got the wrong one, man.
All right, you tell us then. Tell us about him.
Truth Unedited, he preaches against all of that messianic beliefs and all of that.
Oh, he don't deal with
He's against
Messianic.
all of that. You got to look for yourself, and then when you see for yourself, and then you judge after that.
Okay. Well, that's cool. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you'll
Maybe
figure it out.
Maybe she knows somebody. Oh, she said truth. What she say? Truth unedited. She said.
Believe a deity died for his.
But
he
look,
believes.
she didn't say truth be told. She said truth unedited. That's somebody else, right?
No, that's the guy. That's the page I told you to go look on.
Oh, I thought you said truth be told.
No, Truth Unedited.
Okay. All right.
You gotta look him up.
All right.
Yeah, check it out.
All right. Well, we talk later. If she got some information,
Yeah.
Hey,
She
look,
might,
if she
All right.
knows something, if she says something, she knows something. She can
Hey,
always reach out and let me
I
know.
can't tell her nothing either,
But this is what I want to say to you. Okay. In your journey in trying to learn about the Creator, do you ever pray to the Most High to guide your steps?
Yeah, every day. Wisdom, protection, every have to.
All right. And the Most High open your mind up to understanding of things, which causes you to change your behavior.
Exactly. Which
All right.
brought me here.
All right. I'm going to drop a jewel with you today. Okay. And next time I see you, I want to see some stubble on your face.
Yeah, man. Yeah. My yeah. You see, I'm kind of clean cut. It's
You
good.
see what I'm talking about there, right?
Yeah.
Israelite men didn't shave their beards or their
No.
mustache. No, they didn't. It's prohibited it. A man
Okay.
should not cause a razor to come upon his face to shape it up and to cut it off. It was an embarrassment. Like that lady was being shamed when she didn't have a husband. She couldn't get a husband now.
Right.
It brought shame to her in her life. If an Israelite man was to walk around with a smooth shaven face, that was shameful for a man to do.
One day, 3 men got captured by the enemy. They got accused of something that they wasn't doing. So the men sent them back to King Dawid as a disrespectful son. And one of the ways that he embarrassed them and disrespected them was he shaved off half of their beard and made their face clean, smooth shaven, and
Yeah, I
ripped
get
their
it.
clothes and had their buttocks hanging out. And today, if you look at it, our males today walk the street clean shaven and they wear their pants down behind their buttocks.
Yeah,
And that was an embarrassing thing in the ancient days.
yeah.
But now we do it so easily.
Good, proud of it. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
We got to think about it. And if you continue to come here, which we pray that you do, you always welcome. We aim to guide your mind back to the fullness of the Creator.
Yeah, definitely.
So whatever your beliefs are right now, you hold on to them. Defend them the best you can. I don't know what they are, but you defend them the best you can. But if you see that the information that we're providing to you is correct and exact, if the Most High shows you that, then everything that you thought you knew, you will come to realize you didn't know anything at all.
Yeah, well been there already, my man. But you're right. You're right.
And it takes a real man to stand up and admit his faults and errors in life, especially to his family and people who he has called himself to teach.
True.
If he's wrong and he realizes that he's wrong, a real man will try to make amends, try to make it right, apologize, and will do better. But it's the phony males, the males that try to defend a lie. And a lot of us do exactly that. We defend a lie. You know, we believe in things that's not scripturally supported because somebody says it. We believe in things that haven't even manifested itself within our lives just because somebody said it. And that's not always good. Sometimes you can't get the verification. You cannot get the proof. But if you can, it's best that you seek it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Another point of advice I got for you is challenge everything that you're taught. Don't just let somebody tell you something without you challenging what they say. If they say thou should not murder, you make them prove to you that the scripture says thou should not murder.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely blessed with discernment. It's not like I just randomly, we definitely
Well,
pray, man. But
I'm
I'm listening to you.
I use that word skillfully, and this is the reason why I use the word. Because a lot of people says thou should not kill. And it doesn't say thou should not kill. It says thou should not murder. Murder and kill are two different things. You know, you can take the life of something and kill it, but if you take the life of something unjustifiably, you've murdered it. And that is required at your hand from the Creator because you murdered a thing. In the Hebrew scriptures, lo terzak means thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill. There's a word in Hebrew for kill, and that word is mut, which means die. Okay? So the law doesn't say thou shalt not mut. The word says in scriptures, thou shalt not murder, lo terzak, which means you should never take the life of something unjustifiably without a bona fide reason.
1 second. Someone said to do it. 1 second.
Yes, sir. All right. Let's see what this says. His real name is Ron. He is Messianic Hebrew teacher. I love his videos too, and I watched him for years. I'm simply informing the brother that Taj that we serve the Most High only, no idols, peace to him. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. So, cousin, did anything else pop up in your spirit, cousin? I can't hear you, cousin. Ema got you on mute.
Oh, are we speaking now with our mystery guest?
Oh,
Or-
yeah. Brother Taj is back.
Yeah, I got a newborn, so everybody's wants to see the baby,
Oh,
Yes.
congrats.
You're a newborn.
Yeah. But it's like 2 weeks old now.
Oh, and people coming in to see your baby?
Well, his aunt.
Okay. Do you know what the scriptures say about a newborn baby?
Yeah, you tell me. I'm here to learn,
All right, here we go. You got a male or a female?
Meal.
All right. Did you get them circumcised yet?
Yes.
What day? Well, then let me just.
It was 7 days after he was born.
Great. You did a great job. Because on the eighth day is when he's supposed to be circumcised, if you can do it. If you can't do it, you do it as soon as you can. So
Yeah,
that's,
it was 7 days after he was born.
all right, wonderful.
Okay.
Now, have you ever read in the book of Deuteronomy, in the book of Leviticus, the 12th chapter of the book of Leviticus? Can you pull that up? You can start at verse 1. I don't know if you know these things.
I read the Sefer. I don't really
It don't matter.
Bible. Shit.
Okay.
Can you repeat that, dude?
Leviticus 12. I tell me to bear Ivri.
And you want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
And
Hold on a second. I gotta go get my charger. Oh, hold on. Let me ask my wife to get it for me. Hold on 1 second, please.
I need to plug in. Oh, body. No, my body.
All right. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. Read on, please.
And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and born a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the day of the separation. For her infirmity shall she be unclean. Stop.
Do you know that already?
Yeah, I knew that already.
So what happens with your son?
He was unclean, I guess, until he got circumcised.
So you don't know it. Read it. Read it again, bro. Start from the beginning. Keep reading. And listen, if you don't know, it's okay not to know.
I don't. Yeah, that's why I'm hearing you do this.
Well, you don't have to know everything, and I'm not here to embarrass you. I'm just here to enlighten you, to show you the proper way and how the Most High requires for us to live.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Read it, please.
And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and born a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the days of the separation, for her infirmity shall she be unclean.
Keep reading.
And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. You may keep going?
Yeah, please.
But if she bears a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for an ascending smoke offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest.
All right, you can stop there. Do you understand what's being said?
Can you explain it?
All right, very well. It's saying that if your wife, any woman, has a baby, and the baby be born, if it's a female baby, 60 and 20 days? Yeah,
60 and 6 days.
For a woman.
6 days.
No, it's 6 days, but she had to do the 2 weeks. So it's 80 days altogether.
Okay.
A score is 20.
Okay.
So 3 scores, 20, 40, 60, and 10, 20 is 80. Okay, so it's 80 days in total that the woman is to be unclean if she has a female daughter. If she has a male child, then if with a male child, she's unclean for 40 days. That's 2 scores. 2 scores, 20, 40. Okay, so whenever you have a baby and it's a boy, he's always supposed to be circumcised on the 8th day. And then she remains unclean, both the mother, if she's breastfeeding, both the mother and the child. If she's not breastfeeding, then just the child. But she remains unclean for 40 days. After the 40 days, you're to have a celebration to the Creator,
and you offer the child to the Creator by tradition. What we do, this is not law, this is tradition. After that days of a purification is up, you offer a special offering to the Most High. The law says you bring a sacrifice or offering to the Most High. So either way, you're covered. If you have a girl, you have to go 80 days and then you offer to the Most High. But another important thing is in that scripture that a lot of people miss is the part where it says she should not touch no holy thing. Holy means set apart. So anything holy dedicated to the Most High by way of worship and praise, an unclean woman in her birth should not touch.
So I can't touch. She can't touch me or nothing like that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If she does, you unclean.
Right.
And if, you just have to bathe before the sun go down, and then you're clean after the sun go down.
Okay.
But you living in an apartment, you're almost not going to be able to stop that. Yeah. So you have to constantly keep yourself in position spiritually and ritually to try to be clean the best you can, at least to make prayer. When it's out of your control, there's nothing you can do about it, then you don't do anything about it because you can't. Just ask the Most High for forgiveness. And if that's your situation, just pray to the Father, ask him for permission to approach him in prayer and ask him to forgive you. But Father, you know my situation. I'll do what I can. But in honesty, you sleep with her, you lay wherever she sit upon, wherever she lay upon, it's unclean. So everything in your apartment that your wife lays on or sits on or picks up and all that stuff, it's not pick up, but whatever she sit on or lay on, whatever her backside touches, it becomes unclean. So the bed you lay in is unclean. All of that is unclean for that duration of time. So it's because you had a male child, you only got 40 days of that. At the end of that, you should bring an offering to the Creator and thank the Most High for the blessings of you making it through, of your life, of you having a child, and for the life of your wife, that she made it through childbirth. Childbirth is one of the silent killers that people don't even talk about too much. There are a lot of women who die during childbirth. So the Most High, because he spared her life, at the end of your uncleanness, thank him for it. Include that in your prayer to the Creator. You don't have to wait to the end. You can thank him all the time, but especially at the end. Thank the Creator for your child and ask the Most High to accept your child at the end of the 40 days. All right? So if there's anything else that you need to know, then you can always ask, and we'll always do our best to help and give you the answers that you need. But you are welcome here. You're very welcome here, and your family is welcome.
Thank you. So we're just trying to follow. We know the way. We know this is the way. So it's like, it's what else are we gonna do but follow the way?
Yeah,
this is what it is.
You was here last week, right?
Yeah.
And that's when you told me you was from Bermuda, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I believe I do. Or was it either last week or the week before?
Yeah, it's not really too much Bermudians. I haven't met another one that thinks the Israel is a whole bunch of us here, but they don't believe it. So whatever. It's not,
Really? That's odd because there's so many of us there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's odd.
In Bermuda?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of Israelites in Bermuda.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like black people my color?
Yeah, your color.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm gonna look some up because I know
please do.
Cohen Mikael always talked about the people in Bermuda.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could probably give Cohen a call if I can remember.
Yeah, let me know. That'd be good to know.
Because I can get some numbers for you, and then you can reach out to them, and hopefully they'll be able to help you.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a lot of Israelites in Bermuda, but I'll look out for you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
How about Facebook? Are you on Facebook?
Nah, I don't. No, I don't do none of that. No,
Okay. No
not
problem.
for me.
No problem. Yeah, a lot of people say that. No, I'm not arguing with you. I agree.
Yeah.
All right. So thanks again for coming in, and congratulations on the birth of your new son. May the Most High be with you, and may the Most High bring you great blessings, joy, and peace in your life. And if there's any questions, man, you can always type your questions, ask your questions. And if you want to come on and speak your piece, just let me know. We'll send you a link to the room. You can come in.
Yeah, I'll definitely be in touch. I'm not really into the show. I only did it because you asked me to. I like to just sit back and learn, but.
but you got to ask questions, and you
Yeah.
got to challenge. You always got to challenge the people who claim to be teaching something.
Like I understand what you're saying, right? But if you see, like if you was talking ignorance, I'll know. You know,
How
I'll
would
know.
you know? How would you
Yeah.
know? Because let me tell you something. Now, this is no disrespect to anybody who believes in this thing that I'm about to say. But how would you know? Because sometimes what we consider to be ignorance, a lot of people really hold that to be true. Like some people believe that a day starts when the sun come up.
That's
And
like,
then,
how about not ignorance? Let's say if you was trying to manipulate me,
oh yeah,
or you understand? I'll be you get what I'm saying, right?
yeah.
That's what I mean. You know, it's not like we've been through the fire, so we know what's going on. You know.
Good. Well, I come in a pure spirit, man.
Yeah, I know. I could tell.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. So may the Most High be with you, bro. But if there's ever
Hallelujah.
any questions, comments, anything, just type it. If you want to come on, just let me know, and we'll do our best to get you in.
All right, man. Ta-da, man.
And
Appreciate you.
tell your wife we said it's nice to meet and not meet her.
Yeah. She's just watching you guys, dude.
Yeah, that's cool.
But thank you. Blessings. Shabbat shalom.
Gamlaka. Gamlaka. All right, cousin. Where we at, cousin?
Hey,
Whatever you say.
Are there any other questions, cousin?
no, not right now.
All right.
Keep talking.
So we done. Ain't nobody else to talk to. Don't nobody else want to talk. Anybody else in the room want to talk? Nope. See, nobody else don't want to talk.
It's a rich conversation. I don't know why everybody's not talking.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's been a long.
I don't know. They probably tired. We've been on for a long time.
Well, you have been longer, so you haven't lost an ounce, an inch of energy.
The family is saying you're so beautiful. It's saying you're so beautiful, cousin.
You should be quiet.
Cousin,
Yeah?
the family is typing in the room saying you're beautiful.
Oh, no kidding. Who said that? Somebody in the room there?
Yeah, Sister Ornette. Sister Ornette.
Oh,
So beautiful.
Beautiful or neat.
beauty is as beauty does, right?
We watching that. All right. Well, we're going to close it out if there's no more conversation for the rest of the day. If there are any questions or comments, please post your questions and comments because we're about to close it out. If y'all ain't got nothing else y'all want to talk about.
Hello.
Nothing? No other comments? No questions?
Hello.
All righty. May the Most High be with you all, and thank you all for coming out. And please remember, family. Oh, sister underneath the crown got something to say. Go ahead, sis. If you got a question, I'll send you the link, sis. You know how you do.
Uh-oh.
I'll send you the link. You can ask your question, sis. Sister under the crown.
Okay. Now you see why I be here, huh? See, now you see how much I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Sister Tara, you taking a long time. Oh, she really got a question. Okay. Yeah, take the mic. I just sent you the link, sis. Just come on. Speak your piece on the link. You speak it on the mic and then it'd be better. You know how you go.
Uh-oh, look, she typed.
How do you determine when it's Shavuot?
Well,
When it's Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks that's coming up.
okay.
So everybody,
All righty, sister. Okay, so you don't need to take the mic for that. Okay. Oh, she came on. Okay. Let's get
Alrighty.
platform. Go ahead, sis. What's your question?
Shalom, Prince. Shabbat shalom.
Okay, so you don't need to take the mic for that. Okay. Oh, you got to turn that boom box in the background down.
Shalom, Prince. Shabbat shalom.
All right, Sister Tara. Born underneath the crown. Crown. Shabbat shalom to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I cannot hear.
You can't hear? You might have turned your volume down. Born crown, underneath the crown. Sister Tara, you there?
Shalom?
You ready? You there?
Can't hear.
All right,
Okay.
go out and come back in. Wait, she can't hear. All right, I tell you what. This is what you do. Oh, I don't want to knock you out. If I knock you out, it might not let you back in, and I don't want to do that. Let me see. Let me see if I can do that. All right. How that work, sis? Can you hear me now? Okay. She's probably going to come back. Chief Shama. Shabbat shalom, Chief Shama. Shabbat shalom, my brother. That's my brother. Yeah, she's a woman with many names. Yep. So I assume she's going to be chopping right back in. Yeah, there she go. All right, let's get her back. See if she's there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we always could hear you.
Okay, good. I can hear you too. Shabbat shalom. I enjoyed the lesson today.
Shabbat shalom. I'm so glad you did. I'm happy we were able to serve you.
Yes, for Elohim. For the hot elements. Okay.
Yes, Elohim. So what's up?
Okay.
No.
So, there's a lot of different camps and everybody do the feast days and the holy days differently. How do you at Temple Kipayim, how do you count the days for Shavuot? How do you determine when is Shavuot?
Because I do it the right way.
Just tell me how. Is it going to be so difficult?
Everybody say that though, don't they? Everybody say they way the right way, don't they?
I'm just asking. That's what I'm saying, but it's got to be one way but everybody do it differently. So I just want to know, how do you determine?
All right. Well, let's not even go how I determine. Let's go how the scriptures say it. Okay. And then we'll walk together and figure out where it is and how it's supposed to be. All right. So we're in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And we're going to deal with this conversation. Most High spoke to Moshe, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say unto them, these are the appointed feasts of the Most High. You shall proclaim as holy convocations. They are my appointed feasts. The very first appointed feast is the Shabbat day. 6 days shall work be done." When it says appointed feast, it doesn't mean that you're sitting down eating. Appointed feast is a mistranslation. It should be appointed times, moedim, appointed times that the Most High has given. The word feast should be moedim. So therefore, these are my appointed times that I have proclaimed to be sacred, holy convocations. Excuse me. The very first one of those of those holy appointed times, 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day is a Shabbat of solemn rest, a holy convocation. You should do no work in it. It is a Shabbat to the Most High in all of your dwelling places. Then you get to the Passover. These are the appointed feasts of the Most High, the holy convocations, which you shall proclaim at the time they are appointed for them. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at twilight, is the Most High's Passover. Why is it that the Most High put Passover as the second feast? Because if you follow the relations, how they go, first thing is Pesach is the first event through the year. Besides the weekly Shabbat, that's every week. But around the time of the new year, first you look for the new moon, and then Pesach is there. So once you find the Passover time frame, Passover is contingent, or when the time for Passover is contingent on several different things. The agricultural and the visibility of the moon, the sighting of the moon. And once those two things let you know in concordance when they occur, then you know that you can do your Passover because you know you're in the right month. So 14 days after the new moon is Passover. 14 days after the first new moon of the year. Usually you have 12 new moons in a year. So after that 12th new moon, you get the 13th month. That's the first day of the first new month. Okay? 14 days after that is when you keep this Passover that the Most High is speaking to us about. On the first day, you should have a holy convocation. You should do no ordinary work, but you should present a food offering to the Most High for 7 days. On the 7th day is a holy convocation. You should do no ordinary work. No ordinary work means like playing and joking and, things that you find to do or even on your job. These days, the weekly Shabbat every week should be taken seriously. And the next one is the Day of Atonement that should be taken seriously. These two holy days are Shabbat Shabbaton, meaning no work at all, at nothing that you do, no labor. The rest of the holy days are Hags, and during Hags, you have celebrations. You make pilgrimage feasts back to Jerusalem to keep the holy days back in the Holy Land. That's what we're supposed to be done. Okay. So now we just got finished with Passover. Now we're on the first fruits. This is answering your question, Born Crown, underneath of the crown, Sister Tara. What's another one I can give you? Yeah, that's y'all know what I'm talking about. So this is another part of your question. All right. And the Most High spake to Moshe, saying, speak to the people and say unto them, when ye come into the land that I give you and reap its harvest, you shall bring the sheaf of the first fruits of the harvest to the Most High. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Most High so that you may be accepted. On the day after the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it. On the day after the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it. On the day after what Shabbat? A lot of people say the Passover is the Shabbat, and the next day after the Passover, you're supposed to wave it. Or they'll say the 7th day of Passover is a Shabbat. So the day after the 7th day of Passover is when you're supposed to wave it. But we don't go according to that law. What we do is we utilize the weekly Shabbat after Passover. So the first weekly Shabbat after Passover, you add 1 day to it because it says the next day after the Shabbat. So that means that on Yom Rishon, on Yom Rishon after Passover, just like this Yom Rishon lined up after Passover is when you start counting what they call the Omer. From the day that you put the sickle to the grain, you begin to count. All right. On the day after the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it. So you had to put the sickle to the grain and then you wave it up. And on the day when you wave the sheaf, you shall offer a male lamb, a year old without blemish, and a burnt offering for the Most High. And the grown offering with it shall be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil. A food offering to the Most High is a pleasant aroma. And the drink offering, it shall be of wine, a fine flour hin, and you shall neither eat bread nor grain nor parched or fresh until this same day, until you have brought the offering of the Most High. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all of your dwellings. You shall count the Feast of Weeks. You shall count 7 full weeks from the day after the Shabbat, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering. Most people don't even know, but those two chapters go together. You shall, from the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, you should count 50 days. So you have to count 50 days. The first day after the Shabbat is when you start. So you count 50, it's actually counting 49 days, and then the 50th day is the holy day. Then you should present a grain offering of hew grain. Wait a minute, wait, did I miss something? You should count 50 days after the 7th Shabbat. So 50 days after the 7th Shabbat is 49, because 47 go into 49 equally. So after you get a completion of 7 times 7 of 49 days, the 50th day is the day that you have that celebration. So now let's think about it. If you start on Yom Rishon, then that means that the holy, and you counting 7 weeks, and then the day after that 7 week, if you start on Yom Rishon, the holy day has to be on the Yom Rishon. If you start on a Sunday, the holy day has to be on a Sunday. Yom Rishon means Sunday. Okay, so we wait until after Pesach. We offer the sheaf offering to the Most High. The next day after that Passover, we start counting. That's on a Sunday or Yom Rishon. We count 7 full weeks. If you went from Sunday to Sunday, that's 8 days. That's not what he says. He says 7. So we count from Yom Rishon to Shabbat. That's a 7-day week. From Yom Rishon to Shabbat, we do that 7 times till we get to 49. And then the very next day is another Yom Rishon. That's day 50. And that's when you're supposed to keep your feasts. And that's how we do it. Now, I know that that's confusing to a lot of people, but to those who know, you know what I'm speaking about. And if you don't know, you do your research, you will learn. But this is a lot confusing for a lot of people who don't have a trained mind to understand scriptures. You shall count 50 days, verse 16. You should count 50 days to the day after the 7th Sabbath. The day after the 7th Sabbath equals your 50 day. Then you shall present a grain offering of new grain to the Most High. You shall bring your dwelling place 2 loaves of bread to be waved, made of 2/10 of an ephah. They shall be of fine flour, and they shall be baked with leaven, as first fruits of the Most High. And you shall present the bread 7 lambs a year old without blemish, and 1 bull for the herds of 2 rams. They shall be a burnt offering to the Most High, there with their grain offering and their drink offering, and offering with a pleasant aroma to the Most High. And you shall offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, 2 male lambs as a sacrifice of peace offering, and the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruit as the Most High, as a wave offering before the Most High with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy unto the Most High for the priests. And you shall make a proclamation on the same day. You shall hold a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. It is a statute forever in all your dwelling places throughout your generations. This holy day that we're talking about, the Feast of Weeks, it is a Chag. And on Chags, you're allowed to celebrate, party, have fun, play music and dance. And you don't do those things on an ordinary Shabbat. But on this point in time, on all of the Chags of the Most High, you can have a party, break down. You know what I mean? You can break dance. You can do whatever you want to celebrate to the glory of the Creator. All right? So, Sister underneath of the crown, born crown, where we at? Sister Tyra, where we at? Does that answer your question? Or does it pose more questions?
No, I understand. Total.
That's it with you? No.
Yes, for now.
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's it.
That's for now. Hold on.
Oh, wow. I ain't never had so short, but okay. Thank you, sis. We greatly appreciate it.
No problem.
Greatly appreciate it. So we go the first week, the first Shabbat after the end of Passover, and we start counting the 7 days from that next Yom Rishon after the Shabbat. So if Passover ends on a Wednesday, after we wait the offering, if it ends on a Wednesday, we have to wait till the weekly Sabbath comes, which is Shabbat, and then the next day after is when we begin our counting. So I hope that answers the question. I thought it would be best if I pulled the scripture because it would be a little bit easier to see. So I hope I didn't confuse anybody.
No, no, no. I just wanted to hear how your understanding of it.
All right. So therefore, we come up with the 8th day of June this year.
Or changes yearly.
The 8th day of June. Is that Ema here in the background? Okay.
Cousin has a question.
Yes, go ahead. Who? Kezu.
Cousin.
Oh, cousin. Oh, go ahead, cousin. What's your question, cousin?
Okay, well, first I want to just go back to Leviticus is a book of Moshe, right? And so this is basically part of the 613 laws that he's speaking right now.
Out of 5.
Okay. Yes.
What you just read, that comes out of the extensive laws
Yes.
that govern the Hebrew.
Yes.
My question is, do you do those things?
Yes.
The things you just read, you do those things.
Yeah, everything except the sacrificing. We don't do any sacrificing.
All right, but there are things that are impractical to be doing, like taking lamb and having to, on some of the laws, it requires you would have to get on an airplane or a boat and get over to the Holy Land and take your lamb and sacrifice. I'm not remembering what verse that's from, but somewhere in the 613 laws, there's a lot of them that are impractical to do now. And just in the next verses that you would have read, it said if you didn't do something here that you'd be struck dead.
No, I don't know where that's at, sis.
And
Nothing-
whoever does
nothing-
anything on that very day, that person I will destroy from among your people.
Where are you reading at?
Do any work, et cetera, et cetera.
You talking about on the Shabbat day?
Leviticus, that was right after what you had just read. So it was 30 29, 30, 31, 31.
Oh, I didn't get down there.
23rd. No, you didn't read it. I've read, the books, those books of the Torah and Moshe's, and I just look at the 613 laws as they would be impractical to actually do literally in modern day. So how do you compensate and justify what you cannot do in modern day that was spoken to be done from Moshe's laws?
Let me explain this. There's a whole lot of answers for your question, but I answer your question the best way the Most High allows me to answer your question. The Most High doesn't give us anything that we can't do. And when you're doing the Creator's law, within his law is things that you cannot do if certain conditions doesn't exist. So when we read about the killing of animals, certain animals, it requires a priest to kill the animal. If you don't have a priest, then you can't kill that particular animal for that service. Do you follow me?
Yes.
So when that part of the law says that you have to kill an animal, the priest has to kill the animal. If you don't have a priest, you can't kill that animal. Therefore, you can't do that portion of the law. So may the Most High have mercy on you. But do you just disregard the entire law in its completeness because you can't do one portion of it? No, you can't. You have to do your best to be your best in all things. And why? Because these things are done as a memorial, as a remembrance, so that you don't forget what's done and what's needed, what's required of you, so that you don't forget the laws of the Most High. That's why you are to do these things. Where it calls for a certain type of sacrifice that does not require a priest, it's not a sacrifice, but an offering, then you have to do it. And you should do it, like the Passover. Every man was required to bring his own offering unto the priest. So therefore, we can still offer up an animal unto the Creator for a Passover lamb, a Passover offering, but we have to understand that it's a memorial of a memorial. You don't do a memorial of a memorial like you do the original offering.
Very first.
You understand me, sis?
Yes.
Okay. In the laws of the Most High says you can only sacrifice where the Most High has placed his name. That name was placed in Jerusalem. That's the last place we know where the Most High placed his name. So we can't do no sacrificing here in this land, but yet we were commanded to keep these holy days in all of our dwellings. So if we're commanded to keep them in all of our dwellings, you mean the Most High didn't know that we wouldn't know who the priesthood was? He know we didn't know, but he also told us to keep these holy days. So therefore, we have to do the very best that we can do in the land of our captivity, so that these things do not go into extinction and we remember. Because there was a time in Israel history when they didn't do the law.
Mm-hmm.
They forgot all the laws of the Most High. And then when the Most High allowed them, babe, you got to do something with him, please. He having a party over here, ain't he?
So he up now. You done got him ready.
Oh, we just included.
And when the people didn't have the laws of the Most High, they went astray and they did all types of things because they didn't remember. They didn't call to mind. Let me share something with you. And maybe this can explain what it is I'm trying to say. And I'll read it for you. Oh, you can read it. You want me to read it or you want to read it, sis?
Read it, please.
All right, I'll read it. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1. And watch what the Most High says to the children of Israel that are far away in a land of captivity. He's saying that from the book of the law, because the Most High knew what would happen to us eventually. And when all these things shall come to pass, the blessings and the curses which I have set before you, and you call them to mind among the nations where the Most High your Elohim has driven you. He knew we would be in captivity one day. But he's saying, when you're in the land of your captivity and you think about my law, you meditate on my commands like we're doing today. In the land of our captivity, we're meditating on the laws that the Most High gave us thousands of years ago. Then he says, where the Most High, your Elohim, your power, has driven you, he has put us into captivity, and you return to the laws of the Most High, your Elohim. You understand what that means?
Well, when you can, you do.
That means when you start to know what the laws require of you, you're required to keep them. So therefore, when you learn that the Shabbat is on a Saturday, and you're in the land of captivity, and you learn this, and you're not supposed to do any work on Saturday, you're required to do that. When you learn that you cannot eat no pork, you cannot eat chicken or fish, certain types of meat, certain type of animals, when you learn that you cannot eat those things, you're required to the law of the Most High to keep it. So when you are in the land of your captivity where he has driven you, and your mind goes back to reflect on the commandments that he's given you, and then you return to him by doing the commandments that he's shown you, you and your children, not just you, but you have to lead your children in the same manner. And you obey his voice in all that I command you today with all your heart and with all your soul. That means don't play with the Creator. Give him all of you. Don't keep parts of the law. Keep all of the law that you are able to keep. Then the Most High will restore your fortunes and have mercy on you. All of us running around here talking about, may the Most High have mercy on us. Abba, Creator, please forgive me of my sin and my iniquities, but we don't keep his law. One of the agreements in that commandment is that we have to do his law, and then he'll have mercy on us. Well, a lot of us want to bypass doing the laws of the Creator because somebody named Paul told us the law was done away with, that it wasn't necessary. Paul wasn't a prophet of the Creator. Paul was a man who wrote letters to different men of his opinion. And Paul has every right to do that if he chose to. But Paul wasn't a prophet. He had no authority to speak on the word of the Most High. Paul says over and over, I speak as a man. He lets you know he's not speaking divine revelation. Paul says, I speak as a man. A prophet don't speak as a man. A prophet speaks, thus saith the Most High. And that's why in the New Testament, you never see where it says, thus saith the Most High. Because everybody in the New Testament is speaking as a man and not as a prophet of the Creator.
So the Most High says, wherever I have scattered you, you call to mind these laws and these commandments that I have given you, and you do them. Laose, to do. Hebrew is laose. You do them, then the Most High will have mercy upon you, and the Most High will bless you. And a lot of our people today, we don't understand that we're up under the curse of Deuteronomy 28. We're up under the curse of Deuteronomy 28. And the only way that we're going to reverse that curse is to return back to the laws of the Creator.
Thank you. I got more.
Yeah. That answers your question.
I mean, I can't judge. I'm just saying thank you for the detail of that explanation.
Oh, yeah. I had to. 'Cause I had to
That I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, you asked a question. I had to do what I could do to answer your question.
I know it's just fun. I know I'm not like locked in on any point of view. You are giving me an advantage or an opportunity to ask questions that I either have been kind of, flicked away in other conversations with, or not had anyone that could actually speak to it. So I really appreciate you. So you're saying that, let's say when we were when Hebrews were in captivity, let's particularly say under Egypt, and how they even ended up in captivity under Egypt is because they were disobeying the Almighty, right? I mean,
Yes.
that's the result of not following the word of the Almighty, is that you end up in captivity. And yet, so then there would have been a time during captivity, I would imagine, that you could not keep those laws. Well, actually, the laws weren't even given by then. So it doesn't even, this question is moot, because their laws came after Moshe rescued them and took them away to the new land, to the promised land. And then they spelled out the 10 commandments and then the 613 other laws. So that they weren't subject to those laws then. They had to do what they were told to do or they'd die. Under Egyptian law, right? I mean, if they were told to go build that pyramid, you did it or you died, right?
Yes.
I mean, there were no laws that govern your actions at that point.
All right. I want to bring something to your attention. Do you see this right here?
I can't really. Well, just tell me. I can look at it on my Bible.
Genesis 26:5. Abraham was way before Moses.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I got that.
And this is what the Creator said about Abraham in the 26th chapter of Genesis. Because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge and my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. What laws was Abraham keeping?
Good question. Tell me.
Okay, there was a man. Now, this is all handed down orally through tradition. Some of it can be proven as a fact. But the rest of it we have to accept as, we don't have to accept anything, but we do accept it as orally handed down. There was a school of the prophets that we knew of who was orchestrated by a man named Shem. And Shem was the son of Noah.
Yes.
Who was still alive during the lifetime of Abraham. And Shem, being a righteous man, it's taught that Shem taught people the laws of the Creator. Another thing you got to keep in mind that a lot of people don't know or pay attention to, there's a lot of people who worship the Almighty, but not as a nation, as an individual people. You heard of King Melchizedek?
Yes, that's what I was just saying.
Okay. Melchizedek was known as to be a prophet, a priest of the Creator. So if he was a priest of the Most High, he knew the laws that the Most High was requiring for him to live by. You follow me?
Yes.
Moshe came and wrote the laws down for the whole nation of Israel. But if you worship the Most High and you lived according to his law, you had to know what that law was in order to live by it. So Melchizedek, who was the king of Salem, was a priest of the Most High. He had laws that he had to live by too.
So Abraham, when it says Abraham kept these laws or my laws, we pretty much are talking about the same laws. Moses just codified them and wrote them down.
Well, I get that too, because in order for them, the fact that the people were sent into bondage in Egypt because they had not followed the laws, there had to be some laws that they, in fact, that's what you got in front of me, the laws that you're talking about.
Yes.
Melchizedek, or however I pronounce his name.
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek. That person that so much is thought about, and they didn't put enough words in the book about. We just have to know to trust that, because I do, I give a lot of credibility to that person, that title. So, all right. Thank you for that part. Now, the other part, when you're talking about the prophets.
What about the prophets?
The prophets of the Old Testament were destroyed by their own people.
Yeah.
They were chopped up. They were done this. They were done that. So it was like God sent the prophets. He sent the persecution in Egypt. He sent all of these things, the prophets, to give you the word. And every time I sent you rescue or ways to obey my laws, you challenged it, you destroyed it, and you went on in your merry way.
Like we're doing right now, right?
Yep.
Yes, right. So yeah, sort of like that little story about the man who waited for God to rescue him when there was going to be a flood in the mountains or something. You know the story where it's like, I sent you a boat, where the man says, I'm waiting for the Lord. The Lord's going to rescue me. So when the boat and the sheriffs and the canoe,
He don't go.
native,
Yeah,
He didn't get on it because he was waiting.
he's still waiting.
Yeah, he's
He
still
recognized
waiting
that
until
the
it
Most
kills
High-
him. He's waiting until it kills him. And then when he ends up at the pearly gates, he's upset because it's like, I waited for you to come and save me. And the Lord tells him, well, didn't you see that boat? And then you see that helicopter. And all
Did you-
those ways I tried to send rescue, but you would not obey or hear or pay attention.
Did you see that part when the Lord said to him, did you see Prince Kaz?
Did you do what?
He get personal.
Oh, himself.
What I'm trying to say is, the Most High has mercy on all of us.
Uh-huh.
And oftentimes we don't see the Most High because we don't know the language of the Creator. He
Right.
tries to speak
Yeah.
to us.
I get you.
He tries to speak to us in a language that we can understand, but
Mhm.
we so busy with the world or society has taught us that we don't even pay attention and phantom that it could be the Most High speaking to us.
You're so right. You're so
Therefore, we miss it, and we fight with everything. We fight against receiving a blessing from the Creator. That sometimes we destroy our own blessing.
Yeah, we are probably our biggest demon.
Or we don't like the messenger.
Uh.
Or we don't like the messenger. So we like, oh, that can't be.
You know the one about the man who overruns the cliff's edge and he's holding on to a twig, and that only thing between him and falling thousands of feet is a twig, and he prays to God, Lord, save me. And God said, you want me to save you? He said, yeah. He says, let go.
Wow.
And then the man calls out, is there anybody else up there?
Oh, gosh.
Terrible.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, I never heard that one, but I understand.
Mhm.
I understand fully. The thing is, when you get somebody in your midst that's teaching you of the words of the Most High, sometimes our own ignorance can be our own destruction,
Yes.
because we are so adapted and learned in the ways of the world that a righteousness seems like something we got to fight against rather than something we need to embrace.
Yes.
So that's all. So if we ever stop fighting, we can actually get something done.
Yeah.
We can actually get something done.
Embrace.
What was that?
That's what I've learned to embrace.
Yes, you have to. You ever heard the story of the Garden of Delight?
Mhm.
Perhaps.
The what?
The Garden of Delight.
The Garden of Light. Tell us the story of the Garden of Light.
The Garden of Delight.
Light.
Delight.
DELIGHT.
Yes.
Yeah, man. I should tell this parable a long time ago. The Garden of Delight. Here we go. Went like this. La 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 la. Got it. 3 men entered into the Garden of Delight. 3 men entered into the Garden of Delight. The first man came out, he died. As soon as he came out, he completely died. The second man came out, he went crazy. And the third man came out, he remained just as he was when he went in. What is the Garden of Delight?
Self-reflection.
First man came out, he died. Second man came out and went crazy. The third man came out and was just as he was when he went in. What is the Garden of Delight?
Experience. We're learning from the mistakes of others. Or being saved by the sacrifice of others.
Oh, okay. You know what the Garden of Delight is?
What is it?
Knowledge. These men were exposed to something, each and every one of them. They were exposed to the truth. And sometimes the truth will kill you. Sometimes the truth will drive you crazy. But if you do what Ima said and embrace the truth, you come out, you change, but you're the same as you were when you went in, because you absorbed it. You let it to rest in you. Most of us want to fight it and challenge it and reject it. Therefore, it'll kill us or drive us crazy. But those of us who embrace it and allow it to rest in our inward parts and come out when needed and necessary, we'll live a long time with that knowledge and be able to impart that knowledge upon others. It's a blessing. That's called the Garden of Delight.
Wow.
In Black Ebonics, it would be the Garden of Delight. DAL. The Garden of the Light. Not delight, but that's the light over there.
Yeah. See, that's what I like about that brother. What was his name? Taj. Taj didn't come with no fighting spirit. Taj came with an energy like, teach me.
No.
Yeah, he didn't stand up, act like he knew everything. He was like, yo, bro, I'm with it. And let me tell you why that was so important. You know why that was so important? Because he had his wife right there with him.
It was refreshing.
You know how many males put on a front before they women to act like, oh, he don't know what he talking about. I ain't paying him no mind. Who that nigga?
Wake up there.
He didn't do that. And that was a very humbling spirit. And that's a powerful spirit. He can get a long way with that.
True.
We can learn a whole lot of things with that type of spirit. So, Brother Taj, if you're listening, keep up the good work, man. It's not a lot of people like that in the earth today. And I'm being honest.
The one that was quietly in the background for the longest.
Yeah.
He was speaking toward the end. He has a lot
Until
of
he was
energy
called for it.
for the truth.
All right. So if you have any more questions, I'm here.
Well, how can I ask any more questions and be what was his name? What was the man we were just describing?
Tosh.
I'm now got to practice humility.
Well, no, you doing fine. You're female, your energy is different. So you're doing fine. We don't have any issues with you. You can ask any question you have.
Well, you're just so generous.
I'm still struggling with the 613 laws that minimize women. However, I have to view it from another point. I have to really watch what I'm thinking on that. But all I can believe is that it's that way because it provides for the general benefit.
What do you mean, Ima? What laws minimize women?
I mean, because I'm always looking for something that's
on the camera, Ima.
Oh, yeah.
I'm always looking for the specific, because there are laws that mainly are directed for the men. Granted, I understand they have the strength to do pretty much everything, but it's like a focus. I understand that the women in my life have done a lot, and most of all of them have done it in tandem with their mates. And I just think about how my grandmother was with my grandfather, but she was pretty much the way it was expressed in the Bible. She was there to support him, and she was there for him. But I want to hear something directly about how the children and the women should be taken care of. And the only way I can really obtain it is just to view the way the men treat them, because they're the ones that the law is going directly to. And it's just for me in my head, I'm like, okay, somebody left some stuff out in the 613 commandments. But I'm living through the teaching to understand what I need.
Okay. Somebody did leave some stuff out because everything ain't meant to be said.
Sure.
And we don't have the story of everybody's life in the Tanakh. Everybody's not mentioned in the Tanakh. There was plenty of women that did a lot of good things who are mentioned in the Tanakh.
Yeah, first one of my favorite.
Yes. You know, so the Most High does mention women. He does mention the benefit of women, what they've done, how they contribute. So I see a lot of that in the Tanakh. But if you look at it like a deficit and you're looking for something to pop out like it does the men, it's not going to happen because it wasn't that type of story.
I'm thinking that I'm not asking the question right when I'm looking up the verses, because every now and then I'll find some things and then I go back and it's like, there's nothing there. And I'm like, okay, so, but in the beginning I was finding things. I would ask for something specifically for women and children or women.
To show the strength of women, how women contributed to this, that was what you're looking for?
Well, so more like, what they contributed, or what was contributed for them on their behalf.
Okay, now I'm confused. You mean how they benefited from scriptures?
Yeah, no, not benefit from the scripture, but direction, directions from the scripture.
Like do's and don'ts and how women's supposed to do certain things?
Pretty much the way they have to, they say with the men, because I know some other things outside of that, how they existed, especially in that time when they had to be away from the community. And that was strong. But I know that from just dealing with people that grew up in it.
Like their menstrual cycle when they came on
Well,
their
have to stay away and then, and keep clean, and how they took care of each other in birth and that time.
a lot of the law doesn't point directly to women.
That's the point.
But the culture of our people do. The law says that if a man has a wife, one beloved and one hated, he has two wives, one beloved and one hated, and then the one that he hated or disliked less, had his firstborn son, how he's to give that one a double portion of his inheritance. So it's not like the law just blots out women, because he doesn't. And any man that's receiving a double portion of his father's inheritance is surely going to take care of his mother. So the Most High made provisions for, like, when the children of Zelophehad, all daughters, they was inquiring about their inheritance. Previously, if the father died and had all daughters, the daughters didn't get nothing. But the daughters of Zelophehad, they complained. Zelophehad, they complained to Moshe. And the Creator put a decree that they would have to marry men in that same bloodline of their fathers, and that they could have that inheritance. So the Most High looks out for women a lot, especially widows.
Yeah, I think something, and maybe the way I asked the questions that I didn't get, what I was listening, I just need to read it and live through it.
Yeah. So the widows, the Most High have them down in scriptures that you should not hurt them, harm them. And actually, the priest was required to take care of them, the widows. So, I mean, there's a lot of places where the Most High has things designed specifically for the women. But the women wasn't the main focus of the scriptures.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I just have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They were the main focus.
They were included, but I totally get that. I was just trying to really get serious or focused on what I'm missing, because I know I'm missing something, because this is for the people, all of the people.
That's right. So a lot of the laws was for all of the children of Israel,
but primarily for the men.
For guidance. It makes sense.
And yes, that's Ima Sukari,
Who asked that?
Sister Ornette.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I love the fellowship, but that's in the back of my head. And each time I go in, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that, because most of the things that attract me the most, other than the teaching, is the way the sisters are involved with it. Because like all services, pretty much most services in any kind of spirituality, the women hold it together, and I can see that in the study. And it's just, to me, I guess it should be something that says, but it doesn't. And it does. I mean, it's indicated, it's written, and I get it. But I just, I want to find a verse that says this, and that's in my mind, that's in my head. But I'm satisfied with the way I'm learning to understand.
Yes. May the Most High be praised. I'm glad you're getting something out of it, because it's meant for you to prepare a life for you. The whole scripture in a nutshell is to prepare a life for the women and children. Teach men how to be men, teach males how to be men, and cause us all to reflect on the laws of the Creator and the importance of it. All right.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other questions?
What are you saying now?
She's got some more.
Actually, what you were just now talking on was going to be my next place to ask a question, is what's it all about? And you were speaking just now about what's the covenant, what's the promise of the Most High, what are we living towards, what's the point of following 613 laws, etc. What's it all about? Well, I mean, why should I do this? It's going to make my life better in the here and now, or is there a hereafter, or what?
Is there a hereafter?
The sun came
Is
out.
it going to make me better? Is my life about my here and now, and these laws have followed? It's what I have to live into and what I have to expect for all of eternity. Or am I living into a hereafter, a paradise, a heaven? Is there heaven? Is there even a mention of heaven in the Old Testament?
Are we talking about, is there a mention of heaven? No.
Well, what were you talking about just before
There's a mention of heaven when heaven was created. Yeah. But as far as a place where you go after you die, no.
No, that's the point as to what is all of this about. What's the point of study? What's the point of learning the laws? What's the point of following the laws? What is the point of that for human beings?
I'm saying, what's the end result?
Huh?
She said,
What's the end result? Yeah, because I wasn't thinking it was an end though. But yeah, what is all that for? Why do you do what you're doing? What's it for?
Right. What I'm doing is to serve the people. And ultimately, the people's blessings, once we get it together to serve the Creator, is to serve the planet, to serve the whole form of creation on the entire planet as the rulers of the planet, but in servitude of righteousness. Do you follow me so far?
Oh yeah, I get that.
A father's job is to provide for his family, to provide guidance and leadership, and to protect his family.
Yes.
The nation of Israel is the father of creation. If you understand, all the nations in the earth belong to the nation of Israel as an inheritance from the Creator. And everything that I'm saying to you, I can show you in scriptures to support it. Therefore, it's our responsibility to take care of them and to provide for them and show them the proper way of life and how they're supposed to live. So if we serve the Creator properly, the Most High has a reward for us, and that is an inheritance to rule the earth. And let me explain to you what I'm speaking of. Isaiah, the 14th chapter, verse 1, speaks a little bit about that inheritance. It says, "For the Most High will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel
and will set them in their own land, and sojourners will sojourn with them and will attach themselves to the house of Jacob. So if Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter that I read, comes into play, and enough of us begin to think of the Most High and what he requires of us in this life, then all this suffering, all this pain, all this that we're going through, being killed in the streets by the police or whoever else, killing ourselves, pedophiles, all type of wickedness that takes place in this place of our captivity, once we begin to turn back to the Most High, those things are depleted. He removes that because we're back in charge again, and the judgments that come forward are righteous judgments because we'll be living and dwelling in righteousness. And those people who made us slaves, we will make them slaves. They will be our slaves. But when they're our slaves, they're going to understand how a master is supposed to treat his slaves. They are our inheritance. We do with them as we please, but we don't do with them as evil and wicked like they did with us, because that's not in us to do. Our slaves don't even feel like slaves. Our slaves feel like indentured servants or somebody hired out like a job or something. Our slaves are not oppressed. Our slaves are not whipped. Our slaves are not killed. They're not raped. They're not murdered. They're not abused. They're not held down. They're not oppressed like they've done to us, because we move in a spirit of righteousness and not a spirit of wickedness, selfishness, and hatred. That's the true nation of Israel in its fullest. We are to be a light to the Gentiles, which means we are supposed to teach them how to live. Well, we can't teach them what we don't know. And the only way we can obtain that knowledge is by our desires of righteousness before the Most High, by living according to what the Most High has set on record for us to live by. That will be your sign or your light to the nations that you are with the Most High. And then they will come to you and take hold of you and say and lead me to your Creator. That's exactly what happened. And everything that I just spoke of, I can show you in scriptures. So let's read this a little bit. Isaiah 14:1. Now we'll go to verse 2. And the peoples will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Yisrael will possess them. We will possess all these people in the Most High's land as male and female servants, slaves. They will take captives of whom they were captors and rule over those who oppressed them. We will rule over them, and we will show them the proper way to rule. When the Most High has given you rest from your pain and turmoil and the hard service in which you were made to serve, and will take you his taunt against the king of Babylon. Now, has that happened to us? Was we made to serve in suffering and pain and in turmoil? Oh, or is that my imagination?
No, reality.
That's right. That's correct. It's not my imagination. It's a reality, and that's how we live for so long. That was our reality. I was trying to pull another chapter for you. All right. I spoke about this a little bit earlier in the reading, so I'm going to read it now. The time of the end, because that's what you asked for. What this is all about. Okay?
Yeah.
At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince, who was in charge of the people, of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble such as never was since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered. We shall be delivered from the suffering, the pain, and all the anguish that we're going through right now. And we're also going to experience some more of that even today in this time. It's not over yet, but we are on our way out of here. And there shall be a time of trouble such as never been since there was a nation till this time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be written in the book of life. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to everlasting shame and everlasting contempt. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness
like the stars forever and forever. But Daniel was ordered to shut this up and seal it in a book until the end of times. So you get another inclination from Daniel's the 7th chapter about what's going to happen in the last days.
I haven't read that much.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to read Daniel some more.
Okay. Let me see what Daniel goes down to. Okay, Daniel was given a vision, a dream about what happened. And Daniel's, I'm going to start in verse 7 and 15. And you can read Daniel 7 if you want. It's a very good place to read. As for me, Daniel, my spirit was within me was anxious, and the vision of my head alarmed me. I approached one of those who stood by there and asked him the truth concerning all of this. So he told me, this is an angel speaking to Daniel. So he told me and made known to me the interpretation of the thing. He says, these 4 great beasts are 4 kings who should arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High, who are the saints of the Most High? All of those who turn and do the Most High's law willingly, in righteousness, primarily the children of Israel. But the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and forever. Now, we just read in 3 places where you're going to inherit a land from the Most High, and you're going to rule in that land across the earth. 3 places we read that. So you ask me, what is the reward of all of this? Your generations to come and you should inherit that kingdom. And you're going to be put in position as a great and mighty nation to be a light to the planet, to teach people how to serve the Creator. Then I desired to know the truth about the 4th beast, which was different from all the rest, exceedingly terrible, with his teeth of iron and claws and bronze, in which devour and broken into pieces and stamped that which was left with his feet, and about 10 horns on his head, and the other horn that came up before them, they all fell to earth. Okay, and that seemed greater than its companions. As I looked, this horn made war with the saints of the Most High, and it prevailed. That means that the government is going to win against us for a period of time. And he has done that. He beat us down badly. The oppressors have oppressed us excruciatingly, tore us up until the Ancient of Days came. So they're going to rule over us until the Ancient of Days come. And judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And time came when the saints possessed the kingdom. There it is again. We're going to possess that kingdom. Thus he said, as for the 4th beast, the 4th beast of the kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all kingdoms and shall devour the whole earth and trample it down and break in pieces. As for the 10 horns out of the kingdom, 10 kings shall arrive, and another shall arrive after them, and he shall be different from the former ones, and shall put down 3 kings. He shall speak words against the Most High, and wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall think to change times and laws. And that's exactly what they did. They changed the times and the laws of the Most High. What do you mean by times? First of all, to begin, we don't keep the proper holy days. The Most High said they were my appointed times. We don't keep those days. And for those of us who do keep the days, there's still doubt in the minds of a lot of people when it should be. So therefore, we're doing it on different days. So they have removed that from our knowledge. The laws of the Most High, they have us believing that a man died on a stick for our sins. Therefore, the laws of the Most High has been done away with as well. So this oppressor, this government that's in charge, has been very successful at fulfilling his mission as prophesied in the book of Daniel. We have more of our people in church worshiping an idol than we have those who serve the Creator. And that's not good. This is something that we need to think about. You worship the Creator, not the creation. But they worship the creation and put him before the Creator. That's a problem.
He shall speak words against the Most High and wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hands. For times and a half a time, but the court shall sit in judgment, and his dominion shall be taken away. The government shall lose, to be consumed and destroyed to the end. And the kingdom and the dominion is the kingship, and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High. All those who confess the Most High is the power and the ruler of all creation, and he alone casts forth excellent judgment. He alone. Those are the saints of the Most High. His kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Now, we just read in the book of Isaiah when it says that we shall possess all nations and we shall rule over them. The book of Daniel says that all kingdoms shall serve and obey us. Y'all follow me so far?
Following.
Mm-hmm.
So all these things are pointing in the direction that the children of the Most High, are the ones who the Most High is going to set up to rule the entire planet from that holy land that he has blessed and set his name in. Jerusalem. We're going to own that land once again. Right now, we got a remnant of us, a small, minute remnant. But in a moment, the majority of us are going to be there ruling from that place.
Mm-hmm. I'm not. Thank you.
I think so.
I could probably do this the rest of the evening, but we do need to go in a while. But about what you said, isn't it also true that in Isaiah, maybe we can pick up sometime.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
In later verses of Isaiah and later chapters, the prophecy of someone who would die on a stick, so to speak, that was coming to fulfill the laws, as opposed to you having to live out the 613, so to speak, because I can't see what those laws in and of themselves, how they brought you any closer to a love or appreciation or relationship to your God. Or
The answer is no. The answer is no. There's nowhere in Isaiah say somebody's coming, so you don't have to keep the law anymore. No, it doesn't. Those are fables that's taught in the Christian church. The scripture that they're probably making reference to is Isaiah 53. They talk about someone dying for your sins in Isaiah 53, but it has nothing to do with what they're telling you it has to do with. For if this same scripture that they're talking about, right, where they say that somebody should die for your sins, it says a part in here, and this is my favorite part when these people try to say that this is JC. It says, and that he made his grave with the wicked, and with a rich man in his death, although he had done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth. Yet it was the will of the Most High to crush him. He has put him to grief when his soul maketh an offering for guilt. He shall see his offspring, he shall prolong his days, then will the word of the Most High prosper in his hand. And most people say that that's JC or Jesus or Yahushua or Yeshua. That's what most people say. But they bypass what this prophecy says. Now watch what this prophecy says, and then you tell me if this could be Jesus. If you know anything about Jesus, not to say that you do. But this is what a lot of people teach, that this is Jesus. And this is the scripture that I think you're talking about. It says, yet it was the will of the Creator to crush him. He has put him to grief when his soul makes an offering for guilt. It says, now this verse right here, to me, would disqualify Jesus completely. It says, he shall see his offspring. Jesus had an offspring? Who did Jesus impregnate? Who got pregnant by Jesus? Nobody. So if Jesus never had a wife and never had an offspring and never left a child in the earth,
He ain't got no offspring. So then that means that this could not be talking about Jesus. That's just that little part. But that's a significant part because the individual that we're talking about right here had children.
Well, what is that? I can't read it from where I'm sitting, but when you were reading, he shall see his offspring. What's the rest of that?
He shall prolong his days. The will of the Most High shall prosper in his hand. Well, at that time, according to the historical writings of JC, if you want to accept them, he died on the cross and he never returned. He died, and that was the end. They're waiting for him to come back, as they say. So the Most High didn't prosper in his hands. The will of the Most High didn't prosper in his hand. He failed at his job. His mission, as they say in the New Testament, was to die for your sins. But if he died for your sins, why are people still sinning? And why are people still being punished for their sins in this day and time? If JC came and died for your sins.
I don't think that meant that would be the end of sin.
Well, then why is he paying a price for your sins? What is it? Because if I go to the store and I pay for something, it's mine. I do what I want with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That means it's gone. So if JC came to die for your sins and he did exactly what he was supposed to do, then that means that all your sins are forgiven. So then why keep the laws of the Creator if your sins are already forgiven? Because your sins ain't forgiven. The Most High says in the book of the law that no man shall die for the sins of another man. And then the New Testament turns right around and say, JC died for our sins. Who are you going to believe? The law of the Most High or someone who is writing a letter to another person? And this is not an attack. This is only to clarify your answer, your question. There is no way that could be talking about Jesus because Jesus didn't have any descendants to come after him.
Well, I wish I was a scholar because I would challenge a lot of what you've said, but I haven't. But it hasn't shaken me. It's just,
when
the promise of life where we would be in power, or we would be, as the Hebrew or whatever, now in charge and enslaving others who enslaved us. Is that it? Is that the ultimate outcome? Is that we would
teach the earth how to live righteously.
And now, rather than all people living together in harmony and peace, we would actually then become the new enslavers of a people.
See, the way that you're looking at in slavery is not the way that it is. It's not slavery as we have been taught what slavery is. See, we have been taught to abuse, to misuse, to disrespect, and to rule with a mighty hand. We look at that as a master of slaves. That's not, the Creator is our master and we are his slaves, but he doesn't do that to us, does he? We desire for him to rule over us, correct? We're really the slaves of the Most High. On Facebook, my name says slave of the Creator. That's my name on Facebook in Hebrew, slave of the Most High. That's my name, and that's how I go. Let me read this to you, and you tell me who this is talking about. It says, behold my servant whom I uphold, my chosen in whom my soul delight. It says, I have put my spirit upon him. He would bring forth justice to the nations. He will not cry aloud or lift up his voice or make it heard in the streets. A bruised reed will he not break, and a fainty burning wick he will not quench. He will faithfully bring forth justice. He will not grow faint or be discouraged till he has established justice in the earth, and the coastlands wait for his law. Thus saith the Most High, who created the heavens and stretched forth out, who spread out the earth, and what cometh forth from it, who gives breath to the people on it, and the spirit to those who walk in it. He says, I am the Most High. I have called you in righteousness. I will take you by the hand and keep you. I will give you for a covenant to the people, a light for the nations, to open the eyes that are blind and to bring out the prisons from the dungeons. From the prisons, those who sit in darkness, I am the Most High, and that is my name. He says again, and I repeat, please watch this part. He says, I will not give my glory to another. I will not give my glory to another, nor praise to carven idols. What is a carven idol? It's a statue of an image of a deity. Did we have images, and did the Christians have images of their deity? Carved in, graved in, stone and brick and wood? Yes. What did that image look like? It looked like a man hanging on a cross with a little bit of blood on his fingers and a little bit and a crown on his head. It was an image that they prayed to. They prayed to it so much that our grandmothers and our grandfathers have those images all over their house because they worshiped them. And that image that they prayed to didn't look like us. It looked like a European, but it didn't look like us. And if you want to believe in that New Testament, if you want to accept that, then at least your deity should look like you. Because in the book of Revelations, when they described how your deity looked, he looked like you. He was a man of color with wool hair. And that's who we are. That's what we got. So if you even worshiped JC in the New Testament, you definitely shouldn't worship a European man.
I agree with that. I
Yeah.
definitely agree with that. I don't have any notion of a European.
Yeah. But now when I was reading this, who did this tell you? Who did you make this think this was talking about? It sounded like
What is that? Is that Isaiah?
yeah, Isaiah 42.
Isaiah 42?
Yes.
It probably more likely is related to GC or JC, as you say.
That's what you would think, right? That's a good one, right? That's what you would think. And then as you read further, it lets you know who it's talking to. It says in the next chapter, but now thus saith the Most High, he who created you, O Jacob, who formed you, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name.
Yes.
You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be burnt, and the flame shall not consume you. He says, for I am the creator, your Elohim, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. The Creator says, he and he alone is our Savior. None other. But we put our trust in someone else. And watch, 44, verse 44. He says, but now hear, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus saith the Most High, who have made you, who have formed you from the womb, and will help you. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant. Do you remember what Isaiah 42 says? Isaiah 42 was speaking to the Most High servant. The Most High in 44 calls Israel his servant. So no matter what it is that you want to say, who you try to interject there, if it didn't call him by name, then it's not him. Here, the Most High specifically says, Israel or Jacob is my servant. So all along while you was reading all these things, he was talking about Jacob. And watch, I'm going to prove it to you. Watch this.
Wow.
Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, Yeshurun, whom I have chosen. For I will pour water on a thirsty land and streams on a dry ground. He says to us, I will pour my spirit upon your offspring and my blessings on your descendants. They shall spring up among the grass like willows by flowing streams. This one will say, I am the Most High, and another will call on the name of Jacob. Another will call on the name of Jacob, and another will write his hand, the Most High. He will call himself by the name of Jacob, the Most High, and name himself by the name of Yisrael. So this is a prophecy saying that you will wake up and call yourself a Jacobite or Israelite, and you will surname yourself by the name of Israel. Do you know that one of the practices, and this wasn't because we learned this, but one of the practices in dealing with the slave master was that the slave master would take your last name and give you a last name to show what slave master possessed you and owned you.
Uh-huh.
You got names like Holmes, names like Williams, names like Johnson and Thompson. These was all the slave master's names. But the Creator says in the days when he's bringing us back to himself, we're going to surname ourselves by the name of Yisrael. And a lot of Israelites have renamed themselves away from the slave master's name unto a name that identifies with the nation of Israel. A lot of people have the last name Yisrael now. They've gotten their names changed in the system, and their last name is Yisrael. You can do a word search, look in a dictionary, an encyclopedia, anywhere where you can find people's names and numbers. You type that last name in there, and you'll get a whole slew of people who change their last name to Yisrael, Yisrael. Watch this next part, though. The Most High says, beside me, there is no God. He says, beside him, there is no power. None. So everyone who wants to say that somebody else is the power, like the Most High, they're in error. Thus says the Most High, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer. He's the King and the Redeemer, or the Savior of Israel, the Most High of hosts. I am the first and I am the last. Now watch this. You know, they say that Jesus sits on the right-hand side of the Father. It says, beside me, there is no God. Who is like me? Let him proclaim it. Let him declare and set it before me, since I appointed an ancient people. Let them declare what is to come and what is to happen. Fear not, nor be afraid. I have told you from old, and I have declared it. You are my witnesses. Is there a God beside me? And I only use the word God so you'll understand where I'm coming from. The Creator says, is there a God beside me? There is no rock. I know not any. That's what he says. All who fashion idols are nothing, and the things they delight in, not profit. Their witnesses neither see nor know. That they may be put to shame. He says, who fashions a god or casts an idol that is profitable for nothing? And they made a lot of statues in honor of that deity. They still got them up today. Matter of fact, I saw a video where the big one they got over there in Spain, I think it is, was struck by lightning.
Wow.
Who fashioneth a god or casts an idol that is profitable for nothing? Behold, all his companions shall be put to shame, and the craftsmen are only human. The people who make them are only humans. People make these images. Let them all assemble. Let them stand forth. They shall be terrified. They shall be put to shame together. The ironsmith taketh and cutteth tools, works it over the coals. He fashioned it with a hammer and works it with his strong arm. He becomes hungry and his strength fails. He drink no water and is faint. The carpenter stretches a line. He marks it out with a pencil. He shaped it with the planes and marked it with a compass. He shapes it into the figure of a man. What does the statue of JC look like?
Man.
A man on a cross. Watch this. And I didn't write this. This is an e-book you pick up. Prince didn't write this. The Most High wrote this because he knew what we will be into thousands of years later. And guess what? It didn't even take long. And we've been doing this for a long time. Our oppressors gave us these things. He shaped it into the figure of a man with the beauty of a man to dwell in a house. Where do we put these statues at? These images, these crosses with a man hanging on it. Where do we put them at? We put them in our homes. We hang them up in our homes. and we dare somebody to say something bad about it. And if we couldn't afford an image, we got a picture of it, a tamuna. We got a picture of it. And we dare somebody, we would hate people who spoke bad about our Jesus. The Most High just called that stuff idolatry. We don't think so. Watch this. He cut down cedars, and he chooses a cypress tree or an oak and let it grow strong among the trees of the forest. He planted cedar, and the rain nourishes it. Then it becomes fuel for a man. He cuts that same tree down, and it becomes gasoline or oil or whatever you're using for a man to eat himself or to warm himself. He takes his God that he was worshiping and chop it up and throw it in the fire so he can keep warm. That's how his God provided for him. Then it becomes fuel for a man. He takes a part of it and warms himself. He kindles a fire and bakes bread. Also, he makes a god and worships it. He does all that out of that tree. He makes it an idol and falls down before it. Half of it he burnt on the fire. All the other half he eats meat with it. He roasts it and is satisfied. Also, he warms himself and says, I am warm. I have seen the fire. The rest of it he makes into a god, his idol, and falls down to it and worship it. He prays to it and says, deliver me, for you are my God. He says, they know not, nor do they understand. For he has shut their eyes, the Creator has shut their eyes, they cannot see, and their hearts so that they cannot understand. No one considers, nor it is knowledge of discernment to say, half of it I burnt in a fire. I also broke bread with coals with it. I roasted meat and have eaten it. And shall I make the rest of it into an abomination? Shall I fall down before a block of wood? He feeds on ashes. A diluted heart has led him astray, and he cannot deliver himself or say, is there not a lie in my right hand? That means that people really believe what they say. This is their God, and they're going to worship him as their God. The Most High says they are practicing idolatry. They can't see what they're doing. They think they're right. They will defend that lie if it costs them their very lives. The Most High saying, abomination, 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 and you're saying, my Savior, my Savior, my Savior. Now, who's right, you or the Creator? He says, remember these things, O Jacob and Yisrael, for you are my servant. He repeats it again. Jacob and Israel are my servants. That's the third time we read that. But every time a Christian read it, they want to imply Jesus in there and say Jesus is his Savior or his servant. That's not what the Creator said. The Creator said, Jacob and Israel, for you are my servants. He says, I have formed you, and you are my servant, O Israel. You will not be forgotten by me. I have blotted out your transgressions like a cloud and your sin like a mist. He asks of us something real special. He says, return unto me, for I have redeemed you. He has saved you, but return to him. But what do? We return to JC. We go to JC because we say that block of wood or that whatever the mystery system is behind it, we say it has saved us and not the Creator. And that's what we do. The Most High is saying that that's a sin, that's abomination. But we can't see it because our eyes are blinded. The Creator's saying all this, not Prince. So don't get upset with Prince. Don't be not wanting to defriend Prince and say Prince said something, because Prince ain't saying anything. This is the Creator speaking. And your sins like the mist return to me, for I have redeemed you. Sing, O heavens, for the Most High has done it. Shout, O depths, for the earth. Break forth into singing, O mountains, O forests, and every tree in it. For the Most High has redeemed Jacob and will be glorified in Israel. Thus saith the Most High, your Savior, your Redeemer, who formed you from the womb. I am the Most High, who made all things, who alone stretches out the heavens. Just in case you're confused and you don't know who's speaking, he's telling you his attributes and what he's done. And he said that he did it alone, nobody else. And a lot of people want to say that Jesus was the Word and the Word was wisdom and the wisdom was with God. The Creator just said he was by himself. He said, I was alone. All that stuff don't exist. Who alone stretched out the heavens, who spread out the earth by myself, who frustrated the sons of liars and made fools of diviners, who turned wise men back and make their knowledge foolish, who confirms the word of his servant and fulfilled the counsel of his messengers, who says of Jerusalem, she shall be inhabited, and the cities of Judah, they shall be built. He's promising us that we are definitely going to return back to the Holy Land of Jerusalem. And we're going to build these cities and build these houses of worship and be a holy people in that land once again and serve him and him alone. And I will rise up the altars in their ruins. Who says to the deep, be dry?
Before it gets too dark.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go.
I tell
Well,
you, this
before we do
this
though,
is great though.
yeah, I just want to thank you for the lesson. And it doesn't stir me, but it does interest me. Because I don't know, I guess given that we have a choice of what and who or whatever we can believe in,
Yes.
listening to what you're representing is not something I would not want to hold my life that way. I'd rather believe in something that's coming from a place of love and all and acceptance. And if Jesus was a fake, the lessons I've learned from the teachings, I don't have all of those crosses, and all of that came along with, go to a Jackson concert and you get Jackson and the glitter glove and you get the t-shirt and you get all that stuff. And it's been the same way. Jesus didn't have any promotional stands, So I choose Jesus, and I choose also that from the beginning of the Bible, Jesus is present. That the whole Bible is a unified story to me that leads to Jesus and what I've studied and what I believe and what I'm interested in continuing my studies as. I'm certainly no scholar. I could no way hold a candle to your conversation and your argument and rationale. And it's working for people. It's maybe true for people. And I say to heaven or hell by your own road. And my road is not the road that you promote. And I still learned a lot because I am a student of the Old Testament. And I part hopefully as your friend and ready for the next lesson you got. And I'm challenged by a lot of what you said to look deeper.
That's good. That's all I seek to do. I can't do any other than that. But you mentioned something, and I'm not trying to hold you, but I wanted you to show me something. You said Jesus was in the book of Genesis. Where's Jesus' name at in the book of Genesis?
Well, see, now I'm not confined by names. Like there are a lot of things I asked you that you can't point to book, chapter, and verse. You have to take certain leaps of faith.
Like what?
Somewhere in the first book, there is a reference to we created. I created. And when I consider that Jesus is God, not like there is a Jesus. And I know the Muslims' problem largely was, you saying that there's three people, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I mean, that's not a single God. So I come from a place where they are. All of those are like, there's this little spinning thing that kids used to like to play with. And it would light up and you could put it on the tip of your finger and spin it. And it had a base, but away from that base, it had 3 or 4 different lighted areas that would spin. And they were all part of this same one piece. Yes. So I put it kind of like that I don't have the words, I don't have the maturity or the knowledge to take you on. I really don't.
No, you're not taking me on. No, hear me out, please, 1 minute, because you have the wrong concept to this. You're not taking me on. It has nothing to do with me personally. What you're hearing was the words of the Creator.
Yes.
So your
I don't need 'em.
challenge, sis, please, cousin, your discrepancies is with the creator, not me. All I did was read out of the book.
Saying that I've read the
Please, cousin, just one moment. If you have any discrepancies in anything that I've said, you got to take that up with the creator in prayer, because all I did was read his word.
well,
And
that's
you yourself confess that you are a student of the Old Testament.
yes, and that's true. So you're right. I take that on. I take on what you just said, that I will actually put that to prayer.
Yes.
And further discussion, further discourse.
Don't even pay Prince no mind. Get that to the creator and let him decide how
Yeah.
you should live and worship and reverence. But you always welcome here.
Yes.
You're always welcome here.
I mean, you all are giving me the whole afternoon.
Yeah. Hit that link, come in, and we do what we got to do. You know, if you don't say nothing, that's fine. If you say something, that's fine too. Either way, we're going to do our very best to serve you.
Yes.
That's our job. That's our mission. That's our purpose. May the Creator be with you, and may the Most High cause his blessings to be upon your life. May he increase you in wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And if it is his will, may he return you back to his grace and his covenant.
Thank you.
Sawubona.
All right. Toda Rabah.
Sabona.
Sawubona.
Sabona.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
All right. May the Most High be praised. So y'all can go ahead, because we already made prayer long about 3 or 4 hours ago.
I mean, they always say it's not as far going back to Atlanta.
Yeah.
We're going back, but it sure seemed a long way coming here.
Because we came from
Yeah, we came
Oxford,
from
yeah.
Alabama.
Oxford.
All right, family.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions or comments, family? Because we about done right now. Anybody else want to ask any questions before we close it out? Any other questions or comments, family? All right. So, family, I want you all to know that we don't have any problem, no problem with you bringing your questions, whether they're for or against Torah. We don't have any issues with that. As long as you're respectful, we can talk about anything under the sun. It don't matter. Whatever you want to talk about, we able to talk about.
The next time we meet, I want to have a conversation about Ishmael and Isaac. That whole line, I want to go through that. The whole,
Ismael?
and not now, don't, because you can't, once you start talking, I can't stop listening.
I like her.
Have a question.
Hey, I like her. Bring cousin back again. Bring cousin back again. She's really
No idea.
You know what? I came to your house for dessert, and you gave me turkey and gravy and dressing and
oh no, I gave
I tell her about the turkey later.
yeah.
say turkey.
I gave you turkey, huh? Oh,
No, she didn't.
It's a metaphor.
It's a
I
metaphor.
understand.
Metaphor for you fed me well, and I only came for dessert.
I prayed that I have done my service to you. I wouldn't want you to go away empty. If my wife knows, I try to give you more food than you request.
Oh, she's wonderful.
All right, y'all enjoy your Shabbat. May the Most High be with you all. Shabbat Shalom Lakim. We out, y'all. It's now what? We've been here for 7 hours. We shutting it down. Toda Rabbah, you all welcome. And thank you all for being a part of our Shabbat service today. May the Most High be with you all. My brother Asa gave us that beautiful prayer to close us out. We all done for the day, y'all. Unless y'all got another question. You better hurry up and get it in, because we get ready to push that button. Get ready to push that button. All right, Emma. You got the green light. Shabbat